former general is Undead Knight Volume 3. Act 3 1, Secret Talk 3 years ago. Act 3, Town Teutonberg's Madness. Chapter 1, Secret Talk 3 years ago. This even happened 3 years prior to Lambert's resurrection as an Undead Knight. A strange visitor came to visit Viscount Legale's mansion. It was a girl with a bizarre appearance. She had tears painted beneath her eyes, and she wore a colorful clown's hat and clothes. Frightened that a big shot had come to visit them, Viscount Legale and his subordinates had cramped smiles on their faces upon seeing the one who came was a girl. Even Viscount Legale's subordinates' eyebrows twitched as if to say, who the hell is this lass? Yatilda, it's such a bother since this child is always hesitating whether to lead me here or not. Maybe I should just cut off his head. Viscount Legale-chan. Viscount Legale's fat face frowned upon hearing the clown's remark. Ha ha ha, that's a joke, you know. Rather than that, aren't you going to let me sit? The clown girl pointed at the desk and chair with her finger that was wrapped in a white glove. What the hell is this brat doing here? Someone throw this brat out of my mansion. Legale shouted angrily at his soldiers while tapping the floor with a walking cane in his hand. But she hasn't aged at all since the last time she came. She must be. Bring in the real guest immediately. You guys have no idea what they're going to do once you piss them off and throw this fucking brat out of my mansion. Viscount Legale shouted angrily while brandishing his cane at the subordinate who brought the clown girl. His poor subordinate fell right there with his head drenched in blood. My apologies. Right away. The clown girl saw this scene with a bored look on her face, but then she suddenly clapped her hand as if she realized something and took out a bright red metal rod. Heed my call and came to this world, dancing guillotine, portal scissor. The thing that appeared in front of Viscount Legale from the deployed magic circle was a giant scissor with 3 eyes on each blade. It was summoning magic. A magic to call the contracted spirit from the spirit world. Viscount Legale fell on his rear due to shock. His subordinates raised a commotion upon seeing the bizarre scissor. Summon magic was a magic that interfered with reality. It was also extremely difficult to master since it was hard to please the mood of the spirit. Only a handful of sorcerers could use this magic. Will you understand if I show you this? I'm one of the 8 sages of Devil's Piper. Look. How can you call such an adorable girl a brat? I might have lost control and killed those who dared to say that to me, you know. Even though I came in person since this is an important matter, you've ruined my mood. Please forgive our foolishness for failing to recognize you, Sage Leluxama. Viscount Legale bowed down with a flushed red face. Ahaha, well don't mind it, it's just mood swings anyway. All is well. I mean, you're such an important person. After all, I'll be the adult here. I can't blame you for mistaking me for a mere brat due to my young appearance. I always had a hard time thanks to this youthful appearance, too. Viscount Legale finally raised his head and heaved a sigh of relief after he heard such a remark. No, we still have to offer our apologies since we're also at fault for mistaking you for someone else. Don't be that stiff. Relax yourself. I'm pretty straightforward after all. This is the main reason I was chosen as the negotiator. I mean, aside from Boss and I, the others are pretty much quirky people. I see now, Leluxama. Viscount Legale replied while wiping the sweat on his face with the handkerchief brought by his subordinate. Well, that's enough for the chit-chat. Let's start immediately. When the clown girl, Leluk, twisted her walking cane, the portal scissor spun in midair, beheading the subordinate of Viscount Legale who just got beaten. Blood spraying from his decapitated neck, creating a crimson rain as his head fell into the corner of the room. The portal scissor then turned into particles of light after it had finished its duty. Now, let's begin the discussion. Leluk calmly took a seat as the room fell into silence. Why? The subordinate who wiped Viscount Legale's sweat muttered. Why? Isn't it because it'd be bad if I beheaded the Viscount, you know? No one in that room could understand Leluk's logic. After a brief silence, Viscount Legale asked his subordinates to clean the room with a pale look on his face. Legale-sama. But, don't worry, even that mysterious figure of noble society, Count Orbuk, had a connection with Devil's Piper. They're serious about overthrowing this kingdom. If Count Orbuk is in cahoots with them, this move is definitely the right thing to do. Whichever the choice is, it's already too late to back down at this stage. Why yes. After seeing that Viscount Legale had finished instructing his subordinate, Lelouch coughed once as if to gain their attention again. She stopped tapping the floor impatiently, and the scorn in her eyes was replaced with a serious look. Well then, I think you already know about this. The nobles of Regio's kingdom, with Count Orbach on the top of the list, have already agreed to work with us, Devil's Piper. Our final goal is to capture the current royalty of Regio's kingdom. After we overthrow Regio's kingdom and establish the new Regio's kingdom, we promise to appoint an important post to you for your cooperation, Viscount Legale. Lelouch, who spoke like a completely different person, handed over the official document which had been in her hand for a while toward Viscount Legale's subordinate. The contents of the document were the more detailed version of what she just said a while ago. In addition to basic support such as helping with the funding of our organization, I also want to ask Viscount Legale to entrust the management of a small town called Tetomburg to me. Lelouch. Tetomburg? Viscount Legale frowned upon hearing that. Are you dissatisfied with our terms, Viscount Dono? Viscount Legale felt like he was being glared at by a monster. No, of course not. It's just that, that small town, Tetomburg, is a mining town. It's built right beside the mine so that we can use the vagrant youth as our miners, but it was filled with poisonous gas, and no important ore could be found there. We've yet to make a profit from that mine. For that reason, it has literally turned into a ghost town right now. My apologies for telling you such an embarrassing failure. Viscount Legale folded his arms as he spoke as if trying to curry a favor with Lelouch. Lelouch, who was tapping the floor with her feet, suddenly stood up. Yes, that's good enough. We finished the preliminary investigation a long time ago, but there was no place more fitting than that place. Well, that's the reason we're asking for Viscount Dono's cooperation. Lelouch's voice suddenly returned from an adult tone to a childish tone as if mocking the Viscount. After Lelouch left the mansion after the end of their negotiation, Viscount Legale was barraged with questions from his subordinates. Honestly, is it really okay to work together with those fellas? I mean, even now the prosecution is. That's not an option. Do you still remember the big fire in Baron Hilney's territory half a year ago? Maybe that's how Devil's Piper retaliated to show their persecution. We shouldn't underestimate them. But to give a facility to the big shot of the organization which is filled with those kinds of madmen those kinds of facilities are the reason why they managed to hide for so long in this kingdom. They completely excluded the peace that might retaliate against them, including the royal family. They're an extremely terrifying organization, but that's even more reason for us to work together with them. We just need to bet on the winning horse and enjoy the final glory. In this case, those people don't choose their allies from the nobles who have a close relationship with the royal family to prevent unforeseen problems. That's why they have no choice but to work together with us. Let them do all the dangerous stuff. If they win, I don't think that they'll spare anyone in the royal family. Viscount Legale's fat cheeks formed a smile as he spoke. Act 3-2, Kidnapping Incident 1. Chapter 2, Kidnapping Incident 1. After he killed Manzi, one of the 8 sages in Barra City, and destroyed his last regret and connection with Gearf's Grimoire, Lambert kept moving from one city to another. He went from village to village to gain more information about Devil's Piper. Naturally, he had no intention to overlook Devil's Piper who tried to destroy Regio's kingdom. He wanted to find their headquarters immediately and destroy it. Lambert was riding on the back of a headless black horse. Nightmare was currently running across the steppe. After hearing the strange rumor in the villages he dropped by along the way, he decided that his next destination was Cran, a city within Viscount Legale's territory. Cran was the biggest city in Viscount Legale's territory. Even his mansion was built in this city. But Viscount Legale's territory was a poor territory. Even the biggest city in his territory, Cran, wasn't that good compared to other big cities. There were so many orphans and vagrants in Cran. In fact, the majority of the city was a slum. The entire city was a lawless area, and Legale's private army barely managed to control the situation. Numerous corpses that looked as if they died in the most violent way with their bodies almost melted were found in the forest near Cran. Upon hearing that there was magic circle drawn on the skin of those corpses, the first thing that came to Lambert was the possibility of Devil's Piper trying to experiment with forbidden magic such as necromancy. It'll be much better if their HQ is in this room. A carriage entered Lambert's line of sight when he was pondering over those possibilities, and there was cavalry chasing after the carriage. The cavalry group was composed of half-naked men holding spears or clubs in their hands. There were 5 of them. Ha 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 ha. Don't think that you can escape from us with that carriage. Ha ha, run faster if ya ain't wanna die. Ja ha 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 ha. The men jeered toward the carriage. It was as if they were deliberately toying with whoever was inside the carriage. Bandits, huh? It's just as rumored. Viscount Legale territory isn't that safe. Lambert pulled out his great sword from its sheath and readied his stance. Nightmare, run a little bit faster. It's time to go wild. Nightmare made a gesture as if it raised its non-existent head. And yet, an eerie cry suddenly resounded out of nowhere. What the? Hey, someone is coming toward us. Want to disturb our fun? Huh, very we. What the hell is that monster? The appearance of a man wearing full plate armor straddling on the back of a headless black horse was enough to make most people scared shitless. A monster. Run. That guy is dangerous. Lambert kept pursuing the bandits who were running away in unison. Nightmare was crossbred by the finest warhorse when it was still alive. Riding on its back was a super heavyweight called Lambert and his full plate armor, which couldn't be handled by an average horse. And yet, it was still fast enough to catch up with the slowest one amongst the bandits, who also got slapped with the blunt side of Lambert's great sword. Yugu. That one strike was enough to make the bandit fall from his horse in a strange posture, breaking his waist, abdomen, chest, and head. By the time the bandit stopped rolling, he had already met his maker. DDAS. UGH. Lambert's greatsword struck the head of the second slowest bandit, who turned around to see the situation. Lambert didn't stop swinging his greatsword. The third bandit got stabbed right in his back, destroying his heart in the process. Even a crowd of rabbits scatters around when they are chased by their predator. Upon hearing Lambert's remark, the last 2 bandits nodded in silence and ran in 2 different directions. Lambert quickly ran after one of them, slashed the horse of the bandit with a diagonal slash. Meanwhile, the other bandit had already escaped far away. I survived. The last surviving bandit heaved a sigh upon knowing that he survived, but color drained from his face as soon as he heard the sound of hooves digging into the earth behind him. Save him. His upper half flew away before he could even finish his sentence. Thus, all 5 bandits died. Let's try to get some information about Viscount Legale from the owner of the carriage. But I guess it'll be impossible if I approach with Nightmare. Moreover, Nightmare's presence will bring fear to any normal person in this era. If those people were forced to say, rather than Nightmare, Lambert, who was straddling on Nightmare's back, was in fact the real source of their fear. But no one mentioned that fact to him. Lambert descended from Nightmare's back and landed on the ground. Nightmare left its master's side as soon as the latter landed on the ground and vanished under the cover of the night, although it took a while for the horses that pulled the carriage, since they got agitated after being chased around by the bandits from before. They finally calmed down and stopped moving. Lambert then walked toward the stopped carriage. Hey, I have some questions for you guys. And then, a middle-aged man descended from the carriage to answer Lambert's question. That was close. Normally speaking, I would thank you formally for chasing those guys away when we were about to be killed by them. I came here for peddling, but to think that I would be chased around by those bandits when I arrived. The middle-aged man wiped his sweat as he spoke. My name is Gansers. Even if I look like this, I think I have quite a lot of knowledge since I visited so many places. Gansers frowned and then looked around after he said those remarks. Hey, weren't you riding a horse a while ago? Why don't I see your horse now? It's a trivial matter. Now it's my turn. Do you know about the lord of this territory, the one called Viscount Legale? Lambert forcefully changed the subject of the conversation. Gansers, who felt suspicious about Lambert's behavior, had no choice but to nod and stop trying to dig more information from Lambert due to the latter's bigger frame and awe-inspiring presence. Act 3 Kidnapping Incident 2. Chapter 3, Kidnapping Incident 2. Since Ganser's destination happened to be the same city Lambert was heading for, Crown, Lambert decided to tag along with the peddling merchant. In fact, Lambert was truly grateful for this situation, since he couldn't ride on Nightmare near settlements, as doing that would only make things difficult for him. The same applied for Gansers, who lamented his bad luck for not hiring any bodyguard. He was also grateful since Lambert could act as his escort. According to Gansers, no one is going to come to such a rural place unless they've got business in Crown. Even from Gansers' perspective as a peddler, Crown, the biggest city in this area, wasn't an ideal place to do a business. The feudal lord, Viscount Legale himself, didn't do anything to improve the condition in the territory except for raising the amount of tax. As a result, the amount collected from the tax fell. He keeps promoting his political measures every once in a while, leaving so many unemployed people and unmanageable plots of land. The event in the mining city, Teutonburg, sounded like a practical project, but it ended up a huge failure. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. Gansers spoke with a wry smile on his face. According to Gansers, Legale was amongst the worst nobles in the Regio's kingdom. Some nobles were the kind of vicious and greedy nobles, but as the worst amongst them, Viscount Legale was often used due to his greed and stupidity. Even with many rumors about sly feudal lords conducting their shady business, I can't think of anyone but Viscount Legale who is a laughingstock due to his eccentricity. He's that bad, huh? Yet you still come to his territory. Lambert stated so as if it was the most natural thing to say. During the Eight Countries Unification War era, there was no leeway to allow such incompetent heirs amongst the noble. Permitting such an incompetent heir would spell their doom after all. The royal family also couldn't get too involved in each of their problems since they soon would die due to the incompetent heir unable to cope with the foreign country's invasion. It was that or they would get their territory and rights devoured by the other nobles. It was survival of the fittest. Due to the long-lasting peace, strong influence of the royal family, and the lack of need to keep brainstorming against all kind of possibilities that could be used by the foreign nation to invade Regio's kingdom, all of these factors gave birth to an incompetent person like Legale. You can find people with money everywhere. This is a chance since the market circulation of goods in this territory isn't that good. Instead of that, the public order is worse than I expected. But I survived by a hairbreadth. It seems an escort is truly indispensable. Gansers spoke with a trembling shoulder. I mean, you're strong. You even turned the table in a battle against 5 bandits. Are you by chance an inspection soldier sent by the royal family? After Manzi's attack on Barra City, Regio's kingdom's royal family found traces of that secret organization and increased their vigilance toward Devil's Piper. After the revelation about Earl Orbeck's investment in Devil's Piper, the royal family started a large-scale investigation in secret, looking into the rumors from the peddlers. Gansers, who witnessed Lambert's overwhelming strength, then draw a conclusion that the only reason for such top-class swordsmen to come to such backwater place was because the latter was an inspector from the royal family. No. Ha. Well, it's not like you can say such a thing to me. All right. I won't tell anyone that I met you in this place. You saved my life after all. You're misunderstood though. Yeah, let's say that I misunderstood. Trust is equal to a merchant's life after all. And I'm amongst the most tight-lipped. Although Lambert had no idea what Gansers was talking about, Gansers had long since misunderstood Lambert, whose sword arm was clearly a cut above the rest, as an expert swordsman belonging to the royal family. Nevertheless, Lambert, who lived in tumultuous era as one of the 4 demon generals and stood at the summit of Regio's kingdom's army in the 8 countries unification war era, had to agree with Gansers since he was right. Viscount Legale's private soldiers were walking around as if they owned the place, pillaging and eating without paying their bill in broad daylight. And even though I've never gone there before, the situation in the slums of the Viscount's territory is even worse. There's a rumor that an insane private army of the Viscount kidnapped the slum dwellers and beat others to death as a diversion. Well, it's not like I believe every single rumor, but there's a saying, there's no smoke without fire. If you, by chance, know, if you really are the royal family's inspector, please, can you do something about that idiot of a Viscount? Gansers lowered the tone of his voice and spoke as if he was pleading to Lambert. Lambert couldn't give an answer to Gansers' plea, but a plan had already formed in his brainless head. The first thing to do upon arriving was investigate the slums. The subordinates of the noble who should be protecting the citizens are using their authority to kill or kidnap the ones who they have to protect. Unforgivable. If this turns out to be true, only one end will be awaiting the Viscount: death. His first priority was investigating the incident caused by the Viscount's private soldiers in the slums. But there was one thing that made him disappointed. My original intention of coming to this place was to investigate Devil's Piper's base, and yet I ended up getting myself involved in a completely unrelated matter. So rather than finding a clue about Devil's Piper after hearing the bad rumor so far, it turned out to be nothing more than the oppression of the incompetent Viscount Legale. Killing that kind of rotten insect who damaged Regio's kingdom from inside was one of Lambert's goals in the way of reforming his motherland. But Devil's Piper wasn't the kind of problem that could be postponed. Their influence would only grow the more time he wasted. Their raid in Barra City caused a considerable amount of damage after all. Although one of their 8 sages, Manzi, was only a small fry in front of Lambert. The reason he had so much trouble subjugating Manzi was that Manzi had Gearf's Grimoire, the book created by the worst alchemist in the 8 countries unification war. If he failed to subjugate Rawnpoop back then, Barra City might have been completely obliterated. And if Manzi could summon a spirit whose rank surpassed that of Rawnpoop, Lambert wouldn't have been able to win the battle by himself. Look over there. That's the central city of this territory. Kran. Lambert snapped out of it when Gansers called to him. Act 3-4, Kidnapping Incident 3. Chapter 4, Kidnapping Incident 3. Lambert arrived in the central city of Viscount Legale's territory by hitching a ride on Gansers' carriage heading toward the slums. His goal was to confirm the information he heard from Gansers. Originally, as a former one of the 4 demon generals, something like a lord oppressing their territory using their private soldiers wasn't something that Lambert would care about. It was for another division. Even if he did, he would just visit the lord the day he heard about the news and cut them down depending on the answer they gave him. Buildings which were reinforced with boards lined the narrow alley. A thin old man sat on the ground, leaning on the dirty wall. Old man, I have some questions about the private soldiers and Viscount Legale. The old man's eyes opened wide as he looked at Lambert upon hearing the latter ask such a question. I don't know anything. Please, spare me. The old man stood immediately as he spoke with a trembling voice. He tried to escape from Lambert with an unsteady gait. It seemed he was afraid of the retribution of Viscount Legale. It seems the fear toward that incompetent lord is already deeply rooted in his citizens' minds. I guess asking around is pretty much impossible. Lambert gave up the option of asking the locals and focusing on searching for the next clue. But everyone he met reacted the same way as the first old man. When Lambert touched his helmet, pondering about what to do next, a young girl appeared from a house with a slightly ajar door. From her height, he assumed that the girl was around 10 years old. She had unkempt red hair and was wearing patched cloth. When Lambert turned his attention toward the girl, the face of the girl who looked at Lambert with a timid expression instantly bloomed into a smile. Knight Sama. It's Knight Sama. You came to punish those bad guys, right? Lambert walked toward the young girl. The young girl opened the door and stood in front of Lambert. After he arrived in the slums of the central city, Crown, the red-haired girl was the only one who welcomed him with a smile. Her appearance gave Lambert a new expectation. Yes, that's right. I'm one of the 4 demon generals of Regio's kingdom. Lambert de Lacroix will punish the bad guys. 4 demons? I don't know about that 4 demon thing. But it sounds cool. Of course it is. Lambert nodded deeply. Lambert Sama, are you going to punish the clown person? Clown person? What is that? Papa said that the situation in this place became strange after the clown visited Lord Sama's mansion. That's why. Knight Sama. Lambert turned his arm toward his back before the girl managed to finish her sentence. A wooden pole was swung down toward his shoulder from behind. The wooden pole smashed when it crashed against Lambert's raised arm. His hand moved and penetrated the wall, exposing the face of his assailant. The assailant crumpled down after releasing a short scream. Lambert didn't stop. He opened his hand, stretching his gauntlet-covered fingers. It was obvious from the neatly shaped hole on the wall that he could easily pulverize the assailant's skull with it. Papa? The girl called out to Lambert's assailant. Lambert took a closer look at the man who rushed toward him. It was a man with an unshaved face and disheveled red hair. Although he looked much older due to his dirty, pale skin and the black mark beneath his eyes, the man should be still in his 30s. The assailant then sat right there as if resigning to his fate. Then, he muttered with a small voice as he looked down, helplessly striking the ground beneath him. Alti, I've told you not to open the door, right? It seemed the name of the red-haired girl was Alti, and the assailant was her father. Explain the situation. Depending on your explanation, I'll at least spare your life. Lambert unleashed a little bit of his miasma as he asked the red-haired man. Great warrior aside, there was no way an ordinary man could withstand such pressure. In addition, no human could ever lie under the tyrannical oppression of Lambert's miasma. The man quickly folded his body, prostrating to Lambert. I don't know what you're going to do to me, but please at least spare my daughter. She's the only meaning in my life after I lost her mother. Lambert gazed at the man and then slowly lowered his raised hand. The fact that you're begging for me to spare your daughter's life when you're about to die is proof that you're a great man. You're a good father. The man, who had no idea what Lambert was talking about, then raised his face slowly to look at Lambert. But the fact that he got scared so easily is strange. Both the old man from before and Alti's father were clearly overreacting in this regard. It was as if the entire population of the slums was bearing a deep scar in their hearts. And then, he heard the sound of clanking metal heading in their direction. Lambert only needed a moment to realize that it was the sound of metal armor. When he turned around toward the direction of the incoming sound, he saw 3 swordsmen wearing uniform armor, led by a pale-faced sorcerer with some sort of symbol drawn on their skin and a deep hood. What the hell? There's still a child. Some of them still remain even though we've been capturing them. Just like Topo, Wrinkled Frog, they keep popping out. The armored swordsman spoke merrily. There was an identical crest crafted on the surface of their armor. They're Viscount Legale's soldiers, huh? But who in the world is the sorcerer who walks in front of them? Whether his appearance or face, I don't think there's such a person with a bad sense of fashion amongst the noble soldiers. We can't let this go. Young children living in this territory will be dispatched to various parts of this territory after receiving minimum education from us to revitalize this territory. Everyone, please swallow your tears and obediently cooperate. The sorcerer spoke, stretching his unnaturally long arms while shaking his head. I see, so this is the reason behind the kidnapping incident in this territory. Huh. It really is just like what I hear, but the Viscount even imposed a slavery tax to the slum dwellers. Lambert turned his attention to the great sword on his back. Depending on the attitude of the other party, he was prepared to swing his weapon in the next moment. Act 3-5, Kidnapping Incident 4. Chapter 5, Kidnapping Incident 4. Please spare her. My life will lost its meaning without her. Altis further prostrated in front of the pale-faced sorcerer. Although Alti didn't seem to understand the situation, she was shivering behind her father. Maybe she could feel the enmity from the soldiers in front of them. Viscount Legale himself never had bad intentions for doing this. These are the rules created for your sake, too. Currently, for the citizens living in the 8th district appointed to Viscount Legale, it isn't a suitable environment for raising children. That was why 80% of children in the 8th district died before they were 5 years old. Even the citizens of the 8th district who paid special tax were exempted so that they'd have some leeway to protect their children. And yet, you aren't paying the tax, right? Would you rather watch that girl die without doing anything, or leave her in the custody of Viscount Legale where her safety is guaranteed? The sorcerer spoke using jargon that no one in the slums would understand. I don't believe that Where are you going to take Alti? Understand. I'm not a demon. I don't like using force to settle things. If you don't understand, then I'll persuade you until you understand. Now let me to explain Viscount Legale's orders one by one until you understand. The sorcerer nodded deeply, which somewhat felt unnatural. Compensation bag. Yes, Forbensama. The sorcerer spoke to the soldier who stood behind him. The soldier then gave a jute bag to the sorcerer called Forben. It's silver coins. Huh. Lambert caught a glimpse of a silver coin from inside the jute bag. Maybe that wasn't the only thing given to Alti's father. It seemed to be a case of forced equivalent exchange of children for money from the very beginning. What's the meaning of this? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Alti's father was clearly confused. His reaction was natural. Just when the other party said that he would explain until he understood, he suddenly took out a pouch of money out of nowhere, which left Alti's father in a completely bewildered situation. Forben nodded once and then stretched his arm forward without waiting for Alti's father to finish his sentence. He rummaged through his robes, taking out 3 gold coins, and put them into the jute bag filled with silver coins. Alti's father became even more bewildered upon seeing that. This should be enough, right? Just think about it. how many days you've to work while cutting down the amount of food you eat into your sleep to gather this much." Forbin laughed as he said that. The soldiers behind him were also laughing along with him. Looky, you want this money, right? Look, there's a lot of money, you know." They were shaking the bag as if to show off. And then, they turned the bag upside down. The fallen coin struck on the head of Alti's father, who was still prostrating on the ground. "Now then, pick it up. It's yours." Kakakakaka. "No matter how much you try to show off, this is the only thing that a beggar like you wants, right?" Kakakakakakakaka. "Yeah, I never get bored of this." Alti's father trembled for a while, but he quickly gathered the fallen coins. The sorcerer and the soldiers laughed even louder than before upon seeing that. "Now then, we shall take your daughter and be happy. Viscount Legale Sama is more than happy to receive such a healthy child." Forbin bowed as he spoke. Alti's father, whose hands were filled with the money that fell on the ground a while ago, pushed the money back toward Forbin. "This money is useless without my daughter. Please, spare her. That's my only wish for you." "I know that Alti will never be happy if I entrust her to you people." "Huh? What's wrong with your head?" Forbin was slouching forward, bringing his head closer as he spoke with a completely different tone. His pale face was looking at Alti's father from point-blank range. "That's the best I can do to prevent more unpleasant rumors from spreading, but don't get cocky. Look, you want to exchange your troublesome brat for money, right? What are you waiting for? Oh, forget it. Kill the man and take the girl." The three soldiers in the back moved forward as soon as they heard Forbin's instruction. "You should say from the very beginning that you don't need money." "Yeah, because you're not talking at all to Uruk-sama. He thought that you wanted money." Alti's father started to look flustered now. Alti was looking at Lambert with a pleading gaze while grabbing her father's hand. "I kept my silence for a while since I wanted to know the situation clearly. But I guess this is plenty enough. No need to watch the situation any longer." Lambert spoke as he unsheathed his great sword. "No matter how much you try to gloss over it, you people are nothing more than filthy slave traders. Now take this." One soldier laughed upon seeing Lambert pointing his great sword toward them. "Unfortunately for you, man with outdated armor from the ancient era, you'll die here." "You can blame the fact you saw something you shouldn't have seen." At the next moment, a single, vertical crimson line ran along the armor of the soldier. His body blew back as blood spurted out from his body. His body only stopped after crashing against the wall behind him, crushing the wall in the process as his body fell down and revealing his entrails from the vertical cross-section. "Let me correct your statement. This is the proof of a swordsman, protector of Rijo's kingdom, an armor of the legendary demon general, Regionix Orgazira armor. It's definitely not outdated armor from an ancient era, since no one could ever pierce this armor until now. But then, even if he wanted to correct that soldier's mistake, it wasn't possible anymore." The said soldier spat blood from his mouth. His eyes that already lost their light were looking at the sky. It was obvious that the said soldier had already died. The remaining two soldiers could only look at their comrades' state with a dumbfounded look on their faces. They knew that the huge man in full plate armor was slashing at their comrades with his great sword, but none of them could see his slashes. They knew with a single glance that their opponent's weapon boasted the greatest power and mass amongst all weapons. Yet, their opponent's swinging speed made it look as if his sword was just a small, light branch. "Now, all of you, come at once." Lambert declared this with overwhelming confidence, although there was no way to know what kind of expression he made due to Forbin's extremely pale face. His shoulders were trembling non-stop. He was clearly shaken after seeing Lambert's sword art. Act 3-6, Kidnapping Incident 5. Chapter 6, Kidnapping Incident 5. Man, that's amazing. To think that you can swing such a giant sword with ease. I assume that inside that armor is an extremely famous swordsman. I understand. You're a great person befitting of your great swordcraft. Forbin covered his face and gave seemingly empty praise. "That's why. What will you do in this situation?" The cane in Forbin's hand was pointing toward Alti, who was trembling in fear as she hugged her father. "Kakakaka. You're way too naive, Psi. Don't you dare move. Throw away your sword, now." Forbin ordered Lambert. Lambert dropped his great sword to the ground. Forbin seemed to be elated upon seeing that. "Kakakakakaka. Now our positions have reversed. Ho!" Lambert instantly closed in toward Forbin, who was clearly letting his guard down upon seeing the former abandon his sword. He unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick without holding back, The force behind Lambert's kick sent Forbin flying backward in a perfect posture. It was only natural since the kick that struck Forbin's abdomen was Lambert's superhuman strength with the weight of his super heavy armor and momentum from his instant dash added in it. Forbin-sama. He defeated Forbin-sama. Just what kind of a monster is he? The two remaining soldiers were trying to escape for their dear lives, but they couldn't escape from Lambert's superhuman speed. Lambert easily caught up to them in mere seconds and sent a hand chop to the base of their neck with his organ gauntlets covered hand, incapacitating them. The two soldiers got knocked out immediately and fell right there. He knocked them out by stopping the blood flow in the base of their necks for an instant. Great. Still alive. Lambert spoke to himself as he looked at the result of his job. Lambert was really bad when it came to holding back and meticulous jobs. It wasn't just once or twice he accidentally sent his target's head flying in the form of mincemeat when he only wanted to knock them out. That was dangerous. Are you two okay? Lambert turned around and asked Alti and her father, who were looking at him with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Alti's father was sitting dumbfoundedly on the ground with his mouth wide open. He felt as if the reality which happened before him was a mere dream. The same could be said for Alti. She was also staring dumbfoundedly at the ghastly spectacle before her. The spectacle of bisecting humans right in front of a young girl was an extreme stimulus unbefitting of a girl of her age. Thank you very much, Knight-sama. Alti expressed her gratitude with a stuttering voice with such a ghastly scene still in her field of vision. At that moment, her father snapped out of his daze and bowed repeatedly toward Lambert. Thank you very much. I don't know what was going to happen if they took Alti, but if Viscount-sama ever hears about this matter, he's going to target you and the people around this area. The man muttered with a feeble voice, and then, when he noticed Lambert's line of sight, he raised his head in a hurry while waving his hands. No, you're mistaken. I definitely have no intention to blame you, Knight-sama. There's no way I can bring myself to blame you after you saved the most important thing in my life from them. The man was desperately trying to fix his mistake, which almost sounded like blaming the savior of his daughter. Lambert just stood in silence since it was apparently impossible to read his expression or what he felt from the movement of his body. The father recalled the horror he experienced from Lambert before the soldiers barged in. Seeing a side figure of Lambert alone was enough to send chills running down his spine. No. Please don't misunderstand, I'm not angry at you. Moreover, Lambert stopped his sentence midway, tilting his helmet. Suddenly, he felt that someone was eyeing him. Forbin raised his trembling hand and pointed the cane in his hand toward Lambert. Blood flowed down from the crack on his mask. He was still alive, albeit barely after receiving Lambert's kick. I was sure that last attack had already pulverized your internal organs, but you can still move even in that state. Foo. You lost, because you were looking down on us, the sorcerer of Devil's Piper. Oh Earth, smash him. Forbin unleashed his sorcery as he vomited blood. The ground around Forbin rose, forming bullets which then flew toward Lambert, who was standing quite far away from Forbin. Those bullets definitely wouldn't miss their targets. For a while after that, an eerie creaking sound resounded in the area. In the next moment, huge cracks appeared in the wall behind. The earth bullets pierced through the wall of the old house. The wall that couldn't withstand the weight of the roof any longer then crumbled down, raining down on top of Lambert, Alti, and her father. It wasn't that strange for the house to crumble down so easily, since the majority of the houses in the slums looked like they would fall apart with the slightest touch. Alti's father quickly hugged his daughter, using his back to shield his daughter from the wreckage. Papa. But the debris fell mercilessly on top of Lambert and the pair of father and daughter. When the thundering sound had finally receded, Forbin, who was already put in half-death state by Lambert's attack, managed to stand back with such great difficulties. Kaka, serves you right. The Viscount's unconscious soldier ended up squashed to death too, but oh well, losing one or two of those idiots isn't a big deal. But the damage to my internal organs is no joke. Well, let's go back to Teutoburg for now and ask Ryuk-sama to replace it with artificial internal organs. Originally, Forbin was suffering from a deadly illness, and the reason why he survived until now was that one of his useless internal organs was replaced with a strong artificial internal organ made by the current experiment of the 8 wise men. As a result, he managed to survive, albeit barely, from Lambert's attack. But that man, Just who in the world is he? He's way too sloppy to be an investigator from the royal capital. Though I'm glad that I could use that rundown house to kill him. Forbin looked at the spectacle before him. There was a mountain of rubble in the cloud of dust. And then, there was the figure of a tall man standing up as he pushed that rubble aside. The pair of father and daughter who should have been crushed to death by the rubble also survived, standing unscathed in front of Lambert. Lambert just stood calmly in there, catching the falling rubble as if they were pieces of paper. He wasn't simply protecting the pair of father and daughter with his huge frame. With his physical strength, falling rubble wasn't a big deal for him. And there was also the extreme durability of his armor. The reason he didn't come out immediately was to protect the pair of father and daughter from the falling rubble. Impossible. Forbin turned around as if trying to escape from Lambert. While cursing the latter, Lambert leapt from where he stood to go after Forbin, unleashing a horizontal strike with his sword hand toward Forbin's neck. Forbin's body spun uncontrollably in the air upon receiving Lambert's strike. It only stopped after he landed on the ground with his forehead. Devil's pipe. What you said managed to pique my interest. Look. My important source of information was squashed to death because of your attack. So I'll have you vomit everything you know about your organization. Knight-sama, that person is already Mew. Lambert, who snapped out upon hearing Alti's father's voice, then quickly gripped Forbin by his shoulder and raised him up. Apparently, his strike just now was too powerful and ended up crushing Forbin's head, turning it into literal pieces of meat. Lambert was really bad when it came to holding back. Ignoring what he did with his body in midair, the force of his acceleration and the weight of his armor combined with his superhuman strength would still result in an extremely terrifying attack. Despite holding back, even though he was already holding back quite a lot, it seemed to be almost impossible for Lambert. Lambert lowered Forbin's corpse in silence and placed it politely on the ground. Knight-sama. That's. Altis further tried to speak to Lambert, although his guts were telling him that he shouldn't speak to him. Upon seeing Lambert's seemingly depressed figure, he still fell into silence when he tried to strike a conversation with Lambert. After all, from the very beginning, Lambert's very existence was something beyond his understanding in so many ways. That was why finding a way to console Lambert wasn't a simple matter for Alti's father. It's okay. I just need to get the information from the next soldier. Lambert nodded as he spoke. Next soldier? Are you going to fight the Viscount Sama's soldiers again? Act 3-7, Temperature Balls Sorcerer 1. Chapter 7, Temperature Balls Sorcerer 1. In one corner of Kran City, Viscount Legale's private soldiers were being hunted down, killed one by one. Once one was killed, another could only wait for their turn. Now there's only one left. Lambert shifted his attention toward the deepest part of the alley. Impossible. Why can't we beat this guy despite our overwhelming advantage? At the end of Lambert's line of sight was a man who was seemingly the leader of those soldiers, holding a young boy in his arms, the hostage. Lambert, who saved Alti and her father, then parted ways with them after he asked for all necessary information from them. As he left, he encountered a sobbing young boy who was being taken away by the soldiers. Stop right there. I'm gonna kill this brat if you dare to take another step. The captain of those dead soldiers placed the tip of his sword at the base of the young boy's neck, hands trembling non-stop due to his fear. Because of his trembling hands, the blade touched the young boy's neck. Blood dripped down from the opened wound on that young boy's skin. Damn it! Lambert sprinted at once, closing the distance between him and the captain, and passed by the latter's side in just a moment. His great sword drew a beautiful arc in the air, aiming toward the neck and arms of the captain while avoiding the young boy thanks to his perfect control. The man revealed a shocked expression on his face, and then, his arms fell on the ground with a thud. Although the young boy was also about to be pushed down as the body of the captain was crumbled down, Lambert had already pulled the young boy to his side in the next moment. Complete annihilation again. Is it simply because the condition is too harsh for me? Or am I simply just unlucky? Lambert sent a sidelong glance toward the mutilated body of the captain. His plan was to catch Viscount Legale's subordinate or the Viscount Legale himself once he found them to extract information about Devil's Piper. But since the soldier himself had gone mad and almost killed the hostage, he had to behead the last surviving soldier thanks to that situation. Although he felt disheartened, Lambert braced himself and asked the young boy he just saved. "Are you hurt somewhere?" The young boy stared at Lambert with a dumbfounded look on his face. His mouth clattered non-stop, and then he passed out from fear. To begin with, he was already mentally exhausted after being kidnapped by the soldiers, and he finally hit his limit and passed out after seeing those soldiers get slaughtered by Lambert. The fear of a swordsman clad in bloody, full-plate armor approaching at lightning speed became the final push. He got scared shitless. "Even though I've been suppressing my miasma to the utmost limit," Lambert heaved a weary sigh as he muttered those words and then returned his great sword into its scabbard. Poor kid. The current Lambert was having a harder time dealing with children than when he was still alive. During his life, it was always the situation in which the children became so scared of Lambert and then escaped in fear, or they became extremely attached to him. Both were troublesome for Lambert. Although he wanted to avoid the situation, he didn't seem to be able to leave the child as it was. He then walked lightly while carrying the young boy. "Maybe I should bring him somewhere safe," but when Lambert was walking while pondering about that, he heard someone's footsteps approaching from behind. Lambert dodged to the side immediately, drawing his greatsword to protect himself. The assailant's rapier collided with the flat side of Lambert's greatsword. "You managed to defend yourself against an attack from my blind side, huh? I see, you seem to be different from the small fries from before." The assailant jumped back, creating some distance from Lambert. The assailant was a slender man whose body was wrapped in a red mantle and wearing a light protector made from mithril. The upper half of his face was covered in a mithril helmet, and the area below his nose was completely exposed. One could glimpse strands of silver hair peeking out from the naked lower part of his helmet. He held a short sword in his right hand and rapier in his left hand. "Who the hell are you?" Lambert asked in confusion. The man readied his rapier again as he laughed scornfully at Lambert again. "Sorry, but I won't introduce myself to a villain like you." "Me? A villain? Are you deaf?" "The way I see it, you look like an evil knight trying to kidnap an unconscious young boy." "The hell are you, Tar?" Lambert suddenly came to a realization in the middle of his speech. His armor was drenched in blood, and he was walking around carrying an unconscious young boy. He couldn't blame anyone if he got mistaken as one of Viscount Legale's lackeys when he walked around in such an appearance. "Wait, calm down. You're mistaken." "Shut up, you bastard." The man stooped forward as he charged toward Lambert. "Wait. This is misunderstanding." Lambert was desperately trying to explain the situation, although he realized that they met under extremely unfortunate coincidence. He had to explain the situation to the other party first to clear the misunderstanding. Seeing the man's acts and gestures, he guessed that the other party might not be the lackey of Viscount Legale. He might be in a similar position as Lambert, and they might be working to achieve the same goal. He wanted to avoid useless conflict as much as possible. The moment the man entered Lambert's range, he pushed the rapier in his left hand forward as he spun his body. It was a deadly attack aiming at the joint in his helmet. To deal with that, Lambert stepped forward as he let go of the greatsword in his hand. In that moment, the man felt a sense of crisis and swung his rapier to the side immediately. But Lambert's body blow had already arrived in front of the man. The man was trying to stab into the gap of the armor, and yet, he ended up running toward the charging wall of organ. The moment they collided, the man he got sent flying backward like a piece of paper. "Gah! I said that you're mistaken," Lambert repeated with an astonished voice. The man who just sent flying back slouched as he tried to adjust his breathing. His exposed lower face had clearly indicated that the man was exhausted. "To be able to beat me with such ease." In that collision, Lambert had already held back so much to the point that if he used even a little bit more power, it would be enough to break most bones in the man's body, effectively rendering him unable to continue in combat. "Why you? And not one of Viscount Legale's lackeys?" "There's no way, the lord of such rural area like Viscount Legale could hire someone as strong as you." "I've been trying to tell you that from the very beginning." "I see, so you're Devil's Piper's lackey, huh?" "As I thought. The rumor about their members being insanely powerful was the truth, huh?" "Since that was the case, I have even more reason to not lose to you." "I'm going to kill you even if it means I must sacrifice my own life, only to trigger an even bigger misunderstanding." How persistent. "Don't look down on me, villain. I can still fight." The man threw the dagger in his right hand toward Lambert, and then, He was running after the short sword he just threw bounced back when it struck against Lambert's armor, closing in toward Lambert. "Are you sure that you can just throw away your weapon?" "The short sword in my right hand is originally used to parry my opponent's sword. It's unnecessary since I had abandoned my defense. This is my resolution to kill you." The man unleashed a rain of thrusts as he shouted at Lambert. Lambert placed the unconscious young boy in his left arm, and caught the tip of the man's rapier with his remaining right hand. Why can't I reach you?" The man's sword art was completely ineffective against Lambert. Lambert parried all of the man's rapier thrusts with ease, and despite going all out, abandoning all of his defenses, he couldn't even destroy Lambert's stance. "You're too slow and light. On top of that, your movement is way too linear. Although physical strength isn't something that you can get in a single night, your stance isn't steady enough if you want to go to the extreme with your sword art. That's the first problem that you must know." In response to the man's monologue, Lambert gave a free lesson by pointing out the other party's weak point. He went to give some pointers to the man while dodging the latter's attack, just like how he gave pointers to his subordinates in the past. But then, the man's soliloquy was mere venting. It didn't mean that he was asking for Lambert's guidance. "You bastard. Are you trying to mock me by saying that I don't even know the basics?" The man then readied his rapier from outside of Lambert's range, walking toward Lambert with gliding footwork. But this man, he doesn't seem to be the type that underestimates his foes. "Calm down. Remember that my sole weakness is easily getting pissed off by my opponent. Even my deceased father said so. I must make him underestimate me and bring him down with the secret skill passed down in our family." Multi-drill. Multi-drill was a rapier's special move. It was a skill that made use of the rapier's recoil when a thrusting attack was being defended by controlling its vector, using that recoil to empower the next thrust. In order to do that, the rapier couldn't just be pulled back after it bounced. The user had to spin their body too in order to make sure that no force was lost. In short, it was a counter skill that made use of the other party's defense. "Now, let's see if you can still say that I'm slow after receiving my secret sword technique." The man then thrust his rapier along with a shout. As expected, Lambert easily repelled that thrust, but the man pulled his rapier as he spun around at high speed, thrusting his rapier again toward Lambert. "It's a continuous attack, huh?" But he was still slower than Lambert as the latter easily parried that second thrust by diverting its trajectory with the flat side of his great sword. Even though Lambert managed to stop the supposedly secret attack, the man could still smile despite his failure. "Sure enough, you're strong, but that's your blunder." The man's rapier returned with even greater power than before. The most terrifying thing about multi-drill was the fact that its power would be doubled once the second thrust got deflected. And since it couldn't be stopped with defense, the only way to stop that was by dodging it. "Do you still think this is slow? Take this." Triple drill. The man's arms were creaking due to the burden put on his arms. But this was a battle to the death. He couldn't afford to lower his guard. He had no regrets as long as he could inflict some injury. But Lambert still deflected the third strike with the flat side of his sword. His hand didn't even flinch after receiving such a powerful thrust. At that moment, the man already had a bad premonition in his heart. He might be able to know the source of his bad premonition if he had the chance to ponder about this situation, but a battle didn't give him such leeway. Additionally, he had to think where each next strike would land. Quadra-drill. Against the continuous strike that seemingly could get stronger each time it bounced back, Lambert did nothing but defend against it. When it reached seventh drill, the man had finally realized that he had no idea where to attack anymore as all of his previous attacks had been blocked by Lambert. But still, he steeled his mind and just single-mindedly unleashed thrust after thrust. His arms had already numbed due to pain. The next one is definitely going to finish him off. The man had such conviction, there was no doubt about it. He was currently approaching the realm of Sword God. He could feel it. The way you step in is weak, and you're still way too slow. Your movements have also become way too linear and rough. I've told you before, but I shall repeat again. Your mental strength during the battle is way too weak. Lambert's great sword instantly crushed that man's transient dream. Although a strike with the flat side of his great sword toward the man's abdomen wouldn't kill the latter, the attack that interrupted the man's continuous strikes was enough to wake the man from his transient dream. Look, because of your weak stance, you got beaten back far too easily with such a simple attack. I'm possible. My attacks can't reach at all. The man staggered as his rapier fell from his hand. He fell on his knees and then onto his rear. Lambert sent a glance at the boy he carried on his shoulder, feeling slightly relieved upon finding that the boy was sleeping peacefully. Act 3-8, Temperature Balls Sorcerer 2. Chapter 8, Temperature Balls Sorcerer 2. Devil's Piper's Berserker. I won't overlook the cruelty you've committed to my brethren and subordinates. The man glared at Lambert while chewing his lips in frustration. I've told you that I'm not their comrade. Lambert turned around as he readied his great sword. A lightning bullet with purple-colored sparks was heading toward Lambert's back. He jumped to dodge it. The ground where that lightning bullet landed exploded, scattering sparks around. Nice dodge. It'll be better if you die immediately though. The one who sent that attack was a tall and burly old man clad in ceremonial clothes, with thick white gloves covering his hands. The most conspicuous thing about him was the cane in his hand that released golden light. 4 masked swordsmen clad in black robes lined up behind him. They wore white masks with holes for the mouth and eyes. The only thing different about those masks was the fact that each one depicted an expression of joy, anger, grief, or comfort. I did hear the rumor that there were strange fellas loitering around the back alley for the last few days, but to think that I could find you this fast. I'm Gildum from Devil's Piper. It's time to meet your maker, armored swordsman. As if to follow Gildum's instruction, the 4 masked swordsmen drew their swords. Each of them used their own unique stance. Lambert had no idea what that old man was talking about since he just arrived today. Lambert guessed that the one that the old man was looking for might be the mithril swordsman. Lambert sent a glance at that mithril swordsman behind him before looking back at Gildum again. I hear that your organization has been moving in secret for a really long time. I never expected you to easily introduce yourself like that. I find no problem with that because everyone who knows about me being a member of Devil's Piper has already been killed by these hands. The old man then pointed his golden cane toward Lambert. Oh heat, dwell in my hand. A small ball of fire appeared in the old man's other hand. The ball of fire released sparks, split into 2, and grew in size. Gildum's sorcery was the kind of sorcery that controlled the formation of gas ionization by using heat. That alone placed Gildum as one of the strongest control-type sorcerers. That heat ball, Gildum. No way, Gildum Janus in the flesh. The mithril rapier swordsman who lost against Lambert was shouting in surprise. Your acquaintance? Lambert asked the swordsman as he pointed with his helmet toward the old man. The man's lips crooked upon hearing Lambert's question. The man seemed to have recovered after a big loss against Lambert a while ago, but upon seeing that Devil's Piper was the one who ambushed them, he was finally convinced that Lambert was really not his enemy. Thus, there was no reason to keep being hostile toward Lambert. I know nothing about him. Gildum is simply one of the most famous alchemists in the kingdom who went missing. The reason I know his identity is because he's one of only 3 users of ionization heat sorcery. Rather, why don't you know about him? Gildum Janus. Originally, he was a famous alchemist. However, he saw that conventional methods wouldn't be able to allow him to witness the extremities of magic. Thus, he ended up joining Devil's Piper after being charmed by the depth that one of the 8 wise men, spinner of the truth, had reached, which could only reached when one abandoned normal means. Just 3? What about Telegates? Telegates was one of the alchemists of Makira's kingdom, the last remaining kingdom that participated in the 8 countries unification war. He was a man who spent his whole life creating magic formulae and theory for heat ionization. Not only did he develop it till it was ready for real war, but he also went on creating training methods and even made systematic learning programs down to minute details. Makira's kingdom's sorcerers were feared as 1 out of 10 of them could use enigmatic magic. This fact was boosted even further by introducing heat ionization to the other country. The opponent this time is a bad match for us. Armor Man. He's the user of heat ionization sorcerer, which is hailed as the greatest rearguard in terms of firepower. He has 4 vanguard to protect him on top of that. Bring that child and get away from this place. 1. No, I'll buy 3 minutes for you to escape as far as possible from this place. The man stood up, rubbing his left hand and wielding his rapier again. It's no. The man signaled with his finger toward Lambert, telling him to shut up before the latter managed to finish his words. It's not in my nature to have a debt of gratitude, but please grant me a single, last wish. Once you escaped from this place, Please find my subordinates who were hiding in this city, and work with them to apprehend Viscount Legale. They should be willing to lend an ear to you as long as you say that it's from Cruz, captain of Phoenix's A's 2nd Division. The man, Cruz, showed a daring smile as he spoke to Lambert. Ever since the event in which Devil's Piper almost destroyed Barra City, the royal family didn't dare to neglect the matter about that organization anymore. They mobilized the inspection unit, Phoenix's A's 2nd Division, to investigate the suspicious nobles around the kingdom. I see, best regards then. After he said so, Lambert gave the unconscious child to Cruz. Though Cruz was dumbfounded, seeing Lambert gesturing with his arm as if to tell him to hurry up, he caught the child. No, I mean, I'm the one who gonna stop there. Lambert gripped the hilt of his great sword and rushed in toward Gildoom. The 4 masked swordsmen jumped in front of Lambert to protect Gildoom. The 4 moved around, surrounding Lambert from outside of his attack range and aiming at him with their swords of various lengths. Beyond them, Gildoom swung down his cane. Become cinder. At the same time, he unleashed 2 red balls covered in crackling lightning. By the time Lambert faced the 4 swordsmen, he was already trapped inside a sorcerer's favorite tactic. The 4 swordsmen were berserkers made with organism sorcery, brainwashing sorcery, and drugs. Responding against the 4 skilled and mindless swordsmen while coping with a plasma ball that fired from afar was impossible. Even Cruz, someone with long experience of fighting against many swordsmen, knew that the 4 swordsmen were not small free. Their stances might look loose, but it made sense. When it came to melee, they moved erratically while maintaining their formation to kill Lambert in a few moves. Stop! You must escape! Cruz screamed toward Lambert. The next moment, the 4 swordsmen slashed at Lambert, aiming for his torso and head. Facing that, Lambert spun the great sword in his hands at high speed. The high-speed rotation of the sword created a gale and increased its sharpness to a whole new level. It was as if everything was going to be cut apart by that terrifying gale. Cruz, who had visual hallucinations of Lambert as a tornado, couldn't help but rub his eyes. Lambert, who crushed the vanguards in a single moment, then moved out to dodge the 2 red bullets. Both Cruz's and Gildoom's eyes opened wide in shock upon seeing Lambert's superhuman movement. Incredible! If I can't hit you with normal sorcery, then I have no choice but to use my precious treasure, Hound of Tindalos. Gildoom, the rearguard sorcerer who lost his vanguard, showed a vexed look on his face. Act 3-9, Temperature Balls Sorcerer 3. Chapter 9, Temperature Balls Sorcerer 3. My study of this is still incomplete, but it can't be helped. It's an emergency after all. Temperature ball, dwell in my hand. A white heat ball appeared on Gildoom's hand. Gildoom stepped back from the heat ball, striking the heat ball with the tip of his golden cane. At that moment, the purple lightning that covered the heat ball suddenly expanded. The expanding thunder then mingled with itself, forming a beast-like form. The shining, white ball then stayed inside the beast's chest like its heart. The lightning beast raised its head to the heavens as if raising a howl. That thunder beast. No way. It's alive? I thought you just created that impromptu form, but it's a pseudo-life form. Such haphazard magic is. Cruz, who stood behind Lambert, couldn't hide his shock. This beast should have been used during the 8 countries unification war, but, seeing Cruz's reaction, it seems Teslagoro's achievement has been forgotten. Lambert had experienced several fights against plasma beasts created by heat ionization sorcery in the past during the war against the Makiura's kingdom. Go, my hound, Tindalos. Corner him. He will reach the bottom of hell until his soul never feels peace. Gildoom swung his cane. The lightning hound Tindalos ran in a straight line toward Lambert. Each of the Tindalos' footsteps left small, scorched marks on the ground. Lambert dodged the lightning hound and closed in on Gildoom, but the Tindalos turned around at once and ran after Lambert. It's futile. The hound will chase you until you die. No one can escape from the plasma beast. Moreover, I have another one. Gildoom conjured a second Tindalos. The second hound howled to the heavens too, and then it rushed toward Lambert with its jaw wide open. And this will finish you. Off. Gildoom conjured a third hound. The third hound went toward Lambert from another direction, zeroing in on Lambert. The 3 Tindaloses surrounded Lambert. One of them opened its jaw as it closed in on Lambert. Lambert readied his great sword. He dodged the Tindalos that leapt at him, swinging his great sword toward its exposed abdomen. Tindallow's figure blurred for a moment, but it returned to its original form immediately. Its futile, physical attacks won't work against Tindallow's gaseous body. No matter how skilled you're with your sword, it's useless in front of heat ionization sorcery. You won't be able to fight them unless you're a sorcerer. Armored man, die. Lambert forcefully raised up his sword that already hit the ground below. The ground tore apart, raising the soil upward. After the storm of soil and slashes receded, the great sword's slash created a small fissure in the ground. Tindallow's, who landed at the end of that, stood right there, split in half from head to tail. The heat ball in its chest also split, and upon losing its core, Tindallow's began to fade away. That was the moment when the lightning beast was annihilated. Gildum's eyes opened as wide as saucers due to the unbelievable sight before him. His head couldn't catch up with what had happened a moment ago. Good grief, to think that I must use this cumbersome method. The second Tindallow's leapt toward Lambert. Lambert put more power into his hand which gripped his great sword, stooped forward, and jumped. Tindallow's and Lambert clashed. Tindallow's body exploded into countless particles of lightning as it collided with Lambert's organ. Engulfed in an explosion, the ground was shaved off in a circular shape. But Lambert stood right in the center of that circle as if not affected by the shock of the explosion. Maybe I should have just done this from the very beginning. Gildum's aged face walked in disbelief upon seeing the spectacle unfolding before him. Although almost all physical attacks didn't work on Tindallow's thanks to its energy body, making it explode into pieces was a simple matter. Although trying to hit the flame with one's fist sounded like a crazy idea, the wind pressure from the fist did affect the flame. Nevertheless, using a physical method to perfectly crush Tindallow's high-rank sorcery seemed to be beyond Gildum's understanding. Why is your armor still spotless even after receiving that much shock? How can you still remain composed even when you're standing right in the middle of an explosion? It's simple. This armor is simply far too tough for that small explosion. Lambert readied his great sword as he spoke, rushing toward Gildum as he finished speaking. The third Tindallow's desperately chased after Lambert from behind. But it couldn't catch up since the current Lambert was way faster than the lightning beast. In the first place, even if the lightning beast could catch up, it was bound to explode into pieces again when it clashed against Lambert. No way. This Gildum. I still want to solve the mysteries of this world with that person. If most are around the level of the likes of you, the people of the past, Tommy Leun already arrived at the answer a long time ago. How dare a lowly swordsman like you speak as if you... Gildum raised his golden cane. A giant heat ball conjured at the tip. The lightning formed from the heat ball produced a hemisphere with Gildum at its center as if trying to protect him. The extremely high density of ionization gas had turned into a lightning barrier. It was an extremely terrifying barrier of destruction which would turn any outsider who dared to touch it into cinders. But Gildum made a mistake. In short, this lightning barrier had also trapped him inside with no way out. The reason for this was that Gildum injected all the mana that was left in him to create an absolutely unbreakable barrier. But then, even if he could kill Lambert with this, he would be left completely defenseless after this. Sure enough. But then, the barrier would finally collapse when he ran out of mana. Although it was the strongest defensive wall, it needed a lot of mana to maintain it. Its fuel cost was simply too high. Think of something, Gildum. What can I use to escape from this predicament? It's only a matter of time before he kills me. Shall I try to beg him to spare my dear life? Gildum realized that he was only stalling his death by burning the rest of his mana. Anyhow, he had no choice but to work on his next plan. These guys must be itching to get more information about our organization from me. Although I have no intention of providing any information, I can buy enough time to think about my next plan. I still have the final trump card of Heat Ball Sorcerers. This is kinda like a gamble, but I guess I have no other choice. Gildum raised his face as soon as he made up his mind. And saw that the top part of the barrier had already cracked. The cracks spread on all parts of the dome, breaking along with the war cry of Lambert who swung his great sword. Gildum was completely at a loss for words upon seeing that scene. Lambert's great sword destroyed Gildum's barrier, descending like a reaper's blade and slicing Gildum in half from the top of his head. Each half of his body was sent flying to the side, and his golden cane fell on the ground. When its caster died, The heat ball which became the core of the last Tindalos vanished too, along with the beast who lost its source of power. Lambert looked at Gildum's corpse as he pulled out his great sword from the ground. I only intended to destroy the barrier though. Ha! Holding back is really hard. After slaughtering another precious source of information, Lambert could only heave a sigh upon realizing his failure again. Act 3:10, Laughing Clown 1. Chapter 10, Laughing Clown 1. I never expected that I'd be the one to be saved. But then, to think that a missing famous alchemist came out right from the get-go. Gildum's appearance really exceeded my worst-case scenario. So this is Devil's Piper. Ha! Cruz heaved a sigh while still holding on to the unconscious kid. Right before him was half of Gildum's body, sunk into his own pool of blood. Gildum's iron ass. How could a sorcerer of his caliber side with an anti-government organization, even though he shouldn't have any inconveniences in his life with the recognition he received from so many people? You over there, Cruz. You said that you're a member of the kingdom's army. Lambert called out to Cruz, who was still immersed in his own world. Who the hell are you? What's your goal? If it's someone of your caliber, there's no way that I don't know about you. And seeing that armor of yours which can repel Gildum's sorcery so easily, could it be? Let's set aside the matter about my identity for now. Since we have the same goal, you'll naturally learn my name soon. That should be enough for now. We're running out of time. We must see Viscount Legale's reaction and see whether he will try to ambush us or escape with his tail between his legs. That aside, I need you to tell me about something. For what reason did you come to this region? I want to keep that matter a secret. But I guess it's already too late now since I've revealed my identity to you. Cruz looked at the kid he carried in his hands. Viscount Legale's activity is way too conspicuous. Originally, we thought that he was not involved with Devil's Piper, but then we learned from the citizens that there's a mass abduction case running rampant in this area. Lambert had to agree since that said case happened right before him, twice. A little investigation around the slums had revealed everything. The large-scale kidnapping incident itself is already big news. And yet, there are no traces of the kidnapped children being brought out of this region. I mean, carrying tens or hundreds of children out of this region needs proper preparation, and those preparations must have left some traces. But we found none of that. On the other hand, the number of slave merchants in this area is really limited, and there's no sign of big spenders coming from outside of this region neither. Thus, we've been wondering where all those kidnapped children were taken. I see, that's definitely a strange incident. They had yet to find the reason why the lord of this territory kidnapped his own citizens. But there was no doubt that the members of Devil's Piper such as Gildum had already made a nest in this region. With such blatant evidence, it was clear that the ones who wanted those children were definitely from Devil's Piper. Viscount Legale was only executing the orders from Devil's Piper. The revolutionary organization is gathering children. I can only imagine that they're doing something nasty with those children. The first thing that came to his mind was the deed of Regio's kingdom's alchemist during the 8 countries unification war era, the sage Domileun. She massacred a few villages just to create her flesh golem. Anyhow, I'll take my subordinates along with me to return to the royal capital to relay this information and ask for reinforcements. I know that you're not an ordinary person, but don't act too reckless. We don't know what has been hiding in this region. The enemy will escape if we don't make our move as soon as possible. I'm more confused about the reason why you're doing that. You should have realized that they'll only bring more damage the longer you leave them to their own devices. Our enemy isn't a fool. I came to this region since I knew that the big shots of Devil's Piper, the 8 wise men, were hiding somewhere in this region. This is our only chance to bring them down. E8 wise men, they're not the kind of opponent that can be defeated in single combat. They're a living disaster. Didn't you hear about what happened to Barra City? That incident almost destroyed the entire Barra City, and the culprits behind that incident were one of the 8 wise men, Manzi the ugly old man of the Revenant, and a small number of his subordinates. Those people aren't something that can be defeated by a mere investigation team like us. The one who single-handedly subjugated that old man was the man who stood right before him, Lambert, but Chris had no idea about that. Although the heroic story of an undead knight riding a headless horse was circulating and spreading in Barra City, the outsiders who didn't see the situation firsthand would never believe such a story. The story that was widely believed was the version about the Lord's private army joining hands with the adventurers, only managing to end the crisis after countless sacrifices. Here I thought you've got some guts in you, but what a disappointment. Cruz could only clench his lips in frustration since Lambert's remark hit the sore spot in his heart. There's a difference between recklessness and bravery. I don't know what would happen if we alerted the 8 wise men. Moreover, our priority is to snatch the sovereignty from Legale and save the victims of the kidnapping case. Am I wrong? Lambert simply turned around without replying to Cruz. There was no use talking to Cruz anymore. Wait. Where are you going to go after this? Gathering information. I want to get the information about the whereabouts of the victims and the 8 wise men who came to this region. But Legale's private army has no idea about this matter. Devil's Piper kept this matter secret from them, and even if we manage to capture one of the members, they're extremely tight-lipped. My subordinates were currently investigating the matter of those vanishing children. They might be able to dig up something. Although we just met, I know that I can trust you with this information. I have no time to wait for the result of that investigation. Moreover, I've found a perfect target. Only an extremely cowardly human would prioritize his own safety over the secret. Despite knowing about Devil's Piper's plan, as if such a convenient person existed. It's Viscount Legale. I'll break into the mansion and directly interrogate him. Cruz couldn't say anything back for a while. He seemed to be pondering whether Lambert was joking or serious about his reckless plan. Cruz observed Lambert for a while, seemingly concluding something along the lines of "It seems he is serious about his plan." No, that's way beyond reckless. His mansion is basically a stronghold, right? There's a high chance that the members of Devil's Piper are stationed in the 2, or worse, you might even bump into one of the 8 wise men. I told you a moment ago, right? The 8 wise men are akin to a calamity. Each can single-handedly destroy an entire city. Lambert started walking again as Cruz shouted at him. Like hell, this Cruz of Phoenix's eyes will back down, leaving an ordinary person to handle the trouble. I'm going with you too. Cruz unsheathed his rapier with the other hand that wasn't holding onto the kid, only to see it fall from his hand in the next moment. His fingertips were twitching uncontrollably. The recoil from his battle against Lambert had started to kick in after the situation calmed down. Normally speaking, multi-drill was the kind of skill that put a lot of burden in one's arms. His arms were already screaming in pain when he used third drill. But Cruz, who thought that he would be killed by Lambert once he stopped his attack, kept going on to the 4th drill, 5th drill, and finally stopped at 7th drill. This kind of pain is nothing as long as I regroup with my subordinates who can use white sorcery. That's why. Please, that matter aside, I want you to return that kid over there to his family. Lambert left in a hurry after he spoke, leaving the unconscious kid and bewildered Cruz behind. Cruz was the second commander of Phoenix's Eyes. Although Cruz still had some room for growth, Lambert didn't have the leeway to babysit Cruz when he invaded Legale's mansion. Act 3:11, Laughing Clown 2. Chapter 11, Laughing Clown 2. A tall figure clad in full plate armor, Lambert, was entering Viscount Legale's mansion without a care in the world. Each of his footsteps left behind a bloody mark. Naturally, it wasn't his blood. It was the blood of Viscount Legale's soldier, who had tried to kill him for trespassing into the mansion. After entrusting the duty to take care of the poor child to Cruz, the second in command of the kingdom's inspection corps, Phoenix's Eyes, Lambert rushed into Viscount Legale's mansion just as he declared to Cruz. 3 soldiers stood in his way, pointing their swords toward Lambert. But the 3 of them were trembling in fear. Lambert approached with a nonchalant gait, slaying the first soldier and then the second one as if he was taking a stroll. The soldiers understood instinctively. They couldn't stop the berserk swordsman before them. At first, they laughed at Lambert, who was forcefully trespassing into the mansion. Viscount Legale, with his timid personality, had already considered such possibilities, so after working together with Devil's Piper, he strengthened the defenses around his mansion and increased the number of soldiers stationed in his mansion. Storming alone into such a guarded mansion was suicide. And yet, every soldier who dared to approach Lambert ended up as rust on his great sword. WHO, the hell is this monster? You two, do something to attract his attention. I'll use that opening to kill him. You understood, Captain Sodom? When the soldier behind the 2 shouted, the 2 in the front lunged toward Lambert. Where's Legale? Hand him over to me. Legale has betrayed Regio's kingdom, and protecting him means that you present yourself as my enemy," Lambert muttered with a plain, dull voice. "Stop fooling around." "We crossed the point of no return." The man called Sodom, who stood in the back, replied to Lambert. The two in front were flanking Lambert. "No matter how powerful this guy is, there's no way he can cope with 3 simultaneous attacks from 3 sides. I absolutely won't miss any opening." Slightly behind the two, Sodom trailed his subordinates without taking his eyes off Lambert. His eyes were wide open, trying to catch every single movement of Lambert. "I became the captain of Viscount Legale's soldiers by relying on my superior eyesight." "You're strong, but I'll show you how the weak fight." "You might be able to kill one, but I'm gonna kill you during that opening." Sodom tried his best to catch the movement of Lambert's great sword, but his target suddenly vanished from his line of sight. Where is he? The moment he thought this, a great sword flashed right in front of him, stabbing deep into his chest street. The great sword cut his flesh, crushing his bones. What? There, on the verge of death, Sodom saw that his subordinates had been sliced diagonally along with their shields, and blood was spurting from their cross-sections. Lambert kept advancing until he arrived at a spacious plaza, a row of soldiers already standing by in there, ready to stop him. There were about 40 of them. A tall man, though not as tall as Lambert, in the prime of his life, was standing in the center of the formation, carrying a huge battle-axe, huffing upon seeing Lambert. "How surprising! I heard that there was an intruder. To think that he really came alone." The man who wielded the battle-axe was the vice-captain of Viscount Legale's soldiers, Aldorn of Battle-axe. He fought using his tempered, giant battle-axe. But unlike what his appearance and weapon suggested, his combat style was actually quite refined. Although he usually used his raw strength to overwhelm his opponent, Aldorn's combat style was one where he waited for his opponent to make a slip and then delivered a counter that would instantly end the fight. "Armored swordsman, you might have the support of the citizens, but you made a big, fatal mistake when you raided the Viscount's mansion all by yourself, you know." The moment Aldorn finished his speech, all the soldiers around him also began mocking Lambert's stupidity. "You seem to be quite skilled, but in the end, you're just a muscle-brained idiot." Does he really think that he could defeat all of us and break into the mansion? "It seems some of our co-workers received violent ends at your hands. We'll make sure to repay the debt 100-fold. Or are you expecting that you'll get an easy death?" Lambert only spared a glance at the soldiers, and then he shifted his attention behind his back. The soldiers who were secretly following Lambert from behind had finally shown themselves. "I don't know what you people are trying to do by following me in secret, but to think that it's for the sake of using your superior numbers to surround me and cut off my escape. Indeed. Unfortunately for you, armored swordsman, you cannot survive with power alone," Aldorn informed Lambert with a condescending tone. He was the one who had come up with the plan to besiege Lambert. Aldorn's strength was top-notch amongst his peers, but outside of combat, he also excelled in tactics and strategy. "You people, don't hold back." "You managed to raise our morale, but playtime is over. We're going for the kill," Aldorn ordered his subordinates. "Why yes, Vice-Captain Aldorn. You mustn't show any mercy to this guy. Honestly speaking, we should catch and torture him until he reveals his identity, but this man is way too dangerous." "Kill him with everything you've got," Aldorn ordered his subordinates. Aldorn was a wise and powerful warrior, not one of your typical knights who only cared about pride. Thus, he didn't hesitate to concoct a plan to surround Lambert with soldiers to kill the latter for sure. Even then, Aldorn didn't dare to cut corners with his tactic. He went all out to prevent any chance for Lambert to survive the siege. Following Aldorn's order, all the soldiers charged at once toward Lambert. Maybe because he guessed that the intruder had already been dealt with, Aldorn turned around, huffing. "After you kill him, make sure to reveal his identity. Do you hear me? Let's make an example of his family for the other." But then, his voice was cut off by a thunderous explosion. The ground broke open, turning upside down due to the terrifying impact. Numerous soldiers were thrown lightly in the air, The movement of the soldiers stopped for a moment as they were completely taken aback by the events happening right in front of them. But they recovered immediately and leapt toward Lambert with the intention to kill the latter as fast as possible. Lambert's greatsword moved as if it was alive. Every single swing of Lambert's greatsword tore open the floor and sliced the soldiers along with their armor as if cutting tofu. Every single swing of his sword was like a reaper's scythe that would kill anyone who dared to approach. The slain soldiers were thrown back, blood spraying from the cross-sections of their bodies and dying upon landing. When all of the second team had been slain, the third team couldn't make their move. Lambert advanced quietly toward the mansion, passing by Aldorn and the rest of his subordinates, who stood with dumbfounded looks on their faces, yet to recover after seeing the scene of slaughter. Act 3:12, Laughing Clown 3. Chapter 12, Laughing Clown 3. Lambert walked along the passage in Viscount Legale's mansion. Since the defense became stronger the deeper he advanced into the mansion, he was almost sure that Viscount Legale was right there at the end of the passage. Even if the other party had prepared a secret passage to escape, tracking him down shouldn't be a big deal. According to the information that he gathered from the slums, Viscount Legale was a fat man. There was no way he could escape for that long from Lambert. As if that wasn't bad enough, the person, who already hated to leave his mansion since it was too troublesome, had grown even fatter since he almost never left his mansion nowadays. Judging from the mansion's design, it should be around this place. Lambert unleashed a roundhouse kick with his organ-covered feet, easily pulverizing the door. And then, amongst the scattering wood splinters, he saw a girl wearing a mask and a thin man wrapped in noble clothes. Although the man wore luxurious clothes, there was a clear hint of fatigue on his face. His cheeks were sunken, black spots were speckled under his eyes, a sign of sleep deprivation, and his appearance caught Lambert's eyes. Around the man were the subordinates of Viscount Legale who saw Lambert's rampage along the way. The masked girl was sitting in the innermost chair, legs hanging down on the place that should be used for sitting and looking down on the thin man. The soldiers screamed upon seeing Lambert. "An intruder? No way. I figured something must have happened below since they were being so noisy since a while ago, but the intruder has actually arrived. Be careful, The masked girl shrugged her shoulders as she looked at Lambert and then clapped with her feet. Viscount Legale's soldiers are truly useless. Should I just send those useless fellows to Tietenberg? Please spare us. Look Sama. WWE really can't help you more than this. I never knew such a repulsive thing was happening in my territory. I mean, I really am not the one who spread the information. That's why, please go away. The thin man trembled again as he placed his hands on his head as if frightened by something. Huh? Are you telling us to withdraw when the inspection team comes? Hey, you can actually use money to solve such trivial matters, right? Are you stupid or what? Are you looking down on us? Now you say that you want to go back. Legale-chan, you know what's that mean? Reggie please. I beg you. Please leave at once. Seeing that scene, Lambert had pretty much grasped the situation. The thin man was indeed Viscount Legale himself. Although said man was rumored to be overweight, Lambert heard that he almost never left his mansion since some time ago, so it was only natural that no one knew his current appearance. He guessed that Viscount Legale lost so much of his weight during the span when he stayed in his mansion due to the stress in dealing with Devil's Piper. Well, I guess I'll have to deal with the intruder first. Listen carefully. I'll help you just this once to take care of this mess. Use the time until I'm done with him to think carefully about your decision. You know what's gonna happen if you betray us, right? The girl sprung upward as she spoke and landed right in front of Lambert. She leaned forward, glaring at Lambert. Welcome to this grumbling and worn-out place, intruder-san. Well, it's not like this mansion is mine though. Aha, you're from Devil's Piper. Ha 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 ha, that's right. But I'm not just your average Joe, you know? I'm also one of the 8 wise men of Devil's Piper. Look. Blame your bad luck for raiding the mansion on the day I came for a visit. The masked girl named Luluk placed one of her hands on the ground and kicked at Lambert. Lambert blocked the kick with his great sword. The sound of a metallic clash resounded thrice within a moment. But Lambert didn't even budge an inch from where he stood. Luluk hit Lambert's great sword with the bright red cane in her hand, while at the same time kicking the floor to get out of Lambert's range. To deliver such a kick with such a petite figure, your body has been tampered with, huh? Lelouch glared in silence at Lambert. Before she completely became part of Devil's Piper, Lelouch was the living subject of an alchemist division that kept the matter about human experimentation from the royal family. For that reason, she had such terrifying physical strength despite her petite figure. In addition, as a result of the prolonged experimentation they did on her body, her bodily function ceased and her growth stopped. That was the reason for her childish figure despite having long since passed the age of a maiden. That alchemy organization had been already burned to the ground by the Church Inquisitor. They went as far as to try to dispose of Lelouch and others, but she was the only one who managed to escape their grasp. After years of accumulating achievements in Devil's Piper, she became one of the 8 wise men. Ahaha, it seems you're more powerful than my expectations, but I don't think that you can win against us with only this level of strength. Lelouch twirled her crimson spear as she spoke, drawing a perfect circle. Heed my call and come to this world, dancing guillotine, portal scissor. A magic circle was deployed as soon as she finished her aria, and then, a giant scissor with 3 eyes on each of its blades appeared from its center. Summoning sorcery, how troublesome. Aha, since you're quite sturdy, I was wondering whether I should get more serious. Moreover, I won't lose when it comes to sturdiness. I'm not in the mood to flirt with a young girl though. Her portal scissor moved around Lambert at an extremely fast speed while spinning in midair. Caught in between the portal scissor that could move freely at will and Lelouch whose close combat skills had long since surpassed the realm of a normal human, it wasn't rare for such a two-pronged attack to fail. But Lelouch was cleverly moving outside of the portal scissor's range. She felt something was off the moment Lambert defended against her 3 kicks with ease. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Lelouch moved right to Lambert's side, completely sandwiching the latter in between her and the portal scissor. At that moment, the portal scissor entered Lambert's weak spot. The moment she thought this, the portal scissor was knocked to the ground, completely pulverized by his great sword's might. The broken splinters of the portal scissor were scattered about and vanished. No way, how could he counter an attack from that angle? Lelouch leapt back the moment she detected danger. But Lambert had already arrived in front of her, slashing down at her with his great sword. She kept jumping back and managed to dodge Lambert's attack by clinging on the wall. Aha, that was a close call. But then, I'm still uninjured. The next moment, a long crack formed on Lelouch's mask. Lelouch traced the cracks on her mask with her finger. I managed to dodge his attack, but if he was any closer, I would have died for sure. This Lelouch-Sama, the close combat specialist even amongst the 8 wise men. I'm not interested in flirting with you. But since you're one of the 8 wise men, today will be your last day. Act 3:13, Laughing Clown 4. Chapter 13, Laughing Clown 4. Aha! I'm just a little surprised since it's been a really long time since someone managed to exterminate Portal Scissor. Should I fight more seriously now? Lelouch spoke as she skillfully twirled the crimson cane in her hand. 4 magic circles appeared around Lelouch. Heed my call and come to this world. Malice's silhouette, Malice doll. Abominable constraint, Lock, prideful scale, demon judge. Red eyes, Dread ball. 4 spirits materialized from the 4 magic circles. The 4 figures that appeared were a female doll with unkempt hair, crying black tears from her eyes, a watch with eyes on its rim at regular intervals, a golden scale with a demon head ornament in its center, and a striped ball with an opening in its midsection and an eye peeking out from within. Doll, watch, scale, and ball. However, it's been a really long time since the last time I used this pattern. Even though you'd have had a swift and easy death if you were killed by Portal Scissor, you will regret making me go all out. Lelouch glared at Lambert as she readied herself, twirling her cane as she spoke. Malice doll, Lock, and Demon Judge started to surround Lambert. 4 spirits, I've fought materialized spirit before, but just like their appearance, the sorcery they use, unique traits, make the fight even tougher. In short, they are extremely troublesome spirits. Lambert looked at the 4 spirits. Lock, and Demon Judge kept repeating the act of moving closer then moving away from Lambert as they surrounded him. The smallest and fastest amongst the 4, Malice doll, moved around randomly while laughing creepily. Dread ball flew randomly along Malice doll. The spirits had dominated the space in the room. Malice doll's eerie laugh resounded inside the room. The demon head ornament of Demon Judge laughed along with Malice doll. Oojing your value. From here on, This sparse is under my ruler. Demon Judge spoke as it laughed. No. Get away from me. Ahhh. The dread ball flickered and then appeared above the head of the screaming soldier before swallowing his head. When the midsection opened again, the eye was still in there, but the head of the soldier was gone without a trace. The dead, headless body of the soldier crumbled to the ground. Nbit W. What the hell are those monsters? Liluk-sama, please stop those monsters. Get away. I don't want to die yet. Inside the room that was overflowing with monsters, Viscount Legale's soldiers screamed in terror. Liluk sprung up as Dreadball flew closer to her, landing on its body with one leg. Dreadball hung in midair as Liluk was riding on it. Dear audience, this is my performance. Liluk of the Laughing Clown, one of the 8 wise men. Be aware that I cannot guarantee your safety during the performance. Liluk declared this as she spread her arms. At that moment, Malice Doll, Lock Clock, and Demon Judge closed in toward Lambert at once. Malice Doll laughing creepily, and Demon Judge said to Lambert, "Kaya ha 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 ha, behold my fearsome spirits. Can you survive the situation which renders your prized brute force useless?" Lambert turned around as he slashed with his great sword, drawing a giant circle which sliced off the arms that were approaching. He beheaded the doll's head and decapitated the Lock Clock's body in just a single swing. The blade that was swung had also sliced the demon head of Demon Judge as it entered Lambert's range. And lastly, the great sword smashed Demon Judge's body into the floor. The 3 spirits turned into countless particles of light by the end of Lambert's attack. What happened? Liluk kicked Dreadball, jumped back as if trying to get away from Lambert. Dreadball followed along, moving beneath Liluk. Liluk's feet landed on Dreadball again, only to kick the latter again and jump back even further. She quickly landed on Dreadball as she got closer toward the wall. Why, you must be kidding me. For me to be pushed this far. Liluk unintentionally cursed loudly. She stooped forward, breathing heavily. Just now, I would have surely been cut in half had I withdrawn a second later. Liluk could only feel relief for a moment. That relieved feeling created a gap in Liluk's train of thought. And Lambert closed in toward Liluk right at that moment. Liluk raised a shrill cry as she retreated in a hurry. Her feet kicked the Dreadball, becoming her scaffolding. Between Liluk and Lambert, Dreadball became the target for Lambert's great sword. Liluk looked up at Lambert's great sword as she stooped down. Having sliced the Dreadball, Lambert's great sword was now falling toward Liluk. Liluk bent her body even further to dodge Lambert's slash. The descending blade grazed Liluk's head. That alone was enough to smash Liluk's face right into the floor, shattering the mask that was covering her face. But then, that wasn't all. The residual force made her body bounce back, falling again on the floor. Lambert didn't miss such an opening, stabbing with his great sword into her body. Fresh blood sprayed like a shower the moment his great sword penetrated her. Gaha! Are you kidding me? Just who in the hell are you? Liluk muttered this with a feeble voice as she touched the sword's blade that penetrated her body. And just like that, the wall behind Liluk crumbled down as Lambert put his weight into the stab. When Lambert pulled out his great sword from Liluk's body, Liluk began to fall while raising a death wail. Act 3:14, Laughing Clown 5. Chapter 14, Laughing Clown 5. After the rubble settled, someone crashed to the ground. Lambert lowered his great sword and turned around to see Viscount Legale. Did you manage to kill Liluk? Light returned to Viscount Legale's haggard look as he asked that question. Looking at the mountain of rubble from the hole in the collapsed wall, Lambert ignored the other man. Viscount Legale only agreed to cooperate with them after he heard from Earl Orbeck that Devil's Piper would definitely destroy Region Kingdom. However, it seemed Viscount Legale had become fed up with the cruel nature of the organization's members. As if that wasn't enough, Liluk even spread Devil's Piper's influence in his territory, making her the de facto ruler of Viscount Legale's territory. Although it wasn't the kind of cooperative relationship that he imagined in his mind, Viscount Legale was scared shitless and ended up being nothing more than their lackey. And to make matters worse, he couldn't rely on the royal family either since he had already chosen to side with the revolutionary organization. At this point, it was already too late for him to wash his hands. So he really had no idea what to do. The reason for this was the death of Liluk, one of the 8 wise men, so he had no idea whether this event was good or bad for him. Viscount Legale had to expel Devil's Piper to regain control over his territory and protect his neck. Viscount Legale thought that he should kept his relationship with Devil's Piper vague, but there was a problem. Devil's Piper's revenge aside, the biggest problem for him right now was how to seal Lambert's mouth. Viscount Legale prostrated immediately. There was no hesitation at all. Viscount Legale's soldiers were bewildered. Swordsman Dono. The truth is, the Devil's Piper, hijacked my territory. If not for your timely help, we will. Viscount Legale spoke to Lambert. His face was covered with tears and nasal mucus. His soldiers looked at him with dumbfounded looks on their faces. From the very beginning, Viscount Legale has been the one who invited Devil's Piper. He just paid for his own mistake of being unable to control them. He just got rid of the part that was inconvenient for him and covered it with made-up lies. The way he insisted that he was the victim had already reached the realm of art. Even the soldiers were averting their gazes since their lord's deeds and actions were beyond shameless. In fact, they even started to think that there must be a few screws loose in their lord's brain. Viscount Legale wasn't blessed with talent as a lord, but he was a master of shifting responsibilities to others when it came to protecting his own life. Please, Swordsman Dono. Your skill is something that I've never seen before in my entire life. Some members of Devil's Piper are still hiding around the territory. Please cut them down and save this territory. Lambert's helmet finally turned around to face Viscount Legale. Don't worry, it's my duty to exterminate them, but I cannot guarantee your life. What? But why? I'm even prostrating to you here. If you have any last words, I'm all ears. Tell all the information that you know about them. Make it brief. Viscount Legale was completely dumbfounded. He was even surprised since never in his dream would he hear such a blatant death sentence. Fine then. Since that's what you want, kill that armored man immediately. Viscount Legale screamed frantically. Lambert unhurriedly pointed his great sword toward Viscount Legale. Seeing that, Viscount Legale grumbled on the spot. He even still had the gall to crawl with his arms to get away from Lambert. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. What other choice did I have? It's not my fault. One of the soldiers approached Viscount Legale with a timid look on his face. Viscount Sama. What is the crest that appeared on your forehead? Viscount Legale twitched, then he touched his forehead with a trembling hand. I feel sorry for you. That's the secret art of Belfi's kingdom's Hudo tribe. It's invoked the moment you decide to betray them. Your death is purely due to your own stupidity. During the 8 countries unification war, Belfi's kingdom was always known for its internal power struggle since immemorial times. Betrayal and killing blood relatives happened every day. Thus, it was a kingdom that was well known for its relentless self-protection. Amongst that, the Hudo tribe manipulated curses by using bugs as their intermediary. This was extremely useful for the royal family since they could train their bugs to kill the host from the inside upon detecting subtle emotions from the host. Nevertheless, this curse had its own defects. It was often wrongly triggered. In the first place, something like betrayal prevention wasn't such a convenient method. In addition, some parties who hated the tribes falsely accused them by saying that the accidental mistriggering was intentional. There was even a case in which an entire family was executed since there was no way to control them. Belfi's kingdom was famous for its sorcery, but it was amongst the first one to fall mainly due to their sorcery. After the downfall of Belfi's kingdom, the generals of various countries who regarded their sorcery as dangerous executed the entire tribe, burning all of the books containing their technique. Thus, they wiped out their existence from history along with their technique. Even though the technique was incomplete, it was nonetheless a useful technique. In turn, it was quite dangerous. The generals even came to a conclusion that the royal family of Belfi's kingdom might have used the technique on their own vassals. That sorcery will kill you for sure. Legale, did they give something to your body, whether from the clown or anyone else? But well, that's a trivial matter at this point. Now tell me everything you know about them. Once you're done, I'll help you to die as painlessly as possible. Lambert approached Legale, pointing his great sword toward the latter. Legale's eyes opened wide. No, I don't want to die. Please remove this. Take this out. No. Stop. Someone please stop Thayers. He frantically tried to tear off the skin on his forehead. Blood spilled out from the wound, and the meat of his forehead was also scraped off. But the magic circle shone as bright as before. No. There's a way to stop this. Ah, really? Lambert nodded to Legale. By beheading you. Viscount Legale rampaged on the ground as he bawled like a child. Shaken up by their lord, the soldiers were too shocked to do anything. What did I do? What did I do? Tell all the information that you know about them quickly, Lambert shouted. But Viscount Legale ignored him. He suddenly stopped moving and fell on his back. Color drained from his face. After that, his body convulsed for a few seconds, and he started blowing white bubbles from his mouth. Viscount Legale's eyes moved around. From his torn forehead, a giant bug with numerous legs crawled out from inside. El Legale Sama. The giant bug fell from Viscount Legale's body and crawled toward the dumbfounded soldiers around. Hey, stop. Lambert jumped in front of those bewildered soldiers and slashed the bug. Although the giant bug's legs were still moving a while after its body was cut, it ceased to move immediately. It seems they've perfected the technique. As he spoke, Lambert looked down on Viscount Legale's corpse. The traces of his brain being torn apart from the inside could be seen from the hole where that bug crawled out from. Green-colored liquid which smelled like rotten blood was also flowing out from that hole. The same fluid excreted from his nose, mouth, and eyes. And then, Lambert's eyes moved away from Viscount Legale's corpse, looking toward the mountain of rubble beneath the crumbled wall. The position of the rubble was different from before. There were additional traces of blood. Lelouch managed to get out from under the rubble and fled during Viscount Legale's fiasco. Letting her fall down was a mistake. I tried to get information from Viscount Legale rather than confirming her death, and yet, I ended up missing both. The enemy has escaped, and the information source has been silenced too. I failed to manage my priorities. It's not like I don't know that many sorcerers were persistent creatures who stepped out of the boundary of humans to preserve their lives. Did I get too conceited? Lambert returned his great sword to its scabbard while criticizing himself. Lambert couldn't deny the fact that he let his guard down since the sorcerers of this era died way too easy compared with the sorcerers of the 8 countries unification war. That era was an extremely chaotic era in which the sorcerers who were supposed to die turned out to survive in ways beyond everyone's expectations. It was a scene in which the sacrifice of many great soldiers was for naught. Even Lambert stopped treating the sorcerers of that era as humans due to their outrageous madness. I'm sure that I stabbed her internal organs. It should have been impossible for her to move around in such a condition. Did she receive assistance from her comrade or her spirit? Anyhow, I'll crush her head for sure in our next meeting. Act 3:15, Laughing Clown 6. Chapter 15, Laughing Clown 6. You lot, fess up everything you know about Devil's Piper. Give up resisting. You've been abandoned by them. Lambert turned around and shouted toward Viscount Legale's soldiers. After seeing how Viscount Legale had died and his corpse, the soldiers willingly surrendered themselves to Lambert. The sound of their weapons clashing to the floor resounded inside the room for a few seconds after that. After all, they had seen with their very own eyes how Lelouch, one of the infamous 8 wise men, had been brought to the brink of death by the armored man before them. Fighting against the one who'd beaten Lelouch wasn't even an option for them. They exchanged looks with each other, and then, the one who was seemingly the oldest amongst them, a middle-aged man, spoke. We heard that the royal family's soldiers were investigating this territory, but we never expected to meet one this fast. The figure of a smug man wearing a mithril helmet, Cruz, the second commander of the royal family's investigation army. Phoenix's eyes resurfaced in Lambert's mind. The one that the middle-aged soldier referred to was Second Commander Cruz, but he was currently occupied with the child Lambert had entrusted to him and was thus unable to come. Lambert had no idea what the other man did after that. Nevertheless, Cruz wouldn't be able to help even if he came along, since his arms were still injured after the battle against Lambert. Indeed, their commanders aren't lenient people. Now fess up while you can. You're his subordinate. Impossible. The royal family army is this powerful? The soldiers asked Lambert with flustered voices the moment they realized that he was only a subordinate. Thus, the stock of the currently injured Cruz skyrocketed in Viscount Legale's soldiers' minds. Devil's Piper. has been using this territory as the testing ground for their alchemists. And Viscount Legale received a promise of high status in exchange for his cooperation after they overthrew this kingdom. Though they planned to move after everything was set in place. It seems they're speeding up their plan following Earl Orbuck's case. The middle-aged soldier finished his story. I see. Naturally, there was no way they could hide from the investigation of the royal family's inspection army after providing the testing ground for the alchemist. But then, Viscount Legale might be in a hurry to cut off his involvement with the organization after realizing that the organization's existence had been revealed earlier than planned, thus resulting in the organization being regarded as dangerous by the kingdom. Where's their testing ground? It was a race against time. The Devil's Piper members who had learned of Viscount Legale's death would be quickly preparing to escape. He had to kill as many of Devil's Piper's sorcerers as possible, even if it was just one more. If it was a small testing ground, there would be quite a few of Devil's Piper's sorcerers. Lambert had found them. Finally, this was the best chance to take them down en masse. Tietenberg. It's a small town called Tietenberg. Originally, it was a city built next to a mine, but it was abandoned, becoming a gathering place for poor people and slave laborers. The reason for this was that the few enchanted gems mined in there couldn't counter the poisonous gas that lingered in the mine. Lelouch and her underlings made their base there. But in my opinion, it's better not to approach that place. Viscount Legale Sama was the very definition of an egotistical man. He only ever cared about his own well-being. Even when many workers died due to the poisonous gas in Tietenberg mine, all he said was then send in that useless bunch who resides in the slums to make profits. In the end, he failed to make a profit even after making so many shady deals behind the scenes. Even before he colluded with Devil's Piper, Viscount Legale was by no means a good lord. He used his authority to establish a crude, poor policy of capturing and selling his own citizens as slaves to make up for the taxes, thinking that his act wouldn't reach the kingdom's inspection team. Nevertheless, Viscount Legale Sama once came to visit Tietenberg when it was already under Lelouch's control, and he refused to eat anything for a while after he returned from that place. You saw it too, right? The haggard face of Viscount Legale Sama? He was originally a fatty, and yet he lost so much weight after visiting that place. The middle-aged soldier was looking at the miserable corpse of his former lord. Although Lambert had been really surprised when he found out that Viscount Legale was a skinny person, unlike the rumors, as it turned out he'd only lost his bulk after visiting Tietenberg. He'd always wanted to sever his connection with Devil's Piper after what he saw in Tietenberg, but alas, he failed. The 5 soldiers who accompanied the Viscount to visit Tietenberg back then lost their minds upon returning. And one of them even committed suicide. Ever since then, we never wanted to know what happened over there, nor did we want to hear about it. That place, Tietenberg, is a cursed land. Tietenberg, the resting town for the miners, has turned into a testing ground for Devil's Piper. Naturally, there was no reason for Lambert to not visit that place. He, who had lived during the 8 countries unification war era, was long since used to seeing the disastrous scenes of sorcerers' atrocious experiments. He was sure that he would find several sorcerers of Devil's Piper like Gildoom, who used heat ionization sorcery, in Tietenberg. If he played it right, he could even reduce Devil's Piper's war potential by a great margin. Moreover, he could create a great disturbance in Devil's Piper if he managed to destroy the research data. That place is my next target, then. And while I'm at it, let's find the escaped Lelouch too. There was a high possibility that the sorcerer who used the Hudo tribe's secret art, the Dark Inheritance from the 8 countries unification war, was residing in Tietenberg town. Lambert couldn't let them go at any cost. But a town, it's still way too big for me to cover alone without being discovered. But still, he didn't think that he could recruit a proper combat force in this land. Although he could take Legale's soldiers with him, he didn't think that they would have the motivation to visit that place. The soldiers, who couldn't go against their lord, were surely being forced to assist their lord in terrorizing his own citizens. Otherwise, they might receive corporal punishment. Moreover, though Devil's Piper had killed their lord, they saw him as having just reaped what he'd sown. Anyway, all of them were already trembling just from hearing the word Tietenberg. Cruz said that his subordinates were coming too. Cruz's face appeared first in Lambert's mind. The one who should investigate Viscount Legale was him. Since Viscount Legale was working alongside Devil's Piper, Their judgment should be left to crews. It would be for the best if they were willingly providing the information. That was Lambert's intention. He was definitely going to drag them with him no matter how much they hated that. Act 3:16, Malicious City of Alchemists. Chapter 16, Malicious City of Alchemists. Teutoburg City was a small town right next to the mine in Viscount Legale's territory. The deserted city positioned near the mountain was packed with buildings and only had a population of around 800 people. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it a slightly large village with more facilities than a city. Originally, this place was made by Viscount Legale for the poor to live the rest of their lives as miners. Naturally, it wasn't included in the kingdom's map and had underground facilities that many people didn't know about. That was the main reason why Devil's Piper was aiming for this city. Since the main facilities of Teutoburg were located beneath the ground, the buildings that were built above ground were rather sparse. There were no tall buildings to prevent it from being seen from afar, although the city had a simple watchtower for the guard. It was just built for show. In fact, it was in a worn-down state. For this reason, even if someone found Teutoburg from afar, they wouldn't feel like stopping by. A red-headed youth walked along the simple streets of Teutoburg. He wore a small robe, and a pocket watch was hung around his neck. He was pushing a wheelchair, in which sat a girl with an intelligent look on her face. The girl was grinning at the youth upon realizing that the latter wore a gloomy expression. "Big brother, the scenery around this place might be boring, but it's still much better than the underground. That place makes you depressed in various ways, after all." "You're right, Elise-chan," the youth replied with an exhausted voice. Elise was the name of that girl. In the end, Lelouch was nothing more than the go-between for Viscount Legale and Devil's Piper. The true ruler of Teutoburg was none other than one of the 8 wise men of Devil's Piper, the unidentified alchemist, Spinner of the Truth, the Angel of Death. The alchemists' organization under his rule was doing large-scale experiments by using the children they gathered from Viscount Legale's territory. The red-haired youth, Alanti, was originally just an ordinary alchemist, but then, Devil's Piper set their eyes on him due to his incredible achievements despite his young age. His weird uncle, who was deemed as weirdo that no one in his family could understand, said, "You're chosen by God." By the time Alanti noticed, he was already involved with the mysterious organization that only existed in rumors, Devil's Piper, with no way out. Since he couldn't put up with human experimentation, he only provided support with hypotheses or the construction of magic circles. The only living being that he experimented with was a small monster called Frog. He also never went into the area where the others were experimenting with human beings, but since he was administering an unknown drug from time to time, having mysterious a magic circle tattooed on his body, he came to understand that he was also one of the lab rats of Angel of Death, and the treatment he received was by no means a rare treatment of Angel of Death. Although he was disliked by the other members of Angel of Death due to the difference in values, he felt that the vice leader, Tony Lair, seemed like he had some sort of expectation of him. The other members who once tried to mess around with him ended up being slaughtered by Tony Lair himself. Nevertheless, that didn't mean that Alanti had a good impression of Tony Lair. Clad in a rugged robe that hid his entire figure, Spinner of the Truth could only see the situation from afar. That person was nothing more than a monster in Alanti's opinion. In fact, it felt like Tony Lair was the real leader of the organization. It was rumored that Spinner of the Truth didn't have to move his hands since he had a perfect memory and could create all kinds of magic circles from memory. In addition, Tony Lair said that the chief never did his human experiment in front of others since it was too cruel, even by an alchemist's standards. In short, no one actually knew what the Spinner of the Truth actually did. He didn't even share the fruit of his research with others. Since he only entrusted the job of disposal and preparation of his experiments to Tony Lair, the meaning behind Spinner of the Truth's actions and what he thought was only known by Tony Lair and the person himself. For this reason, though Alanti suspected that the figure in a rugged robe might be just another creation of sorcery, or Tony Lair himself was the real Spinner of the Truth, he didn't dare to voice his doubt. Alanti valued the lives of others. Thus, he was disgusted by the members of Angel of Death. And yet, he was a member of that very same organization. Though the pursuer was going to kill him immediately if he dared to escape from Teutoburg, he was somehow granted with the authority to walk above ground with the children who became experimental subjects such as Elise. The children, whose only solace was when they were out with him, ended up growing fond of him. For Alanti himself, this stroll was the only solace he had in this maddening, human testing ground. Otherwise, he might have lost his mind a long time ago. Big brother, do you know when I'm going to die? Elise asked such a question to Alanti. As one of the organization members, Alanti was too embarrassed to answer. The human experimentation they carried out in Teutoburg was separated into those who died immediately, and those who were dissected alive after putting them under observation for a while. Elise fell into the latter case, and thanks to the effect of the drug and strange magic circle, she lost the ability to walk on her feet. Are you worried about me? It's okay. I won't let them kill you, Alanti replied with a feeble voice. It was a promise that he would never be able to fulfill. After all, Tony Lair never compromised when it came to research. And though Tony Lair showed unnatural favor toward Alanti, he clearly would get rid of Alanti once he knew that the latter was a hindrance to his research. And even if he gave his all to let Elise escape, he doubted they would be able to reach the next city before they got captured by their pursuer. And Elise knew of that fact more than anyone else. Even if he was safe on his own, there was still a chance of failure. Either way, I'm going to be killed. So I want Big Brother to be the one to end my life. Elise looked at Alanti's expression after she said this, and then she smiled as if to deceive him. Sorry, forget about it, Big Brother. The uncomfortable silence continued on for a while. Elise was looking into Alanti's eyes, and then her eyes opened wide. Big Brother, X. As he turned around, Elise touched her cheeks with her fingers. Alanti reflexively touched his own cheek and knew that there was nothing there. Elise shook her head, something that she rarely did nowadays, and showed him a genuine smile instead of a laugh. Come on, pick me up. Elise stretched her arms from her sitting position. Although Alanti had no idea what she was thinking about, he still brought his face close to her, and then, Elise kissed him lightly on the cheek. Lies. This is just a selfish wish of mine. But please don't forget about me, Big Brother. Alanti couldn't even bring himself to smile back at the little girl who was forcing a brave smile. Act 3:17, Embodiment of Different Dimension 1. Chapter 17, Embodiment of Different Dimension 1. Cruz, the commander of the 2nd Division of the Kingdom's Inspection Force, the Phoenix's Eyes, was leading 10 of his subordinates, heading toward the area around the mine in Viscount Legale's territory. Cruz-sama, are we really going to that place? Cruz's subordinate, a black-haired swordswoman named Frey, asked this with a doubtful look on her face. Why yeah, it should be okay, at the very least. I know that he's not our enemy. That man is the one who asked me to take care of the child. Moreover, I also saw with my eyes how easily he slayed the underlings of Devil's Piper. Cruz replied this, albeit while chewing his lips in frustration. The trace of chewed lips could be seen from the gaps in his mithril. The thing that I want to ask isn't that. I mean, you realize too, right, Cruz-sama? I'm prepared to give my life for the kingdom. But this, don't you think that fighting against those people is way too reckless? It's not reckless. Killing even one of those lunatics can save hundreds of innocent citizens. Yes, this is by no means dying in vain. Ryuk alone is enough to act as our messenger. Cruz spoke as if he came to terms with that. Since Cruz-sama is really serious about this matter, allow me, your attendant, to accompany you till death do us part. But, are you sure that we aren't jumping in recklessly? Cruz didn't deign a reply. Just when I think it's another watchman, it's you guys, eh? Well, this is a nice coincidence. Calling out, a tall man in full plate armor approached Cruz and company. There were traces of blood on Lambert's great sword. Things went back to a few hours ago. Cruz, whose arms were injured after a duel with Lambert, found the parent of the child who was forced on him. Later, he asked Frey, who was in charge of Phoenix's Eyes White Wizards, and received emergency treatment on his arms. He went with the assumption that they were always under their enemy's watch in this land. This kind of emergency treatment might save his life. Normally speaking, letting it heal on its own was ideal. But he didn't have such a luxury. Although there was no comparison on the physical strength of a swordsman and a sorcerer, Gildum the Alchemist was clearly leagues ahead of Cruz. And although it didn't mean that all of their enemies were of Gildum's league, there was no doubt that all of them were unreasonably strong men who hid their strength. Moreover, The 8 wise men who lurked in this territory were definitely a few leagues above that already monstrously powerful Gildoom. Kusama, I wonder what kind of enemy you were fighting against for you to have such injuries on your arms. Your muscles were snapping apart. It was as if you were meticulously tortured. Frey raised such a question as she looked at Cruz's arms with a worried look on her face. About that, it's just a little. Well, actually, I thought I was going to win, but no. He turned out to be an extremely terrifying fella. In the end, Cruz couldn't bring himself to tell his subordinate that the injury was the result of his own recklessness in using a technique that put too much burden on his arms, aiming for a reversal against an innocent swordsman. We're right on the money, or should I say that we're a bit too late. I mean, this territory was already under the control of Devil's Piper. They're not the kind of opponents that scouts like us can deal with. I should order every member of Phoenix's A's to raid this territory, but I'm afraid that they were already gone by the time we arrived. And the traitor is Viscount Legale, right? Although not the most prominent noble, I never expected that he was willing to go that far. Originally, their duty was to confirm the rumor from the peddler merchant. Yet, never in their wildest dream did they expect that they would face a large number of Devil's Piper sorcerers. They decided to have an emergency retreat, even if it meant they had to give their enemies a chance to flee from this territory. But then, a chance of meeting with that man changed everything. In his head, Cruz recalled the figure of a man in full plate armor, who declared that he would march into Viscount Legale's mansion by himself. At first, he thought that man was joking, but after he calmed down, he realized that the man in full plate armor might really have marched into Viscount Legale's mansion by himself. And now, he imagined what kind of development was going to unfold if the man in full plate armor truly did what he said. In addition, he considered that it was already too late to retreat at this point. We must meet up with the tall man in full plate armor. That man will surely lend his hand if I tell him that I want to destroy those guys, and we definitely will not become a hindrance for him. Seeing that he had to keep his dignity as the captain in front of his subordinates, he couldn't bring himself to tell the truth. There was no way he could tell his subordinates, who polished their skills day in and day out to protect the kingdom, that their skills were far behind those of the man in full plate armor. He swallowed his embarrassment. He had to do that to keep the morale of his subordinates. Cruz's own dignity was also mixed in it. A swordsman, on par with Kusama. That's even more reason for Kusama's right hand, to ascertain it with my own eyes. Yeah, you're right. Cruz could only give an ambiguous reply to Frey, who looked like she was filled with a sense of mission. And then, they heard the sound of loud footsteps approaching their position. When Cruz and Frey turned around, they saw the figure of a tall man in full plate armor standing right there. Cruz recognized the identity of the other party at first sight. The other party was the one who saved his life, after all. Who are you? Frey had guessed that Lambert wasn't ordinary. A scabbard appeared in front of her and stopped her from drawing her sword. He's the one who I was talking to a while ago. Frey, let go of your hilt. He's not our enemy. Part of it was because he had no idea what the other party would do if he didn't stop his subordinate. Thus, Cruz tried to stop Frey from acting recklessly like he did when he met Lambert for the first time. So it's you. My apologies for the discourtesy. Looking at Cruz's state, Frey decided to step back to give some face to her superior. Seeing that, Cruz heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life back then. But as expected, rushing into Viscount Legale's mansion by yourself is too reckless. To be honest, I'm really glad to see that you're not doing that. Your sense of justice is something praiseworthy, even in my eyes. But you must stop such reckless actions that will only result in your death. A few hours had already passed since Lambert parted ways with Cruz. Thus, it was normal for Cruz to think that Lambert had cancelled his plan to raid Viscount Legale's mansion. And then, Cruz continued on. Armored swordsman, do you want to work together with us? With your strength, the 2nd Division will be. I failed. Or should I say that they beat me by one step? Viscount Legale had already died due to those people's curse. One of the 8 wise men had escaped too. I became overconfident and lost this precious chance. Even if just to secure the 8 wise men, I should prioritize one of them. Being too greedy and chasing both resulted in me losing both of them. Cruz's lips crooked as he looked like he had no idea what Lambert was talking about. Please wait a minute. It might just be my imagination, but the way you spoke, It's as if you just returned after raiding Viscount Legale's mansion. Cruz raised his hand, interrupting Lambert. But Lambert had no intention to stop, just continuing to speak. But I managed to secure some information. First is their base. It's a small town right beside the mine, Tietenberg. It's the den of dozens of Devil's Piper's sorcerers. We should be able to deal great damage to Devil's Piper's war potential by killing them. Dozens? The numbers aren't the problem. Most of them might be slightly weaker than Gildoom. That's the same as dozens of Gildoom, right? At this moment, Cruz imagined the scene in which dozens of Gildoom unleashed heat balls and summoned numerous terrifying plasma beasts. At that moment, he realized that the hell that he went through until now was child's play compared to this. They're a bit troublesome, but we have no other choice. You can leave them to me, so are you willing to lend me a hand to finish this job? Cruz stepped back, mouth wide open as he looked at Lambert with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Just like Cruz, Frey, who had no idea what they were talking about, was looking at Lambert as if wanting more explanation. Act 3:18, Embodiment of Different Dimension 2. Chapter 18, Embodiment of Different Dimension 2. Since most facilities in Tietenberg were built in the cave or underground, it almost became a ghost town with many buildings on the surface left vacant. And today, there were 50 sorcerers lined up outside of that desolate-looking town. To be honest, I have no idea what Liluxama is really scared about for her to act hysterically like that. Even more so when she told us to escape while bringing as much research data as possible. Standing in the middle was a slender man wearing a black suit. He was Tony Lair, the vice leader of the alchemist organization Angel of Death, which was based in Tietenberg town. Since no one aside from Tony Lair ever met in person with their leader, the sage spinner of the truth, Tony Lair was the de facto leader of this organization. There's no need to worry about the kingdom's soldiers because they won't move anytime soon. Right, my adorable dolls. After saying this, Tony Lair looked at the handsome youth in butler clothing who stood on his left. Standing on his right was also a handsome youth in the same clothing. As if they had no mental functions at all, their eyes had already lost their light. The youths were the slaves gathered by Tony Lair as part of his hobby. Some children who didn't fulfill the criteria for the experiment were refurbished by Tony Lair. He broke their minds and turned them into obedient puppets who only obey him. Naturally, anyone who regained their will was sent to the laboratory immediately. Tony Lair was licking his lips, caressing the youth's cheek as he revealed a nasty smile on his face. At that moment, one of the sorcerers from Devil's Piper rushed toward Tony Lair, reporting, "Tony Lair-sama, we discovered around a dozen swordsmen surrounding Tietenberg." The tip of Tony Lair's lips rose up the moment he heard the news. 10 dogs, and normal soldiers on top of that. Ah ha 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 ha. What a joke. What are they trying to do now? Committing suicide. Since this seems to be the case, let's make this job easier for them. He clapped his hands. The other Devil's Piper sorcerers laughed alongside him. Listen to me, gentlemen. Sooner or later, the kingdom's soldiers and church inquisition will eventually march to this place. But the leader of our Angel of Death, Spinner of the Truth, said that it's not the time to fight them yet. We must leave this land, Tietenberg. But escaping without offering any resistance will only make that royal family look down on us. Tony Lair spread his arms and started preaching. Thus, let's give those kingdom soldiers the nightmare of their life. No, a mere nightmare alone isn't enough. Let's turn this area into a nightmarish hell. Bending back and forth, he raised his hands to the sky as he made a grabbing motion. We, the proud Devil's Piper, know not of betrayal. And yet, the poisonous bug in Viscount Legale activated. WHO made a contract with US actually dared to betray US. Since that's the case, let's commit a massacre in his territory. This is neither tyranny nor an atrocity. This is our punishment for a betrayer. We will postpone our escape until the church army arrives and bring down retribution in Viscount Legale's territory, exposing his deal with US for everyone in the kingdom to see. We will withdraw when they come, but not without leaving a goodbye gift for them. As the one who used the curse on Viscount Legale, Tony Lair knew very well of its defect which might trigger the curse's activation due to complex human emotions. Even the curse that he used on Viscount Legale was more like an experiment to see the usability of the curse rather than to prevent Viscount Legale's betrayal. But of course, The thing he wanted the most was to commit mass slaughter in this territory, because even if Devil's Piper was in cahoots with a few nobles, they couldn't just leave the fact that they caused mass slaughter in this territory after they killed Viscount Legale, who turned into a hindrance for their plan. Because if they did so, the other nobles who were allied with Devil's Piper might switch sides and ally with the kingdom again. But that was a completely different case when Viscount Legale was the one who betrayed them. After they committed mass slaughter in Viscount Legale territory, they could use this fact to prevent the betrayal of the other nobles who allied with them. Let the kingdom and its citizens know this. Let them know what we, Devil's Piper, are capable of. It seems the damage caused by one of our 8 wise men, Manzi the ugly old man of corpse, to the city of adventurers was far from enough to warn the kingdom. Honestly speaking, old man Manzi should have returned after he turned all the Barra citizens into undead. Yet he failed in his duty. Now it's our chance to create the second wave and declare war against the kingdom. The overly enthusiastic sorcerers raised a cheer. The only ones who didn't react to Tony Lair's fervent speech were the handsome youths who turned into his mindless slaves. Another 3 youths with butler attire ran toward them from another place and then stopped in front of Tony Lair before giving a cold bow to the latter. Master, Alanti-sama might be planning to use this chaos to escape. He seems to be hiding the experimental body too. My beloved Robic, don't worry about him. Did I not tell you before that Alanti-kun won't participate in this operation? But this is an emergency situation. I understand your worries. You worry that he might steal something and vanish with it, right? Don't worry about it. Alanti-kun will never escape. And even if he gets caught in the battle, he won't die. Although you never see it due to his obedient nature, he's a genius when it comes to sorcery. Anyhow, even I have no choice but to endure his antics for the sake of our future development. That's why it's better to not bring him here. The edges of Tony Lair's lips rose upward as he made a really creepy smile. Alanti-sama won't escape. I have no idea why you are so sure about it, but I guess I have no choice but to trust it since Master is the one who said so. Now I can finally feel at ease. But how unusual for you to worry about Alanti-kun like that. We're just trying to eliminate any kind of possible hidden danger in your plan, Master. This is just my conjecture, but Alanti-sama must be a VIP, right? Tony Lair bent forward, still with that extremely creepy smile on his face as he took a closer look at the youth's face. You're mistaken, Robic. You're bound by my technique and have no other choice but to obey me. Yet, the idea of Alanti-kun, who you always think of as someone in a similar situation as you, escaping and finding his own happiness somewhere is unacceptable, right? Am I wrong? Tony Lair scanned the youth's face as he licked the latter's cheek. I understand your feelings, Robic. Your ugly desire for everyone else to suffer is what we call envy. Don't worry, Robic. No one can ever hope to escape from me. Even when Tony Lair was licking his cheek, Robic didn't even bat an eye. Even when his real thoughts were read like an open book, he didn't seem to be surprised at all. Or maybe, such an emotion had already been stripped off from him. Tony Lair stretched his body again as he laughed loudly. Well then, gentlemen, no one's gonna stop us. Let's raise a storm in this land. Let's create an unforgettable nightmare for those kingdom soldiers. Tony Lair-sama, there's something that I want to tell you. One of the sorcerers of Devil's Piper ran in a hurry toward Tony Lair. Is something the matter? Habane-sama. The Berserk Warrior squad led by Habane-sama is. Habane Dono made his move first. Well, those kingdom soldiers might have already been wiped out. I wanted to catch them and torture them slowly, but I guess Habane Dono is faster than me in this regard. But then, I think that bringing the Berserker warriors to battle those weak kingdom soldiers is simply overkill. Tony Lair revealed a bored look on his face. Habane was one of the sorcerers of Devil's Piper. He was a member of Angel of Death who specialized in depriving humans of their ego, thus creating berserkers whose physical limits had been removed. The Berserker squad led by him was composed of experienced swordsmen with overwhelming life forces and terrifying power. Although their sword skills were at most second-rate, since their intelligence had already been removed, they could overwhelm master swordsmen with brute force. I guess that Basker is too stupid to even think about capturing those soldiers. Come to think of it, something seems amiss about Habane Dono in your report. It seems no one was left alive on our enemy side. Good grief. He put our plan into disarray. Tony Lair spoke as he heaved a sigh. No. They were annihilated. The Berserker squad led by Urbane Dono has been annihilated by a squad of Kingdom soldiers. What? That's impossible. Are you sure about this? Why yes. Even though the Berserker squad approached with strong momentum, they were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The enemy has already invaded Teutoburg. Act 3:19, Embodiment of Different Dimension 3. Chapter 19, Embodiment of Different Dimension 3. Leading the 2nd Division of Phoenix's Eyes, Lambert had already infiltrated Teutoburg. Their targets were the 20 sorcerers of Devil's Piper who were lying in wait. The majority of the soldiers from Phoenix's Eyes had already lost their horses. Some horses escaped when they were injured, and some died while protecting their masters from incoming spells. That was just how desperate their situation was. The fact that none of the Phoenix's Eyes members died during the battle was already a miracle itself. Even the sorcerers of Devil's Piper, who only had to unleash their spell toward the fast-approaching Phoenix's Eyes, were baffled by the other party's situation. That was because there were only 11 members in the 2nd Division of Phoenix's Eyes, including their captain, Cruz. With the addition of Lambert, there were 12 of them. And yet, the number of sorcerers prepared to intercept Lambert and company was almost double that. What are they? How can they advance while looking so composed? The sorcerers muttered as they looked at Lambert's party with doubtful looks on their faces. Even from the perspective of the sorcerers from Devil's Piper, who were already regarded as madmen by today's standard, Lambert and Go's current condition was too creepy. Go, O braves of the kingdom, show your loyalty through your sword and slay the kingdom's enemies. Lambert's war cry resounded throughout Teutoburg. His charisma perfectly captured the heart of Cruz's subordinates, making it easier for them to accept him as their temporary captain. And as if reacting to Lambert's war cry, the soldiers, including Cruz, raised their swords to the sky and shouted, "Don't let those creeps get close to us. Take them down with ranged attacks. Target the one who leads them." That tall fella in full plate armor. One of Devil's Piper sorcerer called out to his surroundings. The sorcerers swung their canes, firing lumps of ice and fire toward Lambert. Lambert brandished his greatsword as he ran forward, destroying the incoming missiles. Lambert erased countless magic bullets that were fired toward him. Hey, they're not slowing down. Stop talking and keep firing. Don't let them get close to us. The magic bullet fired toward Lambert intensified, raining down like a torrent. But then, even that was far from enough to land a hit on Lambert. But then, even if one of those magic bullets managed to land a hit by some sort of coincidence, it wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on Lambert's organ armor. This time, I'll split their force in two. We're going to repeat the previous tactic at that time. Lambert increased his running speed as soon as he said that. This action flustered the sorcerers of Devil's Piper. Lambert wouldn't miss such a chance. Lambert swung down his greatsword as he raised a war cry, cutting down the other party who was lining up in horizontal formation. Lambert's charge attack hit numerous sorcerers, sending them flying into the air. But it was still followed by a loud scream. 3 unfortunate sorcerers died on the spot, their bones pulverized by the strength of Lambert's charge. Their corpses fell down at unnatural angles, crashing on the ground like sacks of potatoes. Frightened by Lambert, many sorcerers ran for their lives. Follow me. Catch them all. The soldiers of Phoenix's Eyes followed Lambert's order and started the operation to catch the escaped sorcerers. Although the sorcerers of Devil's Piper might be able to put up a good fight by using the difference in numbers in this frontal clash, they ended up shrinking in fear in front of Lambert, who was closing in while unleashing his miasma. A man landed on top of the head of the sorcerer who was trying to escape from Lambert. He was none other than the man with the mithril helmet, Captain Cruz. It isn't my style to kill the enemy who has lost their fighting spirit, but you guys are too dangerous to be left to your own devices. Cruz kicked that sorcerer's head and jumped toward the next sorcerer. He didn't wait for the other party to swing their cane. He stabbed the other party's forehead with his rapier and turned around, removing his weapon and using the residual force to stab into the chest of the one who tried to attack him from behind. Although Cruz handed over the chain of command to Lambert, his sword mastery reached a whole new level after being cornered in the deathly battle and tasting a defeat in his battle against Lambert. Lambert charged into the enemy's formation and crushed their fighting spirit. Although the sorcerers who tried to escape had to face the swordsman of Phoenix's Eyes first, the latter already knew what they needed to do to counter the sorcerers. In the blink of an eye, The escapees who rushed toward the direction of Phoenix's A's were annihilated. The kingdom's forces finally got the chance to take a breather. They were already desperate for the chance to come out alive from this battle. Anyone injured? Please come to me for healing, since we don't know when the next batch of enemies will arrive. Swordswoman Frey was calling for her comrades. The one who bore a deep wound was propped by the other soldiers walking toward Frey. Although Lambert was observing their condition, he noticed immediately that Chris was walking toward his direction and facing the latter. What's the matter? I was already half prepared to die like a dog, but I never expected that we'd gain the upper hand against them. To think that we can put up a good fight against those infamous Devil's Pipers sorcerers. Nevertheless, it was only possible since you did the heavy lifting. But still, Cruz expressed his heartfelt impression as he sung the others' praises. I personally wanted to kill every single one of them, and yet 4 of them ended up getting away. Make sure that you kill all of them next time. Tell this to the other soldiers too. Why yes, I see. Lambert managed to crush half of the sorcerers by himself and apparently still felt that it wasn't enough. Armored swordsman. Just who in the world are you? The fact that I've never heard about a swordsman of your caliber until I met you is clearly unnatural. Moreover, you led me and my subordinates to victory, displaying ability beyond common sense and having the power of those who stand above others. You surpassed me, who was entrusted to lead a unit of royal capital, in every single aspect. My name is Lambert, one of Regos Kingdom's 4 demon general, Lambert de la Croix. Cruz then smiled wryly after a momentary silence unfolded. I see. The reason why I can't win is because my opponent is the famous great hero of the 8 countries unification war. No. My apologies for trying to pry into your identity. Cruz took Lambert's introduction as a joke, since Lambert himself had gotten used to that kind of treatment. Whenever he introduced himself, he could say his name without any worry. By the way, armored swordsman, I mean, Lambert Dono. The moment Cruz said this, he felt an overwhelming killing intent from Lambert. Cruz, who was exposed to that killing intent, paused and then retreated back. Ah, sorry. Did I somehow made Eureka? Lambert suddenly turned around and charged toward Cruz. Cruz couldn't dodge in time, but Lambert shoved him aside, causing the former to roll on the ground 2 meters away from his original position. What the? Cruz stood up immediately while pressing his flank. At that moment, he saw a giant pillar of fire arise from where he was just moments ago. That giant pillar of fire now enveloped Lambert. The flame that struck Lambert then expanded and then exploded, shaving away the ground around him. Cruz was taken aback. If not for Lambert shoving him away, he would definitely have died from that ambush. A armored swordsman. First is one, good grief, to think that I had to come in person just to take care of 1 unit of the royal capital's soldiers. They're just a little bit better than small fries. Cruz unsheathed his rapier and turned around toward the direction where that pillar of fire came from. It came from a black hole that appeared in midair. A ghastly dragon head, whose entire body was covered by a mirror, came from inside that hole. A ripple then appeared on the fluid surface of the mirror. Below the black hole was a woman who spoke with a listless voice. No way, armored swordsman. Because of me, Cruz muttered this as he stared absent-mindedly toward the center of the shaved ground which was covered by mist. Don't worry about me. Warn your subordinates to stay on guard. When the smoke dispersed, Cruz saw Lambert's figure standing in his place, unperturbed by the previous spell. Act 320, Embodiment of Different Dimension 4. Chapter 20, Embodiment of Different Dimension 4. The ghastly dragon whose body was covered with mirrors then descended from an oval-shaped hole in the air. The black hole in the air faded away along with the figure of the dragon. To think that you survived the fire of Drafir of the mirror world. Interesting. The silver-haired woman was looking at Lambert with her eyes wide open while licking her lips. Enchanted metal. Moreover, the best amongst them is organ. With that kind of metal covering your whole body, and the fact that you survived Drafir's fire, it must have extremely high purity. To be able to move while wearing that is truly the description of a mobile fortress. Oh, organ? The one who was shocked upon hearing the woman's remark was Cruz. Organ was an extremely rare metal. It could only be created in the center of a place with an extremely high density of magical power, but only a handful of organ was ever found. Nevertheless, organ, which the said handful was worth enough for a man to spend their entire life in luxury, was already mined en masse even before the 8 countries' unification war. In this era, almost all organ had already been mined. There was an anecdote that the only amount left was beneath the area that had already become the den of dangerous magical beasts. And for armor, you must have used a lot of organ. Armored swordsman, just. Who in the world are you? It's the proof of our loyalty. Lambert pointed his great sword toward the silver-haired woman. Sorry to let you down, but I'm quite strong, you know, swordsman-san. I want to overlook you since you seem to be an extremely interesting person. But Lambert completely ignored the girl's remark. Seeing the other party didn't even flinch, the silver-haired girl heaved a sigh. My name is Alias. Most people know me as personification of the spirit world or queen of the mirror dragon and tremble before me. Don't underestimate me just because you survived one of my small-scale attacks. Despite my looks, I can raise an entire city if I go all out. You're just a heretic. But I must show my manners too. My name is Lambert de la Croix. When I was a captain, I took down an entire castle by myself. Don't expect an easy fight from me. The moment he said this, Lambert made the first move. He closed the distance between him and Alias in just a moment. Contrary to your appearance, you're unexpectedly quite a humorous person. But I guess I don't have to hold back if you really are the legendary hero. Alias raised her arm. 4 magic circles appeared in the air, which gave birth to elliptical holes in air. And then, the heads of the mirror dragon Drafia appeared from each elliptical hole. I can increase the number of spirits of the mirror realm, which can appear in this world by offering an appropriate amount of my mana. But honestly speaking, they're quite similar to each other, you see. Are you wondering whether they're just reflections? But Drafia's breath and claws aren't just illusions for me, you see. 4 of Drafia's heads opened their mouths and faced Lambert. And then, a brilliant red light was fired from each mouth. Goodbye, legendary hero's armor. Do you really think that I have no way to bypass the defense of your armor? The hellfire from the 4 mirror dragons' heads converged at once. Alias was still clicking her tongue. Drafia's fire easily drilled holes in the ground. Thus, no matter how tough Lambert's armor was, he had no choice but to fall into the hole that formed beneath his feet and would still die from the impact of the fall. And even if he didn't die from the impact, Alias could bury him alive by filling the hole with other spells. That was Alias' aim, a double trap. But Lambert stamped the ground with his feet, jumped in the air, and maneuvered easily in the air by adjusting his center of gravity with his armor and great sword, dodging in between the gaps in the breath attack of mirror dragons. His movements were agile and nimble, as if he didn't wear that full plate armor. Lambert ignored the explosion behind him, heading straight toward Alias without even looking back. Even Alias could only look dumbfoundedly at Lambert's movement that had already reached the realm of art. And no way. Are you really that traitorous legendary hero? Seeing how easily the other party dodged the supposedly sure kill attack, even Alias started to accept that it wasn't a mere coincidence. But this isn't over yet. I'm going all out now. Alias spread her arms. Elliptical holes appeared in midair again. But this hole was much bigger than the previous one. The previous holes were only around 1 hine, about 1 meter, while the current hole was around 5 hine. In addition, the head of a much bigger Drafia appeared from within the hole. Dragons of the mirror world have different concepts of existence when compared to the creatures of this world. That's why few of them can exist at the same time. Even increased to the limit of my ability. Alia's eyes were bloodshot, which was followed by a nosebleed. The blood vessels on her face were throbbing as if it was on the verge of exploding. It was the side effect of overusing her mana. It's not just the scale. A single attack from this Drafia is faster than a lightning bolt. Do your best to dodge it. The entire head of the giant Drafia rippled. Its mouth emitted an extremely bright light. The blinding light was fired toward Lambert. Lambert swung his great sword. Lambert's great sword and the Drafia's flame clashed in the air, resulting in a brilliant explosion. And then, Lambert stood right in the center of the explosion, uninjured as usual. The flame fired by the giant Drafia was split in half by Lambert's great sword, exploding far behind him. And no way. How can you slash that beam? Alias muttered in astonishment. Yes, Lambert did the impossible. And yet, that impossible feat was performed right in front of Alias' very eyes. I guess I shall retreat for now. See you again, self-proclaimed Lambert. A gentleman should never refuse a beauty's invitation, you know. The air behind Alias distorted, and another Dreyfia's head appeared with its mouth wide open as if trying to eat Alias. This was Alias' last trump card. She used the mirror dragon to forcefully teleport away. Upon entering the Dreyfia's mouth, she would enter the spirit world along with the Dreyfia. Then, she would be released to a different place in this world. She had to use a special barrier to protect herself in the spirit world. Although the mana consumption was too much for her who had already overextended herself, it was the most powerful escape method. And due to her extremely vigilant personality, it was literally impossible to do anything to Alias as long as she stayed in this space. Lambert roared as he leapt forward, swinging his great sword. The vertical slash cut apart the face of the Dreyfia, who was about to swallow Alias. Ripples spread on the surface of the Dreyfia's head, but it was sliced in half. The Dreyfia raised a death wail from its vertically bisected head as its figure started to blur. It was sucked into the hole behind it. All that was left from the Dreyfia's bisected head was Alias' corpse. Alias died with a shocked look on her face. Sorry, but I'm an impatient person. Act 321, Flander of Human Furniture 1. Chapter 21, Flander of Human Furniture 1. We are one of Devil's Piper 8 Wiseman, spinner of the truth. I existed nowhere. We had already freed ourselves from the shackles of flesh. Our existence was solely to do research, spinning the truth. Thus, we were eternally young, immortal, and also indestructible. No one could disclose our identity. The research record in this city had already become part of me. At this point, this city had already become useless to me. From the very beginning, this kind of place was nothing more than disposable land. A long time ago, my master excommunicated me as a good-for-nothing failure beyond help. But that was his mistake. We were modified by my master's sorcery, gaining time to spin the truth. We gained what many sorcerers failed to achieve and died in the process. And we were the only one who achieved this amongst numerous disciples of our master. We had already surpassed our master. Now that we had already divulged our plan to overthrow the kingdom to Viscount Legale, we couldn't stay in this land for too long. But we still had something to do in this land. Even if Tony Lair called us madmen who only cared about research, we unexpectedly found value in ephemeral pleasure. Moreover, we had to bring down the hammer of justice on those people who dared to infiltrate this place. The red-haired Alanti was running along the street of Teutoburg City, pushing the wheelchair in front of him. Sitting in the wheelchair was one of the girls who became the test subject, Elise. Although it was his daily duty to take the test subjects strolling above ground, he didn't do that for his duty today. We have to use this chance to escape from this place even if it's just a little bit further. Stop, big brother. You don't have to take me with you. Leave me here and save yourself. Elise spoke with a trembling voice as she pointed ahead of her. Alanti used the riot to free all the captured children and escape from the underground research facility. But it took quite some time due to Elise's disability. Since the other children had no reason to wait for them, they escaped first. Big brother, are you deliberately letting them escape first? You are actually far more powerful than the other bad sorcerers, right? Elise spoke with a trembling voice. What would happen to them if they were discovered by Angel of Death? There was no way Alanti wasn't scared of them. They were definitely going to be killed once they got discovered by the other members of the organization. Alanti himself had no idea whether the two of them could escape from this place or not. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford for the other children to get caught, so he did everything to at least guarantee their safety by staying behind with Elise. The vice leader of Angel of Death, Tony Lair, had already noticed Alanti's abnormal behavior. Even Elise knew that Tony Lair was actually looking down on the so-called Kingdom Army. There was even a rumor saying that Tony Lair dissected living children while humming a song. She could pretty much guess that Alanti had already been marked by Tony Lair, seeing how the latter gave special attention to the former. To begin with, what are you doing right now, big brother? If it's you, you should be able to join the ranks of the other baddies. The moment Elise said so, she noticed the wry smile on Alanti's face. She then realized that if Alanti joined the other sorcerers, Elise would be left alone, and the people who could bring her, with her disabled legs, along to leave this place were gone. Even Alanti had pretty much realized that the Angel of Death people had already noticed the fact that the children had escaped. After he snapped out of it, he realized that Elise was right. He could escape by choosing another escape route. Tony Lair, who received the news of Viscount Legale's death, made a speech to the sorcerers of Angel of Death. In the end, They're just samples. We should have some time till we confirm the truth, but, well, it can't be helped, right? Everyone, dismantle this place immediately, leave some corpses to scare them, and kill all the samples that we've yet to touch to prevent them from looking down on us. Tony Lair had no intention to keep the children alive. At that moment, Alanti decided to make his move. He had to take the risk no matter how slim their chances to escape from the city. It's okay, the Kingdom Army has entered Teutoburg. The kingdom is finally making their first move. We just need to go to them and ask for asylum. Easy and simple, right? Indeed. Right. In fact, he knew that the one who came was nothing more than part of the investigation squad. There was no way they would be able to match the sorcerers. He didn't even know whether they really had already infiltrated Teutoburg. But Elise's expression was frozen stiff when she turned around and saw Alanti's face. Elise stayed like that for a while. But then, she rubbed her eyes. Elise-chan, big brother. What are those? When Alanti turned around, he saw 3 bodies running in their direction. Their appearance was simply grotesque. They had no arms, and bandages were coiling around their body. Their eyes were also covered with bandages, and there were scribble-like eyes drawn on it. There were numerous tubes affixed on their heads. One of them was bent in the form of a chair, with a man whose head was covered in a jute bag, crossing his arms as he sat on top of the said chair. By the way, the same scribble-like eyes were also drawn on the part that covered his head. In addition, the man was also wearing the same Angel of Death's robe just like Alanti. It's time to play. Alanti-chan, Elise-chan. Tony Lair-san has been looking for you. Please come back obediently since it's dangerous outsider. Flander. He was one of the Angel of Death alchemists with a huge bounty on his head. Flander Frankfurt. Everyone knew the name of Flander of Human Furniture. Once upon a time, 100 people disappeared for no reason in just 1 year in the royal capital, which was famous for its good public order. In the end, all those missing people were found in the basement of the inn owned by the famous white sorcerer in the royal capital, Flander. Some of the victims were famous adventurers. Despite their tragic state, all of them were alive. Some of them who were taken under the kingdom's protection died in the span of a few weeks since no one knew how to take care of them after their bodies got altered into such grotesque forms. Finally, all the victims were put to death by the Inquisition Squad in the form of mercy killing. Back then, even the Inquisition Squad, who had always been criticized for their extreme measures, wasn't criticized for their actions. Currently, Flander was hiding himself in Devil's Piper and belonged to Angel of Death. Don't even think about running away since you know that there's a story about me loving to kill fleeing children. RGHT. Sorry Tilda, Elise-chan. I actually don't wish to become a cold-blooded murderer either. Look, I never actually killed anyone, including my victims in the royal capital. RGHT. The ones who killed them are those fools. How dare those idiots destroy my work of art that I finally managed to finish. Damn it. To think that we met Flander of all people. Alanti, who focused on Flander, suddenly felt pain in his hands. He suddenly lost control of his hands and pushed Elise off from her wheelchair. Elise, who couldn't resist, was thrown to the ground. Elise-chan. Why did I? Big brother, run. Please. The other children need your help too. At this rate, everyone's going to be killed. But I think you'll be able to save them. The reason for their current situation was that Alanti refused to abandon Elise, despite the latter telling the former to abandon her. Alanti chewed his lips as if preparing something and took the cane strapped on his belt, pointing it toward Flander. Big brother, no. Elise screamed to stop Alanti. Alanti turned around and flashed a cramped smile at her. Don't worry, I'll be okay. I'm a genius after all. That's the reason why they brought me to this place. That's why. Don't worry about me. Hey, this ain't the time to smile. How can a young master who joined under the recommendation of the noble to whom we were indebted act so conceited? The only reason why Tony Lair gave you such attention was that your face is that bisexual bastards type, you know? Are you by chance misunderstanding your position? Listen, a long time ago, nobles would bring their beloved daughters on a long journey just to introduce them to me. That's what you call a real genius. Flander was trembling non-stop as if he was laughing at Alanti. Nevertheless, you know what? That said daughter got kidnapped after being healed by me and became one of my pieces of art. Act 322, Flander of Human Furniture 2. Chapter 22, Flander of Human Furniture 2. Alanti-chan, you've assumed that I won't kill you, right? Then you're correct. I don't want to anger Tony Lair-san, after all. But are you forgetting the fact that I'm a white sorcerer? I don't actually have to bring you back in a human form, you know. Flander swung his arms, pointing his finger at Alanti. At that moment, one of the three grotesque, armless humans rushed toward Alanti. They were running at a speed that surpassed that of humans. Don't go too hard on him, desk. Shelf, you go and survey the situation. Flander used human furniture. There were three grotesque-shaped beings around Flander. The rushing man called Desk, the fat woman called Shelf, and the one whose gender was unknown, Chair. They were living weapons who moved at Flander's command. Time also prepared for this. Alanti took out a muddy, green-colored flask from his robe. The inside was filled with green-colored grains. A fabrication of life, sprout. Alanti threw the flask at the desk. The flask broke, scattering some sort of liquid. Green-colored beads swelled up as they absorbed the liquid. These beads then shattered as small animals, the size of human fists, appeared from inside. Exclamation mark exclamation mark grew. It was a man-made frog. It was a type of homunculus. You think that toy can do shit against my works of art? Flander's human furniture, desk, rushed toward Alanti. Ice. Be my shield. Alanti shouted. A huge silver shield appeared in front of Alanti. Desk raised his feet as if trying to kick Alanti's shield. You think that lowly shield can protect you from my human furniture? I never wanted to protect my body from that kick. Huh? At that moment, the homunculi frogs jumped at Desk. They turned red and then exploded. Dark red liquid scattered on the human desk. Black smoke rose from the feet of the desk after it was splashed by the liquid. It was a poisonous frog called the basilisk frog. Since basilisk frogs loved water with stagnated mana, they usually lived around the lakes with that environment. They could create deadly poisons from the water that entered their poison sacs. These poisons mixed with the waste of other demon beasts or medicinal plants, raising its efficiency with their own mana. Homunculus frogs were similar to basilisk frogs. They could create deadly poisons in their sacs, exploding after launching themselves at their enemy. But since the homunculus frog ate a mixture of 20 to 30 different kinds of medicinal plants and drank water enhanced by 8 high-grade magic stones, their poison was far more powerful than that of the basilisk frog. Moreover, the homunculus frog specialized in creating poisons according to the specially designated recipe. They were at least 6 times more dangerous than natural basilisk frogs. If a normal human touched that poison, the poison would enter their skin, destroying their insides, including their bones, and killing them. But then, contrary to its deadly nature, its effect deteriorated as time passed after it was created. Therefore, the homunculus frog had to be able to instantly create the poison to use in battle. It was an impossible feat without deep knowledge, accuracy, and speed. Fortunately, the poison is working on them. Well, there's nothing I can do if it's not working though. You think my desk is so weak that he can't walk after losing one fu? Desk collapsed right there. He started discharging drool from his bandaged mouth. Flander paused for a moment upon seeing that spectacle. The other homunculus frog also started to jump toward the defenseless desk. That reaction. Did the poison destroy his respiratory system? But if that's the case, Alanti shouldn't come out intact either. Did he develop a natural resistance? No. Alanti would have simply touched the poison if he really did have resistance. Flander squinted his eyes. Despite his seemingly crazy conduct, Flander wasn't stupid. If not for his psychopathic personality, he would have long since become the #1 white sorcerer of the kingdom. Since white sorcerers had to deal with a lot of illnesses or injuries, they had to deal with various problems and unknown situations, able to think on the spot. In addition, they also had to master special knowledge outside their area of expertise. There was a dark red homunculus frog clinging to Alanti's ice shield. It wasn't just a shield. There were a lot of dark red crystal fragments scattered around him. I see, the poison will lose its toxicity after being at boiling temperature. The poison had an extremely high boiling point. Thus, hiding behind the ice shield would freeze the poison and turn it into crystals, preventing inhalation. When Alanti swung his cane, the ice shield popped up, creating countless ice shards that danced in the air. The deadly poison scattered in the air, froze, and fell as ice shards. Ice, Be my sword. Ice swords manifested in the air. Alanti returned his cane to his belt, unsheathing his sword. And beheaded Desk's head. Such toughness. But it's not like it can't be killed. Let's keep cutting it. Your poison ain't enough. Showing a crooked smile, Flander taunted. Desk, who had already lost a third of his head, suddenly rampaged, easily flicking off Alanti. Big brother. Elise screamed upon seeing that. And then, Desk's upper body started to tremble uncontrollably. What the? The vapor of that freshly made poison alone should be enough to knock out an ogre. WHY is IT still fine even after losing almost half of IT's head? My bad, that's part of my white sorcery. Before I created them, I tore their bellies and inserted magic stones into their stomachs to constantly invoke regeneration sorcery. Though forcing them to keep using cell division will shorten their lifespan, it's not a problem for me. Your failure was just using vapor, you know. The tissues that were destroyed by vaporized poison were remade at an extremely high speed. Flander laughed inside his jute bag. In the end, it's a matter of personality. You're talented, I'll give you that, but far from genius. All your trump card did was stop Desk for a while. Moreover, you ended up damaging my desk. I won't kill you since that's the order given to me, but I've been wondering what kind of furniture you'll become. I'm a kind person, you know, so I'll let you decide. Desk raised his feet and kicked Alanti. Gah! Cough cough cough. Alanti rounded up his body as if trying to protect his abdomen. It was an instinctive reaction to protect the weak part of one's body when attacked. But Desk relentlessly trampled on Alanti's abdomen. Gah! Alanti's scream resounded in the area. Ah. Is that all you got? Wake up quickly. You won't die, Alanti-chan. But Elise-chan well. Desk's relentless kicking kept assaulting Alanti. After the 8th kick, Flander placed his hand on his jaw. Well, what should I do? Alanti was standing up, albeit with much difficulty. I promised to free Elise-chan from this place. That's not something you say to an enemy who is far more powerful than you, right? You can't damage my tough furniture no matter what you do. You finally understand that point, right? You must say your apologies since you won't be able to fulfill your promise, Alanti-chan. This poor man can't handle such a sad scene, you know. At that moment, a gust of wind passed by. Alanti shut his eyes. Then, Desk was blown in the air, spouting blood from his mouth. Suddenly, a swordsman donned in full plate armor made his entrance, slashing at the abdomen of Desk, who was still in the air. Desk was split in half, right down the stomach, before he even hit the ground. His upper body twitched, his head lolling to the side as if to glare at the incoming swordsman. The swordsman's great sword mercilessly crushed the other's head, ending his pitiful life. Flander could only look at that scene with a dumbfounded look on his face. Well, that was natural. After all, his extremely tough human furniture was actually insta-killed. Even Alanti had no idea what was happening. He could only see the spectacle before him with a dumbfounded look on his face. I heard it was quite tough, but I guess it was just a bluff. Act 323, Flander of Human Furniture 3. Chapter 23, Flander of Human Furniture 3. Thank you very much. But who are? Crouching on the ground like a turtle after being trampled, Alanti asked this to his benefactor who appeared out of nowhere, a man clad in full plate armor, Lambert. Alanti experienced the toughness of Flander's human furniture firsthand just a moment ago, so he knew what kind of superhuman feat Lambert just accomplished. They were so tough to the point that they could still recover from deadly poison and losing parts of their heads. Lambert managed to slay them in a single slash, undoubtedly making him an exceptional man. You ain't your average Joey. I never expected that I'd meet someone who could easily slay my desk. From above the chair, Flander looked down on the man who slew the vanguard of human furniture. The man in full plate armor glared back at Flander as he readied his great sword. Wait, don't be so angry. The desk that you cut down just now was the best product of this genius me. Daring to destroy such a work of art, you deserve to die. There are still so many things that I want to say, but I'll spare you just this once. As if ignoring Lambert, Flander made a shooing gesture. It was as if he didn't want to fight Lambert, but just then, Flander suddenly laughed loudly till his gums could be seen. Wonderful. I can feel it. That elegance, that majestic air, that proud appearance, And that tall frame. I understand all of it. You will become furniture. I decided you'll become part of my collection. No, you came because you wanted to become furniture, right? Right. Flanders' eyes opened wide, and he spread his arms as he gave such a fervent speech. Madness welled in his eyes. How is it? You also want to become part of my collection, right? Rigged. Flanders shouted loudly, scattering a rain of saliva in the air. Alante's face paled upon seeing Flanders' insanity. Although Alante knew that Flanders was just like the other members of his group, an existence impossible to comprehend using common sense, only then did he realize that Flanders was the most delusional madman and angel of death. The origin of Flanders' strange fixation on turning humans into his furniture became apparent in his expression. He truly believed that humans should be turned into monsters with those strange shapes. Even if Alante was trembling in awe upon seeing that, Lambert didn't seem to be perturbed by it. Well, it's simple then. Not that I expected something decent from you lot. Lambert moved first. That action alone was enough to make the mad expression on Flanders' face falter a little bit. Although he witnessed Flanders' madness firsthand, Lambert simply didn't care about it. Flanders hit his hand on his forehead. Were you overwhelmed by my stroke of genius? Were you overwhelmed by the pressure to become a work of art? That's impossible. Madness returned to his eyes. Go, Shelf. Catch him. The fat and armless woman with bandages covering her face rushed toward Lambert. Lambert kept running while readying his great sword. He ran straight toward Shelf, planning to cut her down before continuing to Flanders. This one is fatter than the previous guy, bigger and fleshier indeed, but it isn't a big deal. Lambert put more strength into his arms as he prepared to slice Shelf in a single strike. Sure enough, movements typical of a swordsman. I know the limit of humans, and I've surpassed it, but then, power and speed alone aren't enough to decide a victor. Something like a large number of arrows exploded from the holes in Shelf's body, arriving right in front of Lambert in the next moment. The storm of pointed metal arrows rushed toward Lambert, who was swinging his sword. The holes in Shelf's body were angled toward Lambert, aiming to reap the latter's life. Ha ha ha. Surprised? Shelf can store many things. I didn't want to leave a scar on your body, but catching you unscathed is impossible after all. Lambert exposed his back a little, then swung his sword within human speed. His swinging speed was so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see it. The blade of the great sword cut apart one metal arrow after another. The pieces of broken metal scattered under his feet. What's happening? Flanders muttered with a dumbfounded look on his face, unable to understand what just happened. The Shelf that fired metal pieces from her body stood rooted in place. Lambert's great sword was raised overhead again. He was about to sever her body just like he did to Desk. Suddenly, two giant blades came out from Shelf's fat body. One from the chest and one from the abdomen. The two giant blades came toward Lambert like a guillotine. She unleashed decapitation scissors. What a shame. Even though he is such splendid furniture material. Lambert heaved a sigh as he looked at the blades that came out from Shelf's trump card. The decapitation scissors would be triggered automatically when Shelf was cornered. Those blades were sent at a speed that far surpassed the limit of human reflexes. Thus, it was a sure kill technique that would definitely reap the other party's life in a swift, single strike. No one could escape from the Reaper's scythe. Soon, the two figures collided. Then a rain of black blood began to pour down. Shelf's upper half released a strange scream as it was sent flying in the air. All that Flanders could see was his poor decapitation scissors broken into pieces, falling on the ground. What? Lambert didn't stop. He ran straight toward Flanders as if countering and destroying a sure kill move was no big deal to him. Act 324, Flanders of Human Furniture 4. Chapter 24, Flanders of Human Furniture 4. I'm possible. Shelf's decapitation scissors is. Flanders still couldn't believe that Lambert easily destroyed Shelf's trump card. Slowly, color drained from his face as he saw such a scene. Amongst the three human furniture pieces that he brought along this time, the strongest one was Shelf. If even Shelf was defeated, he literally screwed up. What happened? Flanders had already considered the option of retreating once he snapped back to reality. The lower half of Shelf kept chasing after Lambert, while black-colored blood gushed out from the cross-section of her body. Even Flanders was really surprised by this. The fact that Shelf's lower half kept chasing after her enemy, even after being severed alive, was never in his design. But as the first-rate white sorcerer who designed Shelf, he understood the reason immediately. Lucky. So she's trying to protect me. This is divine punishment for destroying my work of art. Naturally, Shelf's lower half didn't have a brain to think. The reason why she was still chasing after Lambert despite losing her upper half was simply that there was still the residual order from her spinal cord. The same phenomenon could be seen from demon beasts with extremely powerful life forces or bugs with extremely simple body structures. But the overwhelming life force that was born from the fact that Flandre experimenting on living people had created this phenomenon. Naturally, this phenomenon wouldn't last for too long. Living beings with complex body structures would have a hard time moving once their organs were damaged. The being called Shelf had already lost her unnecessary bodily functions, turning her into an armament called human furniture. Nevertheless, she would reach her limit sooner or later. But there was enough time for Shelf's lower half to rush at Lambert. I can survive. It'll happen this time too. Heaven would never allow an artist like me to die. No matter what kind of blunder I make, I always escape from the worst possible outcome. Whenever the situation seems to be hopeless, Heaven always saves me. Flandre laughed with a stiff-end look on his face. His level of heavenly luck was an absolute truth. I'm a genius after all. I'm an irreplaceable human. God must have been protecting me. This must be God's message. He wants me to create more supreme works of art. In the next moment, Lambert rushed forward as he unleashed a slash behind him. That slash severed Shelf's lower half again, bisecting it right down the middle and erasing the last trace of her life force as she fell on the ground. However, Flandre was so fixated on his fantasy of winning that he failed to notice this. But then, he finally understood. He definitely couldn't win against Lambert. Luck decided the outcome of their battle. But the one who fought against him wasn't the kind of enemy that could be defeated by luck alone. Flandre came to understand that his opponent was an even more outrageous existence. In fact, Lambert was the main driving force behind Regio's kingdom's victory in the 8 countries unification war. Trying to rely on mere heavenly luck against a man of Lambert's caliber was nothing more than absolute foolishness. Alanti, you might be able to escape this time, but you're mistaken if you think that you can escape from Tony Lair. One of the so-called 8 wise men, spinner of the truth, is nothing more than an imaginary figure. Tony Lair is the real monster. Moreover, with one of the 8 wise men, Laluxama of Laughing Clown, returning to Teutoburg, you have no way to escape from this land. After Flandre said this, the human furniture called chair, who had an ambiguous gender and whose body was twisted in a strange oval shape, quickly turned around and escaped from Lambert. This chair was Flandre's magnum opus amongst the human furniture that he created. It wasn't as elaborate as Shelf, but its running speed was really fast. The kicking power of its disheveled, long legs was comparable to the power of an ogre's full swing. Struggle as much as you can. Only despair will await you. Running, Chair carried Flandre away from Lambert. Flandre expected Chair's running speed to surpass that of Lambert, who wore full plate armor, but it was nothing more than a fleeting wish. Damn it. To think that I was forced to escape with my tail between my legs. Flandre gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing his anger. But I will definitely kill that armored swordsman the next time we meet. Considering his frame, physical strength, and range of attack, I have to prepare special human furniture. I should be able to do that. I'm a genius after all. That's why I need more humans. Teutoburg has proven itself as a good test site. But suddenly, Flandre's ears heard heavy footsteps. When Flandre turned around, Lambert was already in hot pursuit, steadily closing in on the chair that was carrying Flandre. He was slowly but surely closing the distance between him and Chair, which meant that Lambert's running speed was superior. It was another unbelievable spectacle for Flandre. How could someone who wore such massive and bulky-looking full-plate armor run even faster than his greatest masterpiece in terms of speed, not to mention while swinging around a great sword on top of that? Monster, stay away from me. Flandre put his hand into Chair's mouth. Chair suddenly raised an indescribable scream the moment Flandre's arm entered his mouth, and when he pulled out his arm, he already held a cane in his hand. I need to buy some time first. Aim for his feet to slow him down. Now that he is chasing after me, he should be neglecting his def. Flandre then noticed that his right arm had already fallen on the ground along with his cane. It was rolling on the ground, scattering fresh blood on the ground. At that moment, the moment Flandre took his cane from Chair, He made a grave mistake by looking away from Lambert, who was chasing after him. And Lambert didn't miss that chance to close in on Flander. Lambert had already readied his great sword right next to Flander, who was still looking at his severed arm with a dumbfounded look on his face. My ARM, I still have to create more works of art. That's WHY, without my ARM. Turn around quickly, faster, damn it. Losing my ARM is the greatest loss of this world. Someone, Lambert ignored Flander's rambling and unleashed 2 slashes. Flander's body that was riding on the chair was bisected in half. His innards spilled from the cross-section. At the same time, the chair that was carrying him toppled over and started to vomit blood. Act 325, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 1. Chapter 25, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 1. Tony Lair, the vice leader of Angel of Death, walked along the passageway in Teutonberg's underground research institute. A handsome youth in noble attire was walking by his side. There was no usual carefree smile on Tony Lair's face. His eyebrows were raised, and the vein on his temple kept twitching as if he was annoyed by something. Blood was dripping from his lips since he chewed his lips a bit too much. Tony Lair's armor, entering underground means that there's a change of plans, right? The handsome youth in butler attire, Robic, was asking such a question to Tony Lair. The plan was supposed to be them coming out of Teutonberg and committing mass slaughter before proceeding with their escape plan and leaving Viscount Legale's territory before the kingdom's army came to the territory. Tony Lair himself gathered the sorcerers in Teutonberg when he explained this plan. At that moment, Tony Lair's shoulder twitched. He stopped his gait, grabbed Robic's face, and brought it closer to him. Shut up, Robic. What do you know about it anyway? My apologies, Tony Lair's armor. Robic was apologizing without even batting his eyelids nor changing the tone of his voice. Tony Lair's gaze dropped a little bit, and his expression broke into a grin as he saw Robic's trembling shoulders. Just like that, he brought Robic's face closer and licked the latter's face. Yes, that's a good expression, Robic. Your emotions have come to the surface. You know that I hate noisy brat the most, right? He maintained the grin on his face as he pulled his face away from Robic. And then, he pondered about the future situation. I almost couldn't believe my ears when I heard that Urbane's berserker was annihilated, but then we lost several first-class sorcerers of Angel of Death in succession, each of whom could rival an entire group of elite sorcerers. Something strange definitely is happening in Teutonberg right now. It seems to be related to the inspection squad that came to this city, but there must be something more. Properly speaking, I shouldn't confront it directly, but one of the 8 wise men, Laughing Clown Liluxama, also said that she met a monster. It seems I really have to take this matter seriously. Tony Lair guessed that foreign factor had already entered Teutonberg. I did say in my speech that we'd have to commit mass slaughter in Viscount Legale's territory, but I guess I'll have to change my plans since I have a really bad feeling about the entire situation. And one of the 8 wise men, Spinner of the Truth's armor, who is also the leader of Angel of Death, has a bad habit of never coming out at times like this when they feel that it can be resolved by someone else. The leader of Teutonberg, one of the 8 wise men, Spinner of the Truth, was a failure of a human, even from Tony Lair's perspective. Selfish, uncontrollable, and elusive. As if that wasn't bad enough, their mood, speech, and conduct were also inconsistent. Rather than a human, calling them a disaster-like phenomenon would be more appropriate. Tony Lair shook his shoulder as he heaved a sigh. Right now, he was too depressed upon recalling that he had to convince that moody Spinner of the Truth to make their move. The previous vice leader before Tony Lair mysteriously vanished from Teutonberg the day after he accidentally angered their leader. Let those low-rank sorcerers wreak havoc outside. This underground research facility is only for strong sorcerers. Let the foreign factors enter this place and have everyone attack him together. We should be able to use as many experimental bodies as we want in this kind of place. Moreover, there's only a single long and narrow passage here. Use a pincer attack from the outside to confuse the other party. I don't know why he came this way, but let's go all out. Although it might sound like overkill, we have to lay waste to this Teutonberg. Let everyone die a miserable death. Flander, who got bisected just like his human furniture, fell down, scattering blood, gore, and entrails on the ground. Lambert walked toward Flander and swung his great sword again, smashing the other's head to bits. Thank you very much for saving our Lee. Having been saved by Lambert, Alanti carried Elise, who slumped back into her wheelchair. They approached their benefactor from behind, but they were scared shitless upon seeing the violence that Lambert committed. Elise also screamed, her eyes wide open upon seeing the cruel spectacle before her. I am just being extra careful. Those so-called sorcerers are tough nuts. Once upon a time, I bisected their bodies and saw them buried inside the rubble, and yet, we ended up meeting each other again as I saw them laughing with their limbs intact. Ah ha 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 ha. That sounds like a horror story. At that moment, Alanti, who thought that Lambert might be trying to crack a joke, forced a smile on his face. After all, he knew that even with the most meticulous preparations, surviving from being bisected in two was impossible. Not to mention being buried under the rubble on top of that. The other party's body might have already been crushed under the weight of the rubble before the rescue came. Unless there was a miracle, surviving was next to impossible. At most, the only option was being resurrected as a stupid undead. Naturally, I learned my lesson and smashed that beastard's skull right there to prevent another mishap. Lambert continued with his horrific tale. Eventually, Alanti stopped his forced laugh. And you aren't a child. Nor do you seem like you've been experimented on. The robe you're wearing is similar to what those fellas have on, but, no, color drained from Alanti's face. His hands trembled uncontrollably. At this rate, he would die, just like Flander. Seeing Alanti's panic, Elise chuckled lightly. She was still extremely tense from when they fought for their lives against Flander, but now that Flander was dead, the tension loosened a little bit. Her laugh calmed down, but it still couldn't escape from Lambert's hearing. Elise's face was flushed red as both Lambert and Alanti looked at her. My apologies. I rarely smile. But somehow, when my mind is at ease. Big Brother is a really kind person. He was actually forced to join those people against his will. Elise was trying to vouch for Alanti while covering her flushed red face. Lambert Sama. Finally, Lambert Sama is here. Upon turning around, Lambert saw the two soldiers from Phoenix's A's coming toward them. Lambert came along with them as he mowed down Devil's Piper's sorcerers. But since he was an undead, Lambert's perception of mana was many times higher than that of living person. Thus, he went first to save Alanti and Elise, leaving the soldiers behind. Please stop moving so suddenly like that, armored swordsman. It'll affect the morale of the soldiers. Completely infected by Lambert's stoic act, Cruz rebuked the latter, half teasingly, since he really couldn't blame the latter for prioritizing the emergency situation. That should be your duty, Cruz-sama. Cruz's subordinate, Frey, rebuked her superior as she heaved a sigh. Act 326, Gentleman of Death, Doni Letu. Chapter 26, Gentleman of Death, Doni Letu. Well then, armored swordsman. Who are these two? As he asked Lambert, Cruz shifted his attention to Alanti and Elise. Upon hearing his cold voice, chills ran down into both Alanti and Elise's spines. It was natural for him to doubt their identities. Despite being treated like hostages, Alanti was indeed a member of Angel of Death, wearing the same robes as them at this very moment. His daily job was handling general research like a normal sorcerer due to his personality, but he was still a member of a revolutionary organization. Thus, Cruz raised his vigilance against the two. Actually, Alanti tried to say something. Depending on his answer, the two of them might be executed on the spot. In fact, the Inquisition Squad, often hailed as the strongest force in the kingdom, was rumored to slaughter anyone suspected to be part of revolutionary organizations, regardless of the kingdom's laws. I saved them since a suspicious sorcerer was attacking them. It seems the youth was trying to help the girl escape. He said that he was kidnapped and forced to join the organization. Shifting his attention to the girl sitting in the wheelchair, Lambert replied to Cruz. Elise nodded as if trying to say that Lambert's explanation was right on the money. But Cruz still had some doubts in his mind. That robe is the one worn by those fellas from Devil's Piper. Besides that, the fact that he, an ordinary human, remains uninjured is already strange enough. Honestly speaking, we should protect them. But here is the problem, we're in the middle of sweeping the city. They might sabotage our job. Are you saying that they might blow themselves up once they get close to us? Maybe they want us to let our guard down. Armored swordsman, You're too careless in this regard. We can't just trust everything that the people who came from our enemy's camp told us." As he spoke, Cruz looked slightly disappointed. Cruz was aware of just how terrifying sorcerers could be, especially in regard to the current Lambert. Cruz had to make sure that the former was aware of how crafty the sorcerers from Devil's Piper were. Even in the history of the Waremia continent, limited to real historical figures, the sorcerers who gained near invulnerable bodies could be counted on one hand. Now they were in the den of those kinds of sorcerers. Cruz realized that Lambert was still too naive, as he was sheltering these people who appeared out of nowhere. He suspected that Alanti might really try to sabotage them. Cruz truly admired Lambert's overwhelming strength, but he was disappointed with his naive character. The personification of an idealist, that was how Lambert looked in Cruz's eyes right now. Cruz's subordinates weren't as cool-headed as their captain, but they had the same opinion regarding the current Lambert. Although Alanti would definitely die if left to his own devices, there was still some doubt in regard to him. But even now, he couldn't deny the fact that he was part of the same group as those mad sorcerers. "I don't mind if you don't believe me, but can you at least shelter the escaped children and Elise-chan?" "I'll do my best to escape from Titomberg by myself." "Stop, big brother. I mean, they're targeting you too. There's no way they're going to let you escape from this place." Elise stretched her arms from her wheelchair, reaching for Alanti as she tried to stop him. "Fine. Leave those two under my protection. I'm aiming for the 8 wise men who are hiding somewhere in Titomberg. I'll leave the protection of the other children who escaped first to your group." "I don't mind protecting the children, but that youth is way too suspicious." "No way." Elise was at a loss for words. She knew that Alanti was the vice leader of Angel of Death, Tony Lair's favorite. But even with that, his life might really be in jeopardy if Tony Lair knew that Alanti was the one who let the children escape. Although Tony Lair looked like a normal gentleman from the outside, he was an extremely selfish and irritable person. Once his mood went downhill, he would even kill his own subordinates for trivial mistakes. If Lambert hadn't saved them, Alanti would definitely have been caught by Philander and handed over to Tony Lair. In Angel of Death, there were dozens of white sorcerers whose abilities rivaled those of the former legendary white sorcerer, Philander. Once Tony Lair chased after him, Alanti definitely wouldn't be able to escape. "Anyhow, leave the matter of this area to me. Please understand the situation. We can't just trust everyone, Armored Swordsman. Though I feel bad for saying this to you, they're already considered lucky to have their lives spared." "Yes, thank you very much. Please take care of Elise-chan." Alanti bowed his head as he spoke. Maybe because they were shaken after seeing the exchange between Alanti and Elise, Cruz's subordinates looked alternately between Cruz and Alanti. But Cruz's decision was final. Cruz nodded lightly toward Alanti, and then he glared at Lambert. "I'm disappointed, Armored Swordsman. The thing you say is just the ideal situation. You've failed to see reality. Fools. Protecting the citizens is the job of the soldiers. Aren't you just looking for a justification to abandon the citizens due to your fear?" Lambert spoke with a plain voice, but what he said lingered in Cruz's ears. "What? The citizens pay their taxes, and we, the soldiers, have to protect their lives in return. You'll stray from the proper path once you fail to recognize that. That's why I say that you're an idealist. Protecting the kingdom, thus achieving the ideal situation, is our duty. And that's how Devil's Piper took advantage of us. Have you ever doubted for a moment that a cornered man might be a trap laid for you?" "What are you going to do then?" As he asked Lambert, Cruz raised his voice. "Slay him, of course. Those who use cowardly acts to counter cowardly acts don't have the right to protect the kingdom. Sticking with justice will also protect the kingdom. By achieving that, we show our enemy that we're different from them." Lambert declared this without a shred of doubt. Cruz's eyes opened wide as he looked at Lambert's helmet with a dumbfounded look on his face. Lambert was dead serious when he talked about an almost unrealistic ideal. He could still say that. After all, his service uniting the 8 kingdoms in the fair and square war ended with him being betrayed by Griff right at the very end. When he noted, the air in that place had changed. The hesitation and confusion on Cruz's subordinates' faces was gone. They no longer showed hesitation on their faces. The same could be said for Cruz. "I guess we really can't beat you in this regard." After saying that, he gave the instruction to half of his subordinates. "Withdraw while protecting these two, and do the same when you meet the other children." "What about you and the others?" Crew-sama, the enemy outnumbers us. You'll only run out of strength if you keep being pushed back. I shall follow Lambertono and bring back the heads of the 8 wise men. No one objects to this, right? His squad cheered upon hearing Crew's declaration. Act 327, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lair 3. Chapter 27, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lair 3. In one of the rooms of the underground research facility in Teutonburg, Laluk of Laughing Clown stood. In addition, the vice leader of Angel of Death, Tony Lair, was sitting in a chair. They were staring each other down. Although the handsome youths who acted as his attendants were standing by his side as usual, Laluk had no one like that. To be honest, I didn't believe it the first time I heard about that from Laluk-sama. But now I realize that we're facing a huge problem indeed. You're finally willing to listen properly, eh? Tony Lair-chan. Laluk tilted her head with a smile on her face as she spoke to Tony Lair. She was the one who cautioned the other members about the appearance of an extremely terrifying armored swordsman in Viscount Legale's territory. Tony Lair thought that it was just an exaggeration the first time he heard about this from Laluk, but then, one after another, they lost contact with the upper echelons of Angel of Death. It should be the kingdom's secret weapon. Although we must abandon this place, I absolutely have to kill that guy before we do so. Properly speaking, in swordcraft alone, he is on par with the strongest of the 8 wise men, Knight of Blood Mist. He literally quit being human. Laluk said this with a carefree voice. Tony Lair couldn't help but frown upon seeing that. After all, her tone and her gestures contradicted each other. That way of speech can be regarded as disrespect toward Knight of Blood Mist, the close aide of our leader, the immortal king whose strength has surpassed the combined strength of Devil's Piper, you know. Moreover, judging a swordsman of that caliber so easily this is not a careless remark of disrespect. Anyhow, I don't want to fight that again, ever. If his attention isn't distracted by the activation of Gu in Viscount Legale's body, I might have died right there. Laluk shook her head. Laluk-sama, who became one of the 8 wise men, seems to have such a solid opinion about that. Tony Lair suggested that the situation that happened to Laluk might be because she had weak combat strength and limited access to sorcery. Laluk glared at Tony Lair without even bothering to hide the displeased look on her face. Are you by chance trying to pick a fight with me? Why is a loser like you trying to act high and mighty? You've been falling behind compared to the other 8 wise men, too. And ever since I heard that you lost against that armored swordsman, I think that your seat is more suited for me, right? Tony Lair spoke with a gentleman-like smile on his face. Watch your mouth, homo brat. Laluk replied with a low, threatening voice to Tony Lair. Her voice was mismatched with her cute, frilly clown attire and girly figure. Rubik, Nain. Tony Lair called the names of the 2 youths sitting by his sides. Rubik and Nain stood from their chairs and stood in front of Tony Lair. Heed my call and come to this world. Dancing guillotine portal scissor. A magic circle formed in the air, from which a giant scissor came out. Its 6 eyes were locked on Tony Lair, charging straight toward their target. Rubik seized the collar of Nain's butler attire and used the latter as his meat shield. Portal scissors blade went through Nain's abdomen almost without any resistance. Arg! Nain vomited blood, fainting with his eyes wide open. Rubik rolled forward to close in, unsheathing the knife he hid on his back, swinging it toward Laluk's blind spot, and aiming for the latter's chest. Although Laluk reacted a beat slower, she still managed to dodge by leaning backward and parrying the incoming knife with the red cane in her hand. Laluk then glared at Tony Lair with her eyelid-less eyes, which could be seen from her shifted mask. Tony Lair shrugged his shoulders upon receiving Laluk's killing intent. It was just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. We're not in the situation where we need to worry about internal situations. We'll handle that armored swordsman. They should have already entered the underground research facility by now. And no matter how strong they are, they're already in the center of our home base. Feel free to hunt down the small fries while we're taking care of the main force. Laluk-sama. Tony Lair placed his right hand on his chest and urged Laluk to leave the room. Laluk stood up from her chair, sending a glance to Tony Lair and company before she left. Nevertheless, if Immortal King learns that I defeated the opponent who forced you to escape with your tail between your legs, our positions might be reversed. After confirming that Laluk had left the room, Tony Lair's attention then moved to the expressionless Rubik. Now then, Rubik, Why did you use Nain to protect me back then? Because I'd be more useful to you if I was the one who survived. Tony Lair's face broke into a grin upon hearing that answer. Yes, that's right. Good grief, you always act exactly as I expect, Robic. You're such an excellent doll of mine. Ha 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 ha. I guess my training is really effective. What about Nain's treatment? We might be able to barely save his life if we treat him now. Robic looked at Nain, who had fallen into his own pool of blood. Nain was critically injured from the hole opened in his abdomen. It was obvious that he didn't have that much time left. Save me. Nain kept repeating such pleas. Unnecessary. Although it is possible to save his life with the facility in Teutoburg, we're currently in a state of emergency. Even without that, he might be suffering from some side effects. And it will be really annoying once that happens. Not that Nain is worthy enough for me to consider saving him. Upon hearing Tony Lair's remark, a dark shadow could be seen on Robic's doll-like face. He then looked at Nain and stopped moving for a few seconds. Is something the matter? No. I see. Well then, we'll have to make some preparations. Since even that mysterious look said that the other party is comparable to Knight of Blood Mist, even if it was just her exaggeration, the other party is definitely not your average opponent. But defeating the other party means that I'm qualified to become one of the 8 wise men. Tony Lair stood and walked away, stepping on Nain's corpse. Tony Lair, save. Save. Tony Lair just smiled quietly as he stood on Nain's abdomen, giving more pressure to the latter's wound. ARGH. Please, STO. Tony Lair kicked Nain's abdomen as he hummed a song. Tony Lair was in a bad mood, right? Even more so since this blunder was caused by him. Robic could only stare dumbfoundedly at Tony Lair. Color drained from Nain's face. He started frothing bubbles from his mouth as his body twitched like someone on the verge of death. And then, the sign of life finally disappeared from Nain as Tony Lair finished humming. It was a feat that he could accomplish due to his advances in research about the human body and corpses, a right given to him due to his position as the vice leader of Angel of Death. Tony Lair-sama. Offering to the portrait of Miss Shio. Although I really can't stand this kingdom, the fact that they gave birth to the musician Relites is the only good thing about them. Don't you think so, my dear Robic? It's not about the tune you're humming. Why Nain? Tony Lair then looked at the corpse under his feet. His eyes widened as if he just noticed Nain's corpse right there. He then placed his hand on his chin and pondered for a while before nodding lightly. Does getting rid of trash require an explanation? Robic was at a loss for words. Tony Lair stretched his arms as if he did nothing just now and stepped in the pool of blood on the floor. Well then, I guess I'll have to show some results after boasting like that to look. Now it's kill or be killed. He, what a thrill. Act 328, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 4. Chapter 28, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 4. Lambert and crews infiltrated the large-scale underground research facility in Teutoburg. Teutoburg City, which was only a small-sized city in Viscount Legale's territory, had actually housed a giant underground research facility. The few citizens above ground were nothing more than camouflage to hide the underground facilities. After gaining the cooperation from Viscount Legale and securing a base, the basement of Teutoburg, a ghost town due to Viscount Legale's mismanagement, had turned into the nest of Devil's Piper. The large-scale underground research facility had many puzzling passages. The wall and floor were made from stone. The passage wasn't that wide. It was just enough for 3 people to walk side by side, which also gave a sense of oppression. Before the branching passage was another branching passage. To think that there was such a giant labyrinth beneath the town. Cruz muttered this. It is just as that red-haired youth said. Lambert replied. The red-haired youth was referring to Alanti, the young sorcerer who tried to escape from Teutoburg along with the girl in a wheelchair. Angel of Death, one of the subdivisions of Devil's Piper, has been using Teutoburg as the base of their operation to gather the children in the territory, advancing their research on sorcery. You'll find an X mark on the floor beneath a long table in the abandoned church. That's one of the entrances to the research facility. Alanti gave the information about the research facility before Lambert and company departed. Lambert had guessed that there was still some of Angel of Death's sorcerers left in the underground research facility, following Alanti's guidance to enter the underground research facility. But then Alanti added, But you might regret it if you come, That place is hell. Even I never dared to step into the third floor or the deeper levels of the facility. The scene over there might be too much for you. I know this from the big shots in Angel of Death. Even I, who never went there, know that no sane person would go down there. Color drained from the faces of the members of Phoenix's eyes upon hearing that. But Lambert was the only one who calmly replied with thanks for the precious information even after hearing that. Although Cruz's subordinates were losing their willpower upon hearing Alante's story, they instantly recovered upon seeing Lambert's composed state. Seeing that, Cruz wondered, just how much carnage has this person seen for him to stay this calm after hearing such an unbearable story? With his character, there was no way that the armored swordsman before him was a mere nameless person. Although he somewhat understood the other party as someone who also trained in swordcraft that surpassed that of most and someone who bore certain responsibilities, the man before him had a much bigger vessel. The passage continued on as he wondered about such things. Cruz turned around and walked backward as he realized that the structure of the passage was prone to a pincer attack. If strong sorcerers attacked them from both sides, he wouldn't show them any mercy. I wish we had another one following us in this place. I mean, another one might not be a problem rather than having all Phoenix's A's members in this place. Our main duty is to inspect various places by using a group of small but elite members. I never expected that we'd enter right into our enemy's base. There were 6 members of Phoenix's IS 2nd Division, including Cruz, who following Lambert. The reason why he brought almost half of the squad was to guard the safety of the children and bring them out of the research facility. Thus, there were a total of 7 people who infiltrated the underground research facility. In that way, they could fully explore one of the research facilities of the revolutionary organization Devil's Piper. It wasn't his true intention. Although the other party was composed of medium to high rank sorcerers, he wouldn't find it strange even if their number reached the 3 digits. Are you dissatisfied with this method? Cruz revealed a smile upon hearing Lambert's question. Not at all. Although even I know that this sounds unbelievable, I don't think we're going to lose. And it might be because of an extremely reliable helper we found during our mission. When Lambert advanced as the vanguard and arrived right before the corner, the figure of 5 old men sitting on the floor entered his line of sight. The old men were bizarrely short, had black skin, and were unmoving. Their strange appearance made them look more like goblins than humans. Cruz, who followed behind, stopped his gait and unsheathed his sword. Are they sorcerers? Be careful. Since they were not children, the other party was most likely a sorcerer of Angel of Death, just corpses. As an undead, Lambert could sense the flow of mana in their bodies. It was closer to that of a monster than a human. The 5 people who sat on the floor didn't have mana in their bodies. It was obvious evidence of their deaths. Upon closer inspection, they might be the children who were brought to this city. What? That's. Cruz and company looked at those corpses with disbelieving looks on their faces. Upon coming closer, they understood precisely. On their wrinkled faces, a mysterious green-colored liquid oozed from their yellow, fallen teeth. The flecks on their faces were clearly caused by a huge hit to their immune system. Their faces and eyes were distorted by fear and pain. Their faces were filled with the pain wails of a hellish scene. Their skeletal structures are that of children. The cause of their rapid aging is most likely some sort of sorcery. I never knew that such a spell existed. One of Cruz's subordinates, the swordswoman Fleur, said this with a look of disbelief on her face. That kind of spell did exist in myths and legends. No, I heard that there was research for that kind of spell during the 8 countries unification war era. Cruz muttered with a helpless voice as he looked at the corpses in front of him. Lambert was also looking at the corpses in silence. He stood still for a while with that posture. Cruz and company were following his example. They also stopped in their tracks. Cruz pondered whether Lambert was silently praying for the corpses or simply shocked upon seeing this scene. Lambert suddenly went ahead after a brief silence. He unsheathed his great sword, cutting several lumps of lights that came from the stagnated darkness of the passage ahead of them with seemingly nothing in it. The light was sliced apart by the great sword, vanishing into the air. But from a third-person perspective, Lambert's swordcraft that had already reached the transcendent realm looked like he simply sliced the light as soon as it appeared. And here I was wondering why the cheeky kingdom soldiers dared to go in with a small number of people. It turns out you have appropriate strength to back that confidence. A woman suddenly appeared from the passage, landing on the floor with a beautiful somersault. The red and black colored robe which had become the symbol of the members of Angel of Death was fluttering in the air. Her long, black and white hair draped on the floor. The right half of her figure was that of a young woman. The gloss of her hair and skin and her bright eyes were full of vitality. As long as one excluded her lack of manners and expressionless face, she was a beauty. But her left side was that of an old woman. Her eyes were sunken, and her skin was filled with deep wrinkles. Contrary to her almost wicked right side with plump, red lips, the left side was pale and withered. And as if to symbolize that, in her right hand was a bright yellow apple filled with vitality, and there was a blackened skull in her left hand. Act 329, Gentleman of Death, Tony Le 5. Chapter 29, Gentleman of Death, Tony Le 5. It seems some of you know about the aging spell. I used to think that the kingdom folks were stupid people beyond help who forgot about their history, ignoring the spell that built the foundation of the world. They regulated sorcery, burned precious grimoires, and chose a monkey as sage. But it turns out some of you are rather knowledgeable. The golden apple and the skull then left the strange woman's hands. The two objects were floating in the air. As she clapped her hands, she looked at Cruz with the wrinkled left eye and smooth right eye. And yet, her face was as expressionless as ever. My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Thule Nago Renol. I'm the only one left of the Renol family. Although the ancestors of the Renol family were feared for their wisdom, their sorcery has been lost for more than 200 years. That sorcery was the way to know God, and it was said to be able to protect the world when it was in peril. And yet, those foolish sorcerers from the church set fire to our house. The woman named Theonago spread her arms as she started reciting long passages of story in front of Lambert and Company. Faced with an opponent so full of openings, Cruz and Company didn't move at all. The reason for this was that Lambert, who stood in front of them as the vanguard, had yet to make his move. And the second reason was that they were filled with dread when looking at the tragic corpses of the children behind Theonago. The black light from a while ago was most likely aging magic. They instinctively knew that they would age like the children behind Theonago if they were hit by that black light. Its spread in the past was also handled really carefully with a gag order since it was extremely dangerous sorcery. Yes, just like what that man with a mithril helmet just said, this sorcery was researched by Regio's kingdom during the final stages of the 8 countries unification war. In the end, it never saw the light of day. No one knows the reason. Maybe they did that to keep face or simply because the war had ended before the research reached its completion. Again, Theonago picked up the golden apple and the skull floating in the air. Well, it turns out one of those savage swordsmen is quite well versed in the study of sorcery. Good job on realizing that this sorcery of mine is the legacy of the 8 countries unification war. Shall I overlook that man with a mithril helmet? I hate to do this, but I guess I have to keep you around for a while longer. Don't screw with me. Cruz unsheathed his rapier and then pulled his arm backwards. My bad, don't you know that you're too weak to the point that you can't even negotiate with me? Despite how I look, after our leader and vice leader, I'm the 3rd strongest in Angel of Death. The reason why I stood before you guys was to act as the gatekeeper. It's disappointing, but it seems the other sorcerers have suffered defeat at your hands. Even the vice leader is wary. Theonago then pointed her finger at Lambert and Company. That movement alone was enough to force Cruz and Company to take a step back. But Lambert was the only one who didn't even flinch from the very beginning. Humphrey, Theonago muttered, blinking upon seeing Lambert's state. Although it seems like this is a fight of one versus many in a narrow passage, all of you are nothing more than specimens to me. You might think that you can run, but you won't be able to escape from my sorcery. With the same tone as before, Theonago delivered a death sentence to Lambert and Company. Cruz and Company gasped upon hearing that. In fact, if not for the protection of Lambert, they knew that more than half of them might have perished due to the black light from before. The Aging Curse is the research of Belfi's kingdom, one of the 8 kingdoms during the unification war. It's not from Regio's kingdom. Lambert, who kept his silence until now, had finally muttered something. Even the expressionless Theonago had her right eyelid twitch upon hearing that. HMPH. Don't you know that it's actually a proposal to research a minor topic? But it's also a fact that the proposal got approved, and the one that gave birth to this sorcery is a small research institution in a certain backwater territory in Regio's kingdom. This is also the truth. In the first place, I have already perfected this sorcery with my own hand. Thialnago shut her eyes as she started to play with the golden apple in her right hand. Wrong. Aging sorcery is the research theme of a Belfie's Kingdom alchemist named Ponagus. His research institute and his books should have been burned to ashes. His staff members were supposed to be imprisoned too, but it seems some managed to slip out. However, I have no idea how that curse was transmitted from inside the prison in Rijo's kingdom to outside. In any case, it's a fact, that curse didn't originate from Rijo's kingdom. Lambert spoke with a rather melancholic voice. Although the peaceful era came after the Unification War, the rapid progress during the war era gave birth to deadly sorceries that killed many innocents in the peaceful era. This fact had been haunting Rijo's kingdom for a really long time, and the members of Devil's Piper were the main culprits behind most of the incidents. Hee. Interesting. This is the first time I heard about this. But too much information control limited the number of sorceries. Although such possibilities exist, everything that pointed to that evidence has already been burned to ashes. On top of that, the gag order has made this matter vaguer and vaguer. I don't know what's the basis for your assumption, but you're truly well informed. What a fruitful conversation. Maybe I shall allow you to live for that. With her eyes wide open, Thialnago revealed an ominous smile. I guess the previous person will die alongside the others. Nope, you're the only one who is gonna die. The right side of Thialnago's lips formed a smile upon hearing Lambert's reply. That exchange became the signal for the fight. Lambert moved forward with his greatsword at the ready. Thialnago didn't lose her composure. Even in that situation, she kept talking with an ominous smile on her face. Unfortunately, you have no right to choose. You suddenly piqued my interest. We need to talk about what you know. It doesn't really matter whether it takes 1,000 days, 100 days, or just a single day. You might have guessed this already, but I'm an expert on torture. That's why you better act like a good child. Thialnago jumped backwards, and her figure was soon devoured by the darkness in the passage again. Act 3:30, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 6. Chapter 30, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 6. TN, Scarlet Witch, you stole everything from me. Lambert, don't care. It's not my business anyway. Upon seeing Thialnago's figure vanish in the passage, unrest spread amongst the members of Phoenix's eyes. As she's gone, that Thialnago vanished just like when she appeared before us. She's planning to ambush us. Cruz tried to raise his subordinates' vigilance. The soldiers calmed down upon hearing Cruz's reminder. All of them then raised their swords. Thialnago used aging sorcery. The most terrifying fact about this sorcery was obvious from the corpses of the children who died prematurely in the passage. Thereupon, Cruz noticed something. I see, those corpses just now. Even Cruz felt that something was amiss. Why did Thialnago specially prepare the corpses in the corridor, revealing her sorcery, if she wanted to ambush them? It's to disturb our chain of command. To cause unrest among us. It might have been powerful sorcery, but it was still meaningless if the spell didn't hit the target. Although the other party was hiding in the dark while aiming her spell at them, she would eventually lose due to the difference in their manpower, and to prevent that situation, she planted the fear of her sorcery in them, and to do that, she deliberately showed the corpses of the children. That heretic. You're just half correct, Mithril Helmet. The rest is wrong. You guys are by no means a threat to me. Thus, such a roundabout plan is meaningless. Thialnago's voice resounded inside the passage. Her voice resounded haphazardly due to the effect of a spell, thus giving the other party a hard time guessing her position. The soldiers of Phoenix's eyes felt like an invisible death god was casting its eyes toward them. I did it since I wanted to enjoy your reaction. That's why I specially brought along the samples. In fact, I wanted a show, but I just don't have that kind of patience. Thus, I ended up killing everyone in the end. And that's where you make a mistake. The correct part is about me being a heretic. Thialnago's laugh resounded again in the passage, which was followed by silence. Peekaboo. Thialnago suddenly appeared from nowhere in that silence. Her appearance was followed by a multi-layered magic circle. Countless black lights rained down incessantly in the narrow passage. I've made some adjustments after the first attack. I mean, it's going to be boring if all of you are annihilated at once. Now then, I wonder how many of you can dodge that in this narrow passage? Lambert stood in the front, swinging around his greatsword and erasing the incoming black lights. How amazing. Well, until you're tired, that's it. In this narrow passage, being careless of your back is a great mistake. Lambert replied with a plain, cold voice. Hearing that, Theonago's laugh resounded once again in the passage. Ha 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 ha. Stop playing tough. But still, you're strong. Interesting. Your fear must be warped. I can never forget Renol's spirit of inquiry. And then, Theonago's eyes opened wide. When did you come this close? Lambert advanced slowly toward Theonago's location while striking down the black lights. As if that wasn't surprising enough, none of her spells managed to hit Lambert. All of them were struck down by Lambert's great sword. It seems that aging magic is useless. Yeah, I thought that I was only fighting against a group of kingdom soldiers, but who would expect that a monster like you would be mixed in amongst them? I guess I have to go all out now. Theonago threw the golden apple in her right hand into the air. This magic tool is something that was obtained by my ancestor. I completed the research about it after my family was destroyed and I joined Devil's Piper. The strongest magic tool like no other. My pride. The apple stopped in front of Theonago's face and shone brightly. Paradise Apple works in conjunction with Demise Skull as an auxiliary tool for magic invocation. I amplify my power by sucking the mana of the target with Demise Skull, which causes rapid aging. But that's not the only function. I can store part of the mana sucked out by Demise Apple. Paradise Apple shone even brighter. It was akin to the dazzling sun in the dark passage. And then, upon unleashing the stored mana inside, it can temporarily raise its user's mana. The number of people that I have killed with aging magic so far is 3,766 people. The members of Phoenix's A's who were standing behind Lambert were startled upon hearing that number. T-3000? So much. And this kind of sorcerer is still lurking in the kingdom? Cruz raised a despaired voice. After all, this case was only for the underground research facility in Teutoburg. Although he had somehow prepared for hearing the worst, he realized that he still underestimated the other party. For me, aging magic is just like a meal. Only now have I truly drawn my sword. My true forte is close combat with the body, which was enhanced by my sudden increase in mana. Actually, I wanted to use another spell, but the scale is way too big for this cramped place. Mana was a life force that existed in every living being. It was the energy that was used by sorcerers to fuel their spells. And some martial arts also wouldn't be able to show their true strength without the backing of mana. Theonago threw the Demise Skull high up in the air. The skull suddenly stopped in midair and stayed still right there. After confirming that, Theonago bent forward, hands touching the floor as she looked at Lambert. Yes, just like a predator when they were about to rush toward their prey. With her abundant supply of mana, it was the most efficient stance to overpower her enemy and beat them with brute force. To be honest, it's been a while since I borrowed mana from Paradise Apple. Now then, let's enjoy this slugfest to our heart's content. Let's see how many seconds you can last. After saying this, Theonago kicked the ground and rushed toward Lambert at breakneck speed. She stepped on the ground the moment she entered the range of Lambert's great sword. And the next moment, she was already standing behind Lambert. You can't even react to that. Next, I shall crush that armor of yours with my hands. Theonago raised her hand, pointing toward Lambert's back. That trick is too naive. Lambert's greatsword suddenly wedged itself into Theonago's flank. Theonago's body spun in midair, scattering blood and entrails in the passage and stopping after her back crashed against the wall. Gah, ha. Theonago then fell to the ground, coughing up blood as she groaned in pain. What just happened? As color drained from her face, Theonago tried to crawl on the ground. At that moment, a voice that invoked disgust resounded in the passage. When Theonago looked at the source of the voice, she saw how easily Lambert crushed the Demise Skull with his great sword. As if expressing its fear toward Lambert, the remaining jaw part of the skull was rattling. Lambert trampled the remaining jaw underfoot, destroying it for good and stopping the eerie voice. Stop. That's my everything. 3,000 people. I guess that's the limit of a small trinket like this. You can't even beat a first-rate swordsman with this small trinket. Good grief, Belfi's kingdom really did waste their resources and time just for these small trinkets. Following that, his great sword crushed the Paradise Apple that was rolling on the ground. Why, you idiot. Do you realize just how valuable those magic tools are? That's the proof of the existence of our Renol family which has been erased from history. The proof of our existence. That's as if ignoring Theonago's wail, Lambert mercilessly swung down his great sword, crushing the golden apple. As long as evil sorcery from the 8 Kingdoms Unification War era is used, I shall not overlook it. I will rip it out at its root. I curse you. I absolutely won't forgive you. I'll curse you from the other world. Remember this. I won't let you die in peace. I've already passed that road though. Lambert's great sword beheaded Thulnago as soon as he finished his words. He swung his sword to the side to get rid of the blood sticking on its blade. Let's get going. The members of Phoenix's A's who could only watch nodded at each other. Kusama. Aren't we actually just a hindrance? Act 331, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lair 7. Chapter 31, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lair 7. Having entered Teutoburg City's underground research facility of Angel of Death, Lambert's party was currently facing against 2 sorcerers clad in the robes of Angel of Death. Both of them were wearing beast-like masks, their arms were covered in black arm guards, and they had on protection for their skin. What happened to Thulnago? Did that woman forget it's her job to guard the entrance? When the short man said this, the tall man with an extremely hunchback posture let out a derisive laugh. There's no way that Thulnago would lose against a bunch of kingdom soldiers. That capricious woman might have gotten bored and left. HMPH, I guess you really shouldn't trust one who claims to be a survivor of the Renault family. That woman is a bit peculiar, even amongst us. Their shoulders shook as they started flexing their arms to move in an extremely creepy manner. And yet, their movements didn't seem useless at all to those who saw them. It looked like they were dancing. Even discounting their creepy appearances, just doing their dance downtown alone was enough to convince anyone who saw it that the 2 were by no means proper people. This fella seems like. The members of Phoenix's A's had already pointing their swords toward the 2, but the latter acted like they're not worrying about the former. No way. Halmain siblings. Cruz muttered this. Halmain siblings? I thought they were just a made-up story. Cruz's subordinate, Frey, was visibly shocked by that revelation. The tall, hunchback man then looked at them while cleaning his ear with his little finger as if he didn't care about the fame. Oh, you know about us, eh? Then, I guess I'll have to introduce myself. My name is Rajef, and this is my little brother, Milais. We are artists who love the potential of humans. My brother destroys, and I create. God might only give us one talent, but our cooperation is impeccable. We're one artist in 2. We're the Halmain siblings. The Halmain siblings grabbed each other's hand. The members of Phoenix's A's could only stand dumbfoundedly without moving an inch. Cruz was the only one who was visibly angered upon seeing that. Lambert noticed Cruz's expression as he readied his great sword. Your acquaintance? 15 years ago, a clinic opened in a port town. The clinic used an abandoned building that had been left alone by its owner for many years. It was built by 2 white sorcerers who appeared out of nowhere, proclaiming to be church sorcerers coming to save the town which suffered from plague. The town citizens were really delighted. Without even noticing that the 2 were not decent white sorcerers. No one doubted the 2, and they ended up dead on the beds of the clinic. Cruz recited the story with a plain tone, but the 2 of them suddenly vanished 1 week later. When the citizens looked for them, they found people with 3 arms, people with 2 heads, in short, all kinds of grotesque forms of human you can think of. Everyone was a patient of the clinic. There were even cards for each patient with writing such as failure. The internal organs don't work properly. SHD failure, or success, can survive for 3 years. Upon hearing that, Lambert looked at the Halmain siblings. Oh, how nostalgic. That's such an old story. We really had fun back then. In fact, we really enjoyed the reaction of the relatives of those patients. They were bawling non-stop, you know. Frey then turned toward Cruz as she opened her mouth. So, the Halmain siblings are real. All of their victims were burned to death by the Inquisition team of the church in accordance with their creed. The kingdom prevented that story from spreading. The big brother, Rajef, raised his fist. Yes, that's right. It's that annoying fella's fault. They burned the peaceful citizens. Are they even human? We might have caused sorrow for those citizens, but those Inquisition bastards didn't even spare a bug in that town. Those geese might not even be humans. I won't deny the fact that the Inquisition squad went too far. After all, the one who asked them to kill my little sister, who had the arm of another person growing from her body, was none other than me. That's why I become a soldier, to hunt down F-king bastards like you two. Cruz sprinted toward the brothers with a rapier in his hand. Armored swordsman, these people are mine. His subordinates followed Cruz. Sure enough, we brothers are the intelligent types. Our forte lies in research, and we're inferior in battle. But do you really think that we're so weak that even Rash Kingdom's soldiers can kill us? The older brother, Rajef, asked this while scratching his chin. Nevertheless, we never said that we were the only ones here. Now, it's time for them to take the stage. 100 Eyes Baldy. The moment he finished speaking, the floor below broke apart, and a monster crawled up from inside. It had a spherical shape with a diameter around 3 meters. Various human parts, such as children's arms or heads, could be seen protruding from its round body. Numerous insect-like legs came out from its lower body. It had a pair of giant arms on both sides of its body. Upon closer inspection, it was evidently composed of numerous human bodies, sticking to each other until they formed an arm-like shape. Cruz and his subordinates couldn't help but find themselves routed to the floor upon looking at the grotesque appearance of the monster. The children were obviously shedding black tears from their eyes, twisting their bodies as if they were in pain. Fleshgillum. Not that thing uses corpses, but this, on the other hand, is even more wicked than that. Upon hearing Lambert's remark, the little brother, Millais, let out to laugh. That's right. By the hand of Big Brother WHO called himself God's right hand, and me, the God's left hand, we let those children live in this shape. Now is the time to commence the field test. 100 Eyes Baldy, use your mighty strength to eliminate those intruders. Act 332, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lerate. Chapter 32, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lerate. That's right. By the hand of Big Brother WHO called himself God's right hand, and me, the God's left hand, we let those children live in this shape. Now, it's time to commence the field test. 100-Eyed Baldy, use your mighty strength to eliminate those intruders. Millais pointed toward the members of Phoenix's eyes, the eerie monster with numerous human limbs and faces on the surface of its body. The 100-Eyed Baldy then moved slowly toward the party. Stop. Scary. It hurts. Scary. Don't kill me. The faces of numerous children on the 100-Eyed Baldy were wailing in pain. Cruz, who stood at the front of the formation, could only be dumbfounded upon seeing that bizarre scene. His subordinates also stopped in their tracks upon hearing the 100-Eyed Baldy's wail. Ha ha ha. They were extremely sensitive. Now, can you kill these children? What's the difference between us and you if you kill them? Die while blaming your sense of justice. The big brother, Rajef, spoke with a plain tone. Hearing that voice, Cruz kicked the floor, putting more power in the hand that was gripping his rapier. Now is not the time to worry about such things. Cruz stabbed the 100-Eyed Baldy with his rapier. The meat of the 100-Eyed Baldy spilled on the floor beneath its feet, and Cruz extracted his weapon. Forgive me for doing this, but I'll make sure to kill those bastards for you. Cruz unleashed his second strike. At that moment, the faces on the 100-Eyed Baldy twisted into agony as they raised an even louder scream. Their voices resounded as if it was a chorus from hell. It was only natural for Cruz to drop the rapier before such a gruesome spectacle. Whoops, I forgot to add that their sense of pain is shared amongst them. This is only possible since my little brother is always doing his best. And as you can see, they turned into splendid musical instruments. So, no matter where you attack them, all of them will feel pain equal to their eyes being gouged out. Rajef explained with his plain voice, and Millais opened his mouth with a wide grin on his face. Nevertheless, the kingdom's soldiers sure are cruel fellows for being able to hurt and torture innocent children. An open giant arms made from numerous human bodies swung down toward Cruz. That attack shook the entire room. How's that? They might be slow, but they're powerful, right? A single strike from the 100-Eyed Baldy rivals that of an ogre. No matter how many human gather, the faces of the 100-Eyed Baldy distorted in pain again. That was because Lambert intercepted the blow and protected Cruz with his back. Why isn't your armor damaged after receiving that blow? No, how can you stand after receiving that crushing blow? No way. Is that organ? What are you scared about, big brother? It's just a slightly troublesome opponent, definitely not a big deal. Everything will be solved if we release the second. No. Third form of the 100-Eyed Baldy. Mwahaha, I never expected that we'd meet a slightly more skillful swordsman amongst those small fries. He'll become the target for the next stage of our experiment. The moment Millais said so, The hundred-eyed Baldy's hands trembled. Behold the hundred-eyed Baldy's true form. Lambert leapt toward the hundred-eyed Baldy, landed on top of it, and swung his great sword toward the scaffolding beneath his feet. Pieces of meat and blood sprayed from the gouged part. A few children's heads were decapitated from the main body as it fell to the ground. He repeated his attack twice and then thrice. Why you bastard? What do you think you're doing? How dare you cut down our greatest masterpiece? How dare you hurt those children, you heartless monster? So this is how you kingdom soldiers operate, eh? You murderer. Millais pointed his finger toward Lambert, blaming the latter for his deed. The hundred-eyed Baldy raised its arms and swung them down toward Lambert. But the arms suddenly fell to the ground. With his great sword, Lambert had severed both before they reached him. Lambert jumped lightly, spun his body in midair, and used the centrifugal force of his spin as he unleashed a downward slash. The body of the hundred-eyed Baldy smashed to the ground. All of the A's in its body looked up, and its head hung down as if its neck were broken. He isn't showing a shred of hesitation and just went for the kill. I see now, you cold-blooded murderer. You madman. Playtime is over. We brothers will stop the experiment and use our combined sorcery to erase a monster like you. The Halmain siblings surrounded Lambert, who kicked the hundred-eyed Baldy and landed on the floor. He'd called and come to this world. Despicable humble meatbag. Bomb. Both of them were making weird poses as they recited some sort of aria. And then, a lump of bright red meat that looked like an animal with its body turned inside out appeared in front of Rajef. It had bumps that covered its ugly-looking mouth and eyes. Now then, let's bring down the hammer of justice on this man who knows nothing about the pain of who. Rajef's voice faltered when his line of sight met with that of Lambert, and his body started to tremble non-stop for some reason. What's matter, brother? Let's tell Bomb to da. Rajef staggered a few steps back. Lambert's miasma, which he normally suppressed, was leaking out along with the change in his emotions. Directly exposed to Lambert's miasma that was filled with the latter's indignation, Rajef stepped back since he instinctively understood Lambert's identity. Rajef fell to his knees, hands on the floor as sweat dripped down from every pore in his body. Even Bomb fell to the floor, moving with extremely eerie movements. Who the hell are you? It wasn't even a fight anymore. It was as if they were sinners standing in front of the Reaper. Lambert's greatsword mercilessly struck at Rajef, who was posed as if he were offering his neck to Lambert. 54. That's the number of children you use to create weapons. Although your two lowly sorcerer heads won't be enough to compensate for one of those children, you'll die nonetheless. Be big bro. Lambert's slash had sliced Millais right in his chest. Blood sprayed from Millais's severed body as it fell to the ground. And then, the spirit from hell that chirped happily upon seeing its summoner death, meaning that it would return to hell, suddenly exploded into a piece of meat as Lambert struck it down with the flat side of his great sword. The eerie lump of meat raised a short, indescribable scream before it vanished, leaving only a puddle of blood. My apologies. I couldn't kill all of you in a single strike. I'll make sure to perform a proper funeral service to you later. Lambert walked until he arrived beside the hundred-eyed Baldies and bowed to them. And then, he looked at the members of Phoenix's eyes, who were still trembling non-stop upon experiencing Lambert's miasma and the merciless execution that followed after. Hurry up. We have to kill all the remaining sorcerers till no one is left. You can read the advanced chapter by clicking the image below and become my patron. My regular release schedule: Monday, Former General is Undead Night. Bonus. All translated chapters of Ikemen Tensei available in my Patreon for $1. All translated chapters of Anka Kokishi Monogatari available in my Patreon for $5. Act 333, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lenine. Chapter 33, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lenine. In the deepest part of the underground research facility, the vice leader of Angel of Death, Tony Lair, was sitting elegantly in his chair with his legs crossed. Well then, is there something you want to tell me, my lovely Robic? Kneeling in front of Tony Lair was his toy, the youth named Robic. It seems we've got a party of intruders. I know. I'm the one who invited them, after all. Thus, I specially prepared the prided sorcerers of our Angel of Death to welcome them. I want all of them to be tortured to death. Angel of Death was a gathering of geniuses, even by the standards of Devil's Piper, the revolutionary sorcery organization. One of the 8 wise men, the spinner of the truth who was also their leader, was rumored to be a veteran who had been in Devil's Piper since its inception hundreds of years ago. The leader of the 8 wise men, Immortal King, was the strongest. Their right-hand man, who was also the second-in-command Knight of Blood Mist, was the second strongest. After that, the leader of their group was the next strongest. Thus, Angel of Death was a true gathering of geniuses. Tony Lair never doubted that fact. He believed that their group was undefeated. In the first place, the one who made the plan to besiege the intruders and kill them all was him. Those intruders seem to have managed to defeat the sorcerers of Angel of Death. The situation is strange since none of the sorcerers heading toward the entrance contacted us again. Ha 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 ha. Robic, use your brain. Do you really think that the Saintess of Life and Death, Thule Nagosama, God's Hand, the Halmain siblings, and Laughing Gilliton Binman, all of the managers were wiped out? Tony Lair glared at Robic. Robic raised his face a little bit to gauge Tony Lair's expression. Cold sweat was trickling down his young, expressionless face. What shall we do then? Slave have no need to worry about our Angel of Death. Your lame joke is even shtier than horse dung. Do you want me to crush that f-king throat of yours? You think you can get cocky just because I'm a little bit kinder to you? Tony Lair's tone became rougher as he lost his previous composure. But that's the truth. Robic's reply stayed the same, albeit with trembling lips and a pale face. There was no trace of scorn left on his face. Tony Lair placed his fingers on his forehead, pondering for a while. The youths that he collected as part of his hobby had become his slaves by using torture or sorcery to brainwash them. They couldn't lie or betray him. He ruled them so thoroughly with fear and pain. Thus, no matter how much they hated him, they wouldn't be able to kill him in his sleep. That was something that Tony Lair instilled in them. But the current situation didn't even allow such a margin. What's the meaning of this? The ones who came to Titomburg were just a scouting unit of the kingdom, right? Something is amiss here. Someone must have manipulated the flow of information. The movement speed of the other party is abnormally fast after all. Is there a spy in our ranks? But the incident that informed the kingdom of our activities was the folly of Count Orberg. Tony Lair's feet tapped the floor in irritation. Does that mean they had long since been aware of the existence of this facility? Just where in the world is Spinner of the Truth's armor at a time like this? Tony Lair's wild imagination went full throttle due to anxiety. After all, it was logically impossible for a scouting unit to invade them on their own. He thought that it might be a false information spread so that Angel of Death would let down their guard. Rather than being put down by a small unit, they were most likely facing against a large battalion. Oh, whatever. Whether they're the kingdom soldiers or the church, it seems the time for this Tony Lair to make his move has come. Tony Lair stood from his chair and walked toward the entrance of the room. Robic, gather my slaves and line them up along the passage. And don't forget to equip every one of them with a counterbalancing sword. Counterbalancing sword, I understand. Just a confirmation, you hear me, right? Those ears of yours aren't for mere decoration, right? Tony Lair suddenly stopped, turned around, and pinched Robic's ears. My apologies. I shall prepare the items immediately. That'll be your top priority. Anyone who dares to come late will spend the rest of their life as a living specimen. Yes. Robic bowed and then left in a hurry. After seeing Robic's back vanish within the dark corridor, Tony Lair revealed a sneer. Let's see how many of them will survive after this. In 5 minutes, Tony Lair's slaves gathered in the passage of the Underground Research Institute. All of them were youths with butler attire. Tony Lair didn't forget to count them, one by one. 7. There are 4 people less. Robic. Param collapsed after Thule Nagosama's training yesterday. I confirmed his death just now. Ray Light committed suicide in the bathroom. Such undisciplined fellas. The exact opposite of you, Robic. Hearing the contents of Tony Lair and Robic's conversation, the faces of Tony Lair's slaves distorted in fear. As for those who had served him for a long time, they didn't even flinch. In this place, the death of their colleagues was a trivial matter. Moreover, an overreaction would only worsen Tony Lair's mood, which might result in them being killed or tortured to death. Since Shelf is away right now, he might not make it in time. And Nain is dead due to a little joke between Liluxama and Tony Lair-sama. Huh? Nain didn't survive that? The one who killed him was you, Tony Lair-sama. So that's what happened, eh? I forgot about it. Tony Lair shrugged his shoulders as if it had nothing to do with him. Well, this is all of them, I guess. Now, It's time to hunt the intruder. Since I have no choice but to rely on my subordinates now, I'll give you special permission to walk in front of me. Act 334, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 10. Chapter 34, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 10. Lambert ran in the passage with his greatsword ready and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Cruz and company followed after Lambert accidentally ran ahead of him, stopping immediately and lining up behind him again. Is something the matter, armored swordsman? When Cruz asked that question, Lambert only kicked the floor lightly. The sound of footsteps is strange. Be careful. It might be a trap. You geese should back up a little bit. Should we avoid this passage then? No, my gut is telling me that this one isn't a big deal. At times like these, we must be swift. Then, allow me to lead the vanguard. We will be annihilated for sure if something happened to you. But then, Lambert's hand moved first before Cruz took a step in front of him. Don't worry about me. This kind of poorly built trap is just child's play to me. That might be true, but still. Lambert kept walking forward, making Cruz even more dumbfounded. At the same time, Lambert had sensed that someone was coming from the front. In addition to the gathering of people, someone ran forward to the front of the group. Lambert increased his walking pace the moment he sensed that the other party was rushing ahead. The one who came from the passage ahead of Lambert was a child holding a sword in his hands. To add to that, the child was particularly short. His condition was clearly abnormal since the dreaded look on his face was too obvious. Not a sorcerer. Calm down, we are kingdom soldiers. Cruz and his party were looking at Lambert with slightly complicated looks on their faces upon seeing the latter shamelessly calling himself a kingdom soldier. Lambert, who saw the dreaded look on the boy's face, lowered his great sword. Sorry, I can't go against that uncle's order. Please, run from this place. What the? Lambert observed the condition of the boy as he let out an astonished voice. Despite becoming an experimental subject, the boy had a neat appearance. He even wore a tailcoat made of top-quality material. In addition, although his running speed was a far cry from that of a top-class warrior, he obviously received combat training. Lambert noticed a small magic circle carved on the blade in the boy's hands. Lambert had no idea about the effect of the magic circle, nor could he read the letters since he wasn't a sorcerer. But after awakening as an undead, Lambert had the ability to see the flow of mana. Thus, he noticed that the sword in the boy's hands was sucking its wielder's mana. Hey, let go of that sword now. Lambert dropped his great sword and stretched his hand toward the boy. The boy's blade shone brightly and exploded suddenly. Following that explosion, cracks spread across the floor and ceiling. Lambert used his great sword to repel the fallen debris as he ran forward. Lambert grabbed the boy's hand and laid the child on the floor. The child's body was caked black. The hand that held the sword was destroyed until his upper arm. The child had already died. Although Lambert managed to rescue the child from the fallen debris, the scale of the explosion made it impossible to save him. Sorry for failing to protect you. Lambert lowered his head as he apologized to the corpse of the child. Armored swordsman, are you okay? The ceiling is. Cruz's voice could be heard from the other side of the rubble that had been blocked by debris. You guys take another route. Leave this guy to me. As expected, you're safe and sound. But without you, forget it. I understand. We'll look for another route. Thus, Cruz and company were leaving Lambert to go looking for another route. Following that, 7 men appeared in the passage ahead of Lambert. All of them wore tailcoats. Of those newcomers, a child around the same age as the one who died in the explosion grasped the same exploding sword in his hands. My original plan was to bury all of you alive under the debris, but good jobs for noticing the plan. Since this research facility has so many partitions, the walls are unexpectedly brittle. The tall and slender man stood behind the 6 youths, who acted like his shield, and gave such empty praise to Lambert. My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Tony Lair, the vice leader of the Alchemist Research Institute, Angel of Death, which operates in this underground facility. The man who introduced himself as Tony Lair bowed toward Lambert with a rather pompous attitude. As if to match him, the 6 youths mirrored his movements. There was this eerie, expressionless look on their faces. Splendid. Not only did you choose to approach your enemy amidst the grumbling passage, but you even went through it while carrying his corpse. That sword and armor aren't just for show. After all, I was wondering what was happening when you defeated my subordinates in succession. To think that an extremely skilled person was mixed in. Tony Lair shook his head and then glared daggers at Lambert. Good grief, I wanted to enjoy this more freely, but I guess I need to be more careful this time. Despite your fair evaluation, you seem to be quite composed. Yeah, there's no doubt about your skills. But I don't know if you're unaware of this or not, but you have never crossed that line. In short, you're way too naive. Perhaps you might want to see how far you can go with that much power, but I can only see it as naivety. It's way too crooked of a belief. Huh, so you know. That's no good. As long as you dance with us, the Devil's Piper, you'll eventually become a devil too. Those fellas from the church have prepared as such. For that reason, alongside my subordinates, allow me to lead the way down the road to hell. Tony Lair held his hand aloft toward Lambert. Surround that man at once. Attack the joints of his armor with your swords. No matter how solid his armor, the joints are still the weak point. Act 3:35, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lair 11. Chapter 35, Gentlemen of Death, Tony Lair 11. Following Tony Lair's order, the 6 children split up. They drew closer, trying to surround Lambert. Stop at once. Although he may be forcing you to do this, you'll definitely die as long as you hold those swords. Upon hearing Lambert's remark, one of the children's gaits obviously faltered. Depending on the degree of favorability from Tony Lair, there was a difference in each of their mental restrictions. Although Tony Lair's brainwashing wasn't so weak that it would stop just by a remark from a third party, it was enough to make them falter for a moment. For that reason, a gap appeared for a moment in the seemingly impeccable formation. One of the youths leaned forward as he rushed toward Lambert. Good, Robic, I'll give you a reward if you survive this ordeal. Tony Lair laughed merrily as he spoke. The youth who rushed toward Lambert was Tony Lair's favorite, Robic. As he looked at Lambert's situation, Tony Lair spread his arms. Devil's claws, dwell in my hand. His white gloves tore apart as 10 purplish-red claws grew from the tips of his fingers. Consider this an honor since, most of the time, I only use dolls. Devil's claws were armament-type spells that converted mana into crystals. After doing so, the resulting crystals were equipped on the skin of the user. They weren't normal claws either. The claws had extremely deadly poison that could kill their target with a single graze. In truth, the poison allowed Tony Lair to disrupt the flow of mana in the target's body. At first, the victim wouldn't be able to use their spell. After experiencing discomfort that assailed their entire body, they would be rendered completely immobile. A normal person would die in 3 minutes. Tony Lair's tactic was to use a counterbalancing sword that would suck its wielder mana to cause an explosion. He would rush in to deliver the coup de grace with his devil's claw while the other party was dealing with the aftermath of the explosion. That guy would be shaken by someone's death. Still a greenhorn. He's undoubtedly an extremely powerful swordsman, but, as long as he kills a slave, his mind will surely be shaken, resulting in an opening for me to finish him off. Tony Lair's slaves were young, but their flesh had been strengthened with forbidden spells and drugs. As such, their physical strength far surpassed the normal threshold. Robic, the youth who rushed in first, was his most excellent specimen. I see, in terms of speed alone, you're faster than Cruz. Lambert pulled his greatsword and struck Robic's wrist, trying to disarm the latter. Because the impact of Lambert's strike was too strong, Robic ended up being thrown back and falling on his rear. Robic's emotionless eyes flickered for a moment, and then he shut his eyes tightly. I will die painlessly. At that moment, the engraved magic circle on the sword's blade shone. Disarming it isn't enough since the child is still going to be swallowed by the explosion. Lambert jumped ahead and stood in front of Robic, who was crouching on the floor, to protect the latter from the explosion. Lambert's back became a wall that blocked the flames from the exploding sword. You're safe. I'll protect you guys. Tony Lair closed in upon seeing that. How naive. As if you're someone who never crossed the line. Unfortunately, this isn't a place where someone as naive as you will survive. Tony Lair was going to swing his arm down, but he felt a chill running down his spine right at that moment. He twisted his body, doing backflips as he retreated to dodge the rubble that was sent flying by Lambert's kick. He was forced to do that since Lambert did something that betrayed his expectations. He landed on his feet, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. I thought that was the perfect time for an ambush. but I'm seriously going to be mowed down by his sword if I enter his range. Just what the hell was the killing intent from before? At that moment, Tony Lair noticed the pain coursing through his right wrist. Upon looking down, he saw a puddle of blood beneath his feet. His wrist had already been severed till he could see the bone. Since when he performed that irregular movement, his wrist had entered into the range of Lambert's greatsword for a moment. And you said that my naivety would kill me today. Lambert turned around and looked at Tony Lair. I made a promise with my lord to become a strong swordsman who could carry my ideals, even if I had to live through hell. Naturally, this was all a means to the end goal of unification. Tony Lair's line of sight finally met Lambert's. At that moment, his body was trembling like that of a newborn fawn. He fell on his rear. At that moment, he saw his severed hand in the corner of the room. And a lowlife like you, who uses cowardly tactics like that, has no right to preach to me. All of you, jump at him at on explode. Yeah. Kill him with explosion. Act 336, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 12. Chapter 36, Gentleman of Death, Tony Lair 12. All of you, jump at him at on explode. Yeah. Kill him with explosion. Tony Lair ordered the 5 remaining children with swords in their hands to charge at him. What are you doing? Are you deaf? Then, I'll turn the slowest one amongst you into mincemeat soup and feed you to the pigs. Tony Lair's cold, cruel eyes were glaring at them. The children who looked at those eyes were trembling in fear, readying their swords with bewildered looks on their faces. The reason for this was that Tony Lair always followed through with what he threatened. His orders were the absolute rule amongst the children who went into brainwashing training in Teutoburg. Why yeah, then, rest assured, I'm gonna kill that man and put an end to his evil deeds today. Lambert pointed his great sword at Tony Lair. Robic, who was disarmed, could only look up to Lambert's back as he sat on the ground. Amongst Tony Lair's slave, Robic was got defeated and was now being protected by Lambert. He was the only one who wore the expression of a child befitting his age. The first sword dropped to the floor. I see, so you chose to become mincemeat, huh? Then, the second one, third one, and so on until none of the children had swords in their hands anymore. By protecting Robic from the explosion, Lambert had provided reason for the children to overcome their fear of Tony Lair. From the very beginning, the difference between Lambert and Tony Lair in terms of personality and persuasive power was like heaven and earth. The former was a veteran of the most tragic warring era. No matter how much Tony Lair threatened the children with violence, it was a far cry from a veteran of war like Lambert. You shitty brats. How dare you underestimate me? Fine then. I'll make you regret your decision until you die. I'll let you taste the compilation of Angel of Death's sorcery with your body. Our sorcery has long since surpassed the kingdom's sorcery. I can keep you alive with just your brain and internal organs. Quite a big mouth you got there for someone who can do nothing but blasphemous sects on humans. Stupid swordsmen like you who can do nothing but swing their sword will never understand. The research conducted in this place will be accepted by royal alchemists in no time if I bring it to the palace. That is just an incomplete reproduction of the sorcery from the 8 countries' unification war era. Almost all of that is a poor reproduction from that era. What the? Tony Lair's head flushed red in rage. You and your organization are nothing more than mere parasites who fed on what was lost to history for a good reason. You, stray people hoping to get valuation from the kingdom, have no right to laugh. All of your achievements are built upon a mountain of corpses. I'm such a fool for trying to explain our values to a stupid swordsman like you. Ignorant fools. WHO can't understand the value of our research. Idiots like you and the kingdom are the reason why I joined Devil's Piper. Tony Lair focusing his power into his left hand. As a result, the length of crystallized mana that made up his claws became longer. Tony Lair lowered his stance, kicking the ground as he sprinted forward and circling around Lambert. Thick armor that can even block the counterbalance sword's explosion, and speed that surpasses Robic. He's truly a troublesome enemy, but too naive. That naivety of yours will be your doom. My devil claws should be able to pierce the gap between his armor, and then, all I've to do is use the opening. My claws that can disturb the flow of mana inside its victim's body is the best poison. Even a monster-like swordsman like him won't be safe from such poison. Tony Lair acted as if he was aiming for Robic, who sat behind Lambert. Lambert, who was distracted by that, would be filled with an opening for Tony Lair to deliver his strike. But this was where Tony Lair made a miscalculation. Lambert, who had lost his flesh, was no longer human. Tony Lair's mana poison was meaningless against him. And even if Lambert was still alive, for Lambert, a swordsman who strengthened his body by perfectly controlling the flow of mana in his body, Tony Lair's mana poison was nothing more than a breeze facing a giant storm. Let's start with the most useless one. Tony Lair threw a feint, which made it look like he was aiming for Robic, but he changed his direction immediately. At that moment, blood showered down from Tony Lair's left shoulder. From such a position, there was no need to say that another one of Tony Lair's miscalculations was the fact that he miscalculated the difference in abilities between Lambert and him. It was precisely because Lambert had nobly carried out his justice that he was praised as the strongest swordsman of the 4 demon generals of Regio's kingdom. Stop. I'm the most promising sorcerer. Killing me is an act of deterring the development of sorcery study in this world. Lambert's sword decapitated Tony Lair's right foot and pried into his left foot. Tony Lair raised an anguished scream. Am I going to die? This me. The blade of Lambert's greatsword then touched Tony Lair's neck. You say that you're the vice leader of Angel of Death, right? Where's the boss? Foo. Ha 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 ha. Spinner of the Truth's armor won't be defeated by the likes of you. That person, not even I dare to speak their true name, because they're extremely famous to the point that no one has ever heard their name. Or rather, it might be more appropriate to call them a monster, but it's exactly due to that person that I can hold this fort with ease. Not interested, not that I've ever heard about them either. Now, spit out their whereabouts. That mighty person is unfathomable, even to me. They just told me to guard this place, meaning that their focus isn't in this place. But rest assured, I'm sure that Spinner of the Truth's armor will choose you as their playmate. Tony Lair revealed an ominous smile as he spoke. The same mana crystal as the one that formed his devil claws sprang from within his body. His body shook as blood spilled from his mouth. And yet, Tony Lair was still smiling even in death. Death. I guess I've no choice but to go looking for another passage to reunite with Cruz and Co. Lambert stood up and then turned around to looking at the 6 young slaves of Tony Lair. Follow. We must get out of here immediately. Most of the sorcerers in this place should have already been taken care of. Act 337, Re-Laughing Clown 1. Chapter 37, Re-Laughing Clown 1. 6 people from the 2nd Division of Phoenix's Eyes, including Cruz, who got separated from Lambert due to the collapse of the passage, were walking inside another passageway of the underground research facility. Don't let your guard down. Stay vigilant till the end. Fortunately, almost all of the big shots have been killed by that armored swordsman, but we mustn't let our guard down since some wicked sorcerers might be hiding somewhere. If we end up meeting sorcerer like the Harmon siblings of God's Hand or Theornigo with her aging sorcery, we have to attack them without giving them the time to prepare. Although the incident caused by the Harmon siblings had been hidden by the church, the kingdom and the church were chasing after the siblings, who had been labeled as top priority. Though the danger level of criminals was denoted by using the same classification as monsters, the Hamelin siblings ranked 3rd from below. They were more dangerous than ogres. There was a requirement for someone to be certified as ogre rank. They had to have the ability to fight 5 or more top-tier warriors. In all honesty, such a feat would be impossible for a normal human. Whether their combat abilities or their train of thought, they were usually more like monsters than humans. Since Theornigo never appeared in public, both the kingdom and Cruz had no idea about her abilities. But according to Cruz's evaluation, Theornigo's strength should be 1 rank above the Harmon siblings. That was troll rank. They were definitely not the kind of opponent that they could fight from the front. Thus, unable to fight the Harmon siblings properly, Cruz understood just how desperate they were without Lambert. Thus, he prioritized his group to move carefully, with regrouping with Lambert as their top priority. And in case they met an enemy along the way, they would attack first, covering the gap of the 2 sides' abilities with superior numbers. That was Cruz's plan. I joined the Kingdom Army since I wanted to hunt down the Harmon siblings, to stop them from repeating the same tragedy. And yet, to think that the strength of the sorcerers from Devil's Piper would be so terrifying. Cruz muttered such a soliloquy. The sorcerers of Devil's Piper aside, an existence like Lambert, who could easily overwhelm those already overpowered sorcerers and slay them with ease, crushed his confidence. Someday, I'll catch up to him, even if it just by a single step. But making that person a goal sounded impossible. Right? His subordinate, Frey, unknowingly replied to Cruz's soliloquy. Well, That's true, but the feeling of wanting to catch up to him alone is enough. Apparently, both the kingdom and I are too naive. There's no soldier in the kingdom who can single-handedly fight the high-rank sorceress of Devil's Piper. Yeah, no one. Hearing that judgment, a heavy air enveloped the 6 people. Cruz, who noticed that he just demoralized his subordinates, coughed to clear his throat. But don't let that dampen your spirit. It's not like dozens of sorcerers like Theonago can be found so easily. On the other hand, if Devil's Piper had gathered many sorcerers of her level, there might have already moved to overthrow this kingdom. The reason why there are so many of them in this place is simply because this is their research facility. I have to say that their strength did exceed my expectations, which means that we must reevaluate the danger level of Devil's Piper. But losing many excellent sorcerers at once during this raid should give a serious blow to their manpower. Cruz showed a smiling expression toward his subordinate. You're right, Cruz-sama. Research facilities are important for sorcerers. Killing one of those people alone is enough to save hundreds, if not thousands of lives. Even if we must die to kill them, we have to make sure that we can at least drag them away. The smile on Cruz's face when he looked at his subordinate who spoke in high spirits suddenly stiffened. Noel, get away from that place. The soldier named Noel kicked the ground and somehow got away from where he stood. He landed with his hands, and when he turned around to see what happened, he discovered a pair of giant scissors almost as tall as an adult piercing the place where he stood a moment ago. Each of the scissors blades had 3 eyes that moved around and round as if to see the surroundings. That was a close call. And what the heck is that thing? Spirit of hell. The culprit is above us. Cruz was looking at the female clown wearing a mask with a teardrop standing on the ceiling, one of the 8 wise men. Look of Laughing Clown. She was looking at Cruz's party, holding a short cane in her hand. The heck, that armored brother isn't with you. Come on, don't be surprised, will ya? I've been hiding in this place all along to launch an ambush. Oh well, I guess you guys got lucky since I was in a bit of a hurry. Cruz kicked the floor, stepped on the wall to jump, and sent a thrust with his rapier even before Leluk managed to finish her remark. Leluk threw her head back to dodge the incoming thrust, kicking the ceiling at the same time and lastly landing on the ground. What are you doing? I told you guys that I'd let you off just this once since I was in a hurry, right? We should be the ones saying that. Not that we, Phoenix's eyes, will overlook evil heretics like you. Cruz declared this as he pointed his rapier toward Leluk. His subordinates were also lining up to surround Leluk, attacking her from her blind spot. It seems you fools have lost your minds. Leluk jumped up and somersaulted twice in the air, escaping from Cruz and Co.'s simultaneous attacks. She then used the cane in her hand to parry the sword that was coming from her blind spot without even having to turn around, raised her leg, and unleashed a roundhouse kick toward one of the soldiers. She used her cane to parry the incoming strikes, sending her opponent flying by kicking their jaw with her toe. Damn it. She's way too fast and nimble. But an opening. Leluk's body spun in midair, and then she landed right on top of a brandished sword with one of her feet, accurately piercing a soldier in the temple with each step. The 2 soldiers collapsed on the spot and passed out immediately. Cruz confirmed that his comrades had been defeated from the corner of his eyes. They had been prepared for this. And yet, even with 6 of them working together to suppress the other party in close combat, half of them had been incapacitated in no time. As if that wasn't bad enough, not even Cruz could follow or see through Leluk's bizarre and fast movements. Yup, 3 people left. Leluk stowed away her cane, went to the place where the giant scissors pierced the ground, and pulled them out of the ground. Ahahaha, I'm not in the wrong here since they're the ones WHO started the fight. Even though I planned to overlook them, they came like fools without even knowing the difference between our strengths. This is my last offer. I'll consider sparing your sorry lives if you beg and see our wife for forgiveness. Still want to fight me? Don't screw with the US. Cruz retreated a half step, suddenly charging toward Leluk from the front and unleashing a stabbing attack with his rapier. My body. Leluk retreated a little bit with the portal scissors in her hands, laughing mockingly at Cruz. In Cruz's opinion, it looked like Leluk was worrying about her weapons, but Cruz's rapier suddenly severed right in the middle and fell to the floor. Krez and company couldn't see the moment when Leluk severed Cruz's rapier. Maybe, Lelouch had already used a portal scissor to sever Cruz's rapier the moment she pulled the portal scissor. It was a movement with godlike speed, too fast for even their trained eyes to see. And then, they heard a sound akin to a giant lump of metal coming toward their place resounding in the passage. Lelouch raised her vigilance upon hearing that sound. She felt uneasy and decided to make some distance between her and Cruz, readying her portal scissors. Good job keeping her here. Things would have gotten really messy if even one of them got away. Before anyone noticed it, Lambert was standing behind Lelouch with his great sword raised high in the air. Act 3:38, Re-Laughing Clown 2. Chapter 38, Re-Laughing Clown 2. Lambert, who stood behind Lelouch, swung down his great sword. Uck! Lelouch jumped forward, twisting her body in midair as she swung her arm that was holding the portal scissors to take on Lambert's swing. Your sword, I've seen it before. Against the great sword that mowed down toward her, Lelouch's petite frame leapt to the side as she spun. From Cruz and Co.'s perspective, it looked as if she could jump twice or change direction in the air. In fact, Lelouch pushed her hand on the flat side of the great sword to dodge the incoming slash. I dodged it. It's faster than anything that I've ever seen, but I managed to dodge it. Lelouch's stiff expression under her mask loosened a little bit. While in midair, she threw the portal scissors with one hand to aim for Lambert's back, using the recoil to open even more distance. After her body spun once on top of the floor, she landed on her knee. Lelouch was the weakest of the 8 wise men of Devil's Piper. There was nothing special about her achievements or research results, and she had no significant contributions to the organization. Even her sorcery was inferior compared to that of the other 8 wise men. Even if she was fully prepared, she couldn't take on the entire city like Manzi. The reason why she could become one of the big shots of Devil's Piper was purely due to her monster-like immortality and overwhelming combat abilities. The portal scissors have left my hand, will dance in the air, and attack that armored swordsman from behind. Now, I need to create a pincer attack with another spirit to keep him busy and use that chance to escape. She was convinced that it was possible since she managed to dodge Lambert's first attack. Accomplishing such a feat was by no means a simple matter. Lelouch's overwhelming combat sense, agility, and flexibility were the result of long and arduous hard work. And yet, even Lelouch knew that she couldn't hurt Lambert while dodging his attacks. When Lelouch was trying to stand up, Lambert had already arrived right before her. The knee strike, in which he put the entire weight of super-heavy organ armor, nailed straight into Lelouch's abdomen. The armor sunk deep into her stomach. Her ribcage and spine broke immediately. Her internal organs also ruptured due to that attack. And just like that, Lelouch Petite's frame was sent flying by Lambert's knee strike, crashing into the wall. The tremor in the passage was a testament to the power in Lambert's knee strike. The portal scissors that were chasing after Lambert's back had been destroyed by his great sword. The fragments of the 2 blades danced in the air. Lambert's current priority was to kill Lelouch, who might have escaped at any given moment. And not yet. I'm not done yet. Lelouch tried desperately to raise her arm, but then, her arm fell lifelessly like a puppet that got its string cut when she barely managed to raise her arm at shoulder height. Despite her immortal body, the damage she received this time was simply too great. The immortal laughing clown. Won't die in such place. I won't die until I destroy the church and bring forth despair to this kingdom. The blood that kept flowing out of her mouth was dyeing her clown attire in red. Immortality comes in various forms. Many alchemists are aiming for immortality, but no one has come close to achieving that. As far as I know, even the monsters who come very close to that concept have already been slain by my sword. Don't speak as if you know everything, you monster! Lelouch shouted at Lambert. Lambert swung his sword to the side, severing Lelouch's body that slid down slowly from the floor. A puddle of blood was forming on the floor where Lelouch's lower half fell. As for her upper half, it fell right beside Lambert's great sword. She really is dead this time. One of the soldiers muttered with a dumbfounded face. He, who witnessed Lelouch's immortality for the first time, still had a hard time believing that she survived even after receiving such a powerful knee strike. And yet, Lelouch had survived that blow. Despite shedding a crazy amount of blood, she was desperately trying to crawl toward Lambert with her trembling hands. But then, as if showing that she had used up her strength, her body jerked once and stopped moving forever. The crying mask that covered Lelouch's face slid off, revealing the face beneath that mask. Her eyelids were peeled off, and there were dark red specks on her eyes. Her face was covered with stitch markings. Her tongue was crooked, and the tip of her tongue was split, indicating that it was cut with an unsharpened tool. Torture scars. Cruz, who was looking at Lelouch by Lambert's side, frowned as he saw her face. Though she is a monster of her own, these scars are too much. The culprits are probably those from the church. They're old scars. They might have used healing spells on her after they tortured her, and she gained a near-immortal and youthful body as a result of them forcibly prolonging her life with alchemy. Decades ago, this fella probably wasn't a monster. That means. Cruz hesitated to continue. His subordinates' faces stiffened the moment they understood the meaning behind Lambert's remark. Supposing that his remark was correct, it meant that Lelouch was captured by the church at a tender age and then experienced torture that constantly drove her to the verge of death. Though this kind of treatment wasn't rare in Regio's kingdom back then, they seem to continue that even in this peaceful era. But that's not a reason for me to overlook their outrageous acts of targeting the weak citizens. I won't be able to avenge your grudge, but rest assured, I'll shoulder that grudge. So rest in peace. I'll be there after I take care of my business. Lambert picked up the crying mask that fell to the ground and gently placed it to cover Lelouch's face again. He walked in silence for a few seconds and then stopped as he spoke to Cruz and company without turning around to see them. This isn't the place to stop. We still have to find the surviving sorcerers. Besides that, we must dispose of the research, regroup with our comrades to share the information, and let the royal family know of the situation. We definitely cannot delay this matter any longer. Oh, okay. Cruz and his subordinates followed Lambert from behind. Although Lambert cast a glance for a moment toward Lelouch before he departed, he didn't spend more than 1 second before he moved forward. I guess I can't delay the matter of investigating the church anymore. He muttered this as he departed. Act 339, Spinner of the Truth 1. Chapter 39, Spinner of the Truth 1. Above ground, the remaining 5 subordinates of Cruz were currently protecting the children who deserted the research institution. In addition to protecting Alante, the former alchemist of Angel of Death, and Elise, the girl with disabled legs under his protection, they were protecting another 12 children. This is the border. Although we haven't met another sorcerer and have been focusing on escaping, we're about to reach our limit and have to evacuate ASAP. The most senior amongst the soldiers, the middle-aged soldier Kurtz, muttered this as he fell to his knees. Although they managed to protect the children from the escaped monster that had been kept in the research institute until now, their luck had finally run out since they were ambushed by a sorcerer just a while ago. Fortunately, they managed to get away without a hitch thanks to Alante's cooperation. But that battle had exhausted everyone's stamina. They were already at their limit. In the first place, their opponent wasn't amongst the elite sorcerer in Angel of Death. That was the main reason why they could withdraw from the battle without any casualties. But they would definitely get annihilated if they suffered another ambush. Angel of Death's sorcerers are the worst kind of people out there. They'll come to attack immediately once they know our position. In my opinion, we should split into teams of 3 to avoid such large gatherings. Even those people won't be able to mess up with us so easily after we leave Teutoburg. Alante made a suggestion to Kurtz. In that situation, each of us will go with 2 children, but there's only 5 of us. We lack another person. Are you trying to tell me to count you as one of the combat forces? Sorry, but I don't trust you yet. But well, I guess this isn't a situation in which I can afford to doubt you. Kurtz heaved a sigh as he spoke. But well, that's a good idea. You might have your alchemy, but you're too unreliable to be counted as part of our forces. You must have already run out of mana, right? I'll come with you. Yes, thank you for hearing me out. Alante then bowed his head as he spoke. Okay. The plan has been decided. Kurtz-san, as someone is heading in our direction. Kurtz raised his face upon hearing his subordinates shout. There was a giant figure heading toward their direction. It was a Neri man with a crooked, bald head, and a unique split tongue. Maybe due to his weight, the boundary between his head and chin was covered in fat. He was equipped with a giant axe. Is that another experimental body? This guy is also an Angel of Death member. His name is Jork. He's a dangerous man who doesn't even hesitate to carve taboo sorcery into his body. I never understand the stuff he babbles on about. The 5 soldiers lined up, forming a fan-shaped formation as they protected the children behind them. Alante stood right behind the soldiers, taking out flasks filled with green-colored grain soaked in liquid. It was a type of homunculus, a man-made frog. Alanti, so you are really betraying us, you idiot, after Tony Lesama bestowed so much favor on you. Do you really think that you can escape by selling us out to the kingdom? Jork shouted upon seeing Alanti's figure. A fabrication of life, Sprout. Alanti swung his cane as he threw the flask on the ground in front of him. The moment the flask was broken, the green-colored grain absorbed the liquid and swelled up immediately. The things that broke the thin membrane were small animals around the size of a human fist. Gutilda exclamation mark ooh. 5 man-made frogs creeped on the ground and surrounded Jork. Ha 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 ha, such a petty trick. From the very beginning, you ain't even my match. You're just useless. I saw WHO received favor from Tony Lesama despite never conducting research yourself. But now I can kill you since you betrayed US. Jork kicked the ground, jumping high in the air. He jumped over the soldiers and landed between them and Alanti. You deliberately got caught in a pincer? This is our chance. Surround him. The soldiers surrounded Jork immediately. Fools, you are the ones who got caught in my trap. Heed my call and manifest. Heartless meat bill splash. A crack formed on Jork's axe-wielding arm. His skin then flipped inside out as disgusting-looking tentacles came out of it. His attack range had also doubled. The tentacles squirmed like a whip and swung the axe. The chest of one of the soldiers was torn by the axe, sending their bodies flying backwards. A glimpse of his wound had made it clear that it was already too late to save him. Alec, Kurtz called the soldier with a ghastly pale look on his face. He. This is the end. Jork swung his arm again. The soldiers were using a half-circle formation to surround Jork, and their target's axe was passing by the soldier's position. First, he killed one of the soldiers by bypassing the distance between them with meat bill splash, causing them to tremble in fear and rage before he killed them all. It was Jork's most terrifying tactic. The next target of his axe was Kurtz. Kurtz raised his sword and swung it down toward Jork. You bastard. Too slow. He. Jork's axe dug into Kurtz's left chest, sliced off his left shoulder, and exposed the bone in the air. And yet, Jork's swinging force didn't weaken. As his axe was about to tear through the rest of the soldiers, he saw something that astonished him. His axe separated from his hand. And just like that, meat bill splash was dangling down, sprinkling bits and pieces of red meat. Still grasping the handle of the axe, Jork's dismembered hand tumbled to the ground. My left hand. Impossible. I should be faster. This guy. He actually sliced off my hand right before he died. Jork glared at Kurtz, who fell in his own pool of blood, with an enraged look on his face. Kurtz-san used his life to create this chance for us. How dare you kill Alec and Kurtz-san? We must kill him. The 3 remaining soldiers rushed in at once toward Jork, who had lost his weapon and hand. At the same time, Alanti's homunculus frogs had already gathered below Jork's feet. Former General is Undead Night Volume 3 Pints 2 Act 340, Spinner of the Truth 2 Chapter 40, Spinner of the Truth 2. The 3 remaining soldiers rushed in at once toward Jork, who had lost his weapon and hand. At the same time, Alanti's homunculus frogs gathered below Jork's feet. Normal frogs were benign, stupid demonic beasts, but the homunculus frog was as quick-witted to an average swordsman, able to jump 10 times its height. Jork was fully aware that Alanti had been researching poison and homunculi. Thus, he absolutely couldn't underestimate the homunculus frogs, who could stock up poison in their bodies. But he was in a predicament now as he had lost his left arm and wouldn't be able to deal with 3 swords that came from different directions. I'm just getting started. Small free Jork made an outrageous gesture with his right hand. And just as everyone was thinking about what he was up to now, countless protuberances appeared from the side of his arm. Pointy earthen bullets then fired indiscriminately around him. The soldiers retreated, using their swords to block the earthen bullets. The flock of homunculus frogs exploded one after another after getting shot down by the earthen bullets and losing their poison. Jork used the chance to brandish muscle bill splash like a whip. One of the soldiers who received that blow was sent flying easily. Although that wasn't a fatal blow, It was strong enough to knock him out. Any loss of war potential was a substantial loss of combat power for the soldiers. Jork was breathing heavily as he glared at Alanti and the surviving two soldiers. His own body was also injured and drenched in blood due to the indiscriminate attacks of the earth and bullets. From the very beginning, he was willing to pay that price. Even someone as tough as Jork was injured by that. Since he lost his weapon and dominant arm due to Kurtz's preparedness to fight to the death, he had to finish the fight in a hurry. Without swordsmanship skill, Alanti, who could only use gaudy spells, the two remaining soldiers were the last line of defense. Jork's greatest strength was his skill with the sword and the magic formulae sealed deep within his flesh. Having lost his greatest weapon and the other injuries on his body had put him in a disadvantageous situation. Even though Jork couldn't stomach the fact that he was going to be defeated by the kingdom soldiers, he realized that he was at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Jork still had some strength left. He still had his magic formulae in his body. He lost his dominant arm, but part of Splash remained. He could still fight back if he felt like it. But then, there was no real value in continuing the fight. 3 people left. TCH. It seems I'm playing around too much. Let's end this now. As he spoke, Jork leapt in the air with abnormal jumping power, landing right in front of Alanti. Alanti, traitors have to die. Jork clenched his fist and swung down his arm at Alanti. Brother. The girl in the wheelchair, Elise, called his name. Stop! You be starred. 2 soldiers jumped immediately toward Jork with their swords pointed at him. But they were too late. Jork's giant fist had smashed into Alanti's head. That was what the soldiers expected to see. And yet, the next moment, Jork's fist missed its target and struck the ground. Fool. Even though I've warned Tony Lair again and again to prohibit any act of violence toward Alanti. Alanti heaved a sigh as he muttered this with an expressionless look on his face. Impossible. You shouldn't be able to dodge my attack. Not to mention that you have 0 experience in combat and never participate in real fights. Jork swung his fist for a second time. And then a third time. Alanti ducked in with a movement that seemed unnatural, dodging each of the attacks by paper-thin margins. Although it looked like a mere coincidence that he managed to dodge the attacks with strange movements, it still couldn't explain how he dodged until the third attack. The 2 remaining soldiers who had no idea about what happened could only look at Alanti with dumbfounded looks on their faces, forgetting to assist Alanti. According to the story they heard before, Alanti was forcefully brought to Teutoburg despite his meager talent in sorcery. Other than that, he was a normal youth that one could find anywhere. That was why he was included as a target of protection despite being a member of Angel of Death. The soldiers were top-class swordsmen. Thus, they know just how abnormal Alanti's movements were. Although his dodges seemed haphazard, those bizarre movements avoided all of Jork's attacks. So rather than observing Jork's bizarre attack pattern and dodging it, it was as if Alanti had already known what kind of movement he would make beforehand. As if it was a choreographed dance that had been arranged beforehand. This situation made it seem as if he was an experienced fighter. It was only possible for those who sharpened their intuition and kept surviving the carnage of the battlefield. Alanti dodged Jork's punch again and took out a flask in one fluid motion from his chest pocket. He hurled the flask at Jork. The flask broke to pieces when it struck Jork, smearing him with the liquid inside. Jork's face was soaked in the frog's seed liquid. The heck is this? How dare you underestimate me? A fabrication of life. Sprout. Go. Jork's face swelled until it looked like it was about to burst. Numerous homunculus frogs appeared from within his mouth. Jork's eyes opened wide, and then he fell to his knees. He tried to dig up the homunculus frog from his mouth with his remaining right hand, but it exploded. At that moment, Jork's giant frame shook. The frogs kept coming out from his mouth as he spewed bubbles from his nose. The children who saw that scene raised a scream one after another and then vomited on the spot. Even the remaining soldiers couldn't move their fingers as they saw that bizarre spectacle. Alanti stretched his back with a strange movement, looking at Jork with a bone-chilling light dwelling in his eyes. Act 341, Spinner of the Truth 3. Chapter 41, Spinner of the Truth 3. AAA. Yellow specks appeared all over Jork's body. He started scratching his whole body with his remaining right hand while writhing in pain on the ground. His whole body became unbearably itchy because of the poison from the homunculus frogs that exploded in his mouth a few moments ago. Rest assured, the poison in the homunculus frogs isn't lethal. Ogo, Hogo, nay, why? Jork, who was too preoccupied with numerous frogs in his body, couldn't speak properly. He couldn't hear Alanti's remarks since he was too busy dealing with itchiness and pain that assailed his whole body, not to mention the fact that he was having a hard time breathing. But then, how did a weakling like you manage to enter our angel of death? Oh well, that's a trivial matter, I guess. Alanti stooped over as he stepped on Jork's head. Well then, let's use this chance to do a small experiment. Come, Ruzk. A shining magic circle appeared as Alanti spoke. Ruzk was an earth eater with an appearance resembling a small red string. Go. Numerous tumors swelled up all over Jork's body. And just as Jork's body swelled in size, small Ruzk grew and came out of his body. Jork raised a painful wail as numerous Ruzk emerged from his body. Soon enough, Jork's face transformed into that of Ruzk. The homunculus frog that released from his mouth, each of them held Ruzk in their mouths and slurped them as if they were eating noodles. Soon enough, Jork's bones, flesh, human shape, and most of his blood vanished. The only things left of him were strangely shaped entrails. Numerous Ruzks and frogs were jumping around on top of Jork's corpse. That scene wasn't something that a normal person would create. Alanti. Who the hell are you? One of the soldiers pointed his sword at Alanti. Alanti calmly straightened his back, picked up one of the Ruzk on the ground, raised it to his face, and then took a bite. An earthy brown liquid spilt from the bitten part. The Ruzk resisted violently as its guts spilt from the bitten part. Yuck! It tastes like soil and human meat. Alanti spat out Ruzk's body next to the other half that was still resisting on the ground. Ig! The soldier who pointed his sword at Alanti dropped his sword, fell to his knees, and vomited immediately upon seeing that scene. Big brother? Elise asked with a ghastly pale face. Hearing that, Alanti's head turned around, and he made a faint smile on his expressionless face. No, you're not Big Brother. Who are you? We're the ones who govern Angel of Death, the greatest alchemist in this world. Human, cower upon hearing my name as we are known as Spinner of the Truth. TL, greatest alchemist. Ulmau. As explained in the previous act, the people who Lambert considers the greatest alchemists are those who failed to die by his hand, such as Gierf and Domiliun. No way. Even though you were still Big Brother till a while ago. When did you hijack his body? Where's the real Big Brother? Yeah. Ha. Elise, I wanted so badly to see you make such an expression. The reason why I made you unable to walk with unnecessary drugs, showing some kindness, all of that was just to see you make that kind of face. Elise's face stiffened upon hearing Alanti's declaration, tears flowing from her eyes. Elise, that's a lie. You have a special kind of mana that makes you different from the other lab rats. Thus, we have to study that. There are still many experiments waiting for you, and many results have to be discovered. We have to save as much experimental data as possible while you're still alive, and that data will become important records in the history of sorcery. I'm sure of that. There are so many possibilities. Where you come from, the nature of your mana, what you eat, how much your hair grows per day, the length of your nail. We still lack many important details. And then, of all the saved data, oops, it seems my bad habit is coming out again. So that's how you look like after you found hope, and that's your look of despair. More, I want to know more. Alanti's eyes opened wide as he kept talking like a madman. They were the eyes of a madman with unquenched greed that knew no bounds. But maybe I went too far. At this rate, I guess they'll soon send another batch of soldiers to Teutoburg. But well, it's not like we're in a hurry to secure existing data. I was gifted with a good memory since I was a child. After all, I've memorized everything recorded in this research facility. Alanti tapped his temple as he spoke with a smile that looked fake. But Elise, we've yet to finish the experiment with you. Now, let's go back to the underground facility. Excluding the lethal experiments with long-lasting effects, there are still 1,528 experiments waiting for you. How much can your body endure, I wonder? That's it. even though you've shown such adorable expressions so far. I wonder how long you can endure the experiment. No, Big Brother Alanti. Give Big Brother Alanti back. Ahahaha. You've told us from the very beginning, right? You've told us that you wanted to die in our hands. Now we will grant that wish. Or else, were you lying to me, Elise? Alanti was walking closer to Elise, pushing her wheelchair from behind. At that moment, neither the children nor the remaining soldiers could move. No. Save me, someone, please save me. Save me. Big Brother Alanti. What is this? I thought you were a wise girl, and yet, don't you realize your current situation? Or else, has your mind broken due to shock? Why, you pervert! One of the soldiers clenched his fist as he shouted, raised the sword that was soiled by his own vomit, and then rushed at Alanti. Get lost. We're not even interested in hearing your dirty voice. Alanti's eyes opened wide, glaring at the soldier. The soldier who was exposed to the powerful killing intent suddenly recalled the ghastly spectacle caused by the Rusks a while ago. Assailed by vertigo as if the contents of his stomach were overturned, he collapsed while grasping at his throat. He wasn't even worthy to be glared at by the other party, because it wasn't every day that a normal human was facing such strong revulsion and dread. It was as if the one who stood before him wasn't a human but a devil, as if the other party was a completely foreign creature from another world. Thus, when Alanti pushed Elise's wheelchair, no one could stop him. Act 342, Spinner of the Truth 4. Chapter 42, Spinner of the Truth 4. After he killed Tony Lair, the vice leader of the alchemical organization Angel of Death, Lambert retraced the passage where he came from along with Cruz, his subordinates, and the 6 youths that used to be slaves of Tony Lair. They had also made sure that there were no other hidden sorcerers left. Armored swordsman, I've been checking this passage along with my subordinates, but it's just an empty room. Cruz and Co., who had been left to explore the area after Tony Lair made the passage collapse back then, told Lambert about their findings. I see. Hearing Cruz's report, Lambert then turned around and asked one of Tony Lair's former slaves, Robic. In addition to Tony Lair, someone else should be in charge of this place too, right? Robic nodded lightly. Yes, there was a mysterious person who appeared from time to time, whose figure was always covered with robes. And rather than human, that person's shadow always looked like some sort of beast. And that figure always said that they were one of the 8 wise men, Spinner of the Truth, the leader of Angel of Death. But me included, none of us ever talked to or saw them. Some even say that it's just a rumor and that person might not even exist. Lambert crossed his arms, pondering for a while after he heard that. Currently, Robic and company were guiding them. Although each of the youths had combat prowess rivaling that of the kingdom soldiers in their youth, it didn't change the fact that they were currently under protection. He thought that he had to entrust the youth's protection to Cruz and company and move on his own if he had to explore the area. But the last thing spoken by Tony Lair made Lambert think that the Spinner of the Truth had always been watching their movements from somewhere. That mighty person is unfathomable even for me. They just told me to guard this place, meaning that their focus isn't here. But, rest assured, I'm sure that Spinner of the Truth Sama should have chose you as their playmates. Those remarks. It was as if Tony Lair was hinting that the Spinner of the Truth had already been hiding so close to Lambert. Those words might have been a lie to trick him, but it was hard to consider that considering the timing. But then, he could hardly believe that the Spinner of the Truth would abandon their subordinates and escape first. If that leader isn't in this place, if I consider another reason to temporarily leave the underground research institution aside from escaping. Lambert, who had been pondering in silence for a while, suddenly shook his head as he unfolded his arms. I guess it's useless to waste my time on this. The other party is a sorcerer after all. Considering the fact that the other party was a sorcerer who had crossed the line, Lambert felt that he shouldn't treat them the same as normal humans. That was something that Lambert understood the most during the 8 countries unification war. There was a saying, you mustn't let the head escape when you kill a sorcerer, including Domiliun, the former alchemist of Regio's kingdom. All sorcerers who researched using their own bodies were aberrations, both in mind and body. Naturally, though not one of them was a mass-murdering madman, since some of them evaded death by means of burying magic circles in their bodies, even the rule of thumb about destroying the head wasn't absolute either. Though I wanted to curse them when I saw those people, I'm afraid that proper sorcerers will go mad when they hear this. Cruz spoke with a wry smile on his face. Ah, well, that's right. Lambert wanted to retort, but then, he swallowed back the words that were about to leave his throat and just heaved a sigh, although it wasn't given a special definition and explanation. During the 8 countries unification war era, sorcerers who crossed the line as humans and became closer to immortality had gained some sort of admiration. Due to that, sorcerers had also received the same kind of treatment. It was an era during which a sorcerer of that level was the only useful kind. At that moment, the soldier who explored another area returned. Cruz-sama, we discovered something suspicious. The stone wall turned out to be the entrance to a hidden room, and inside the room are suspicious things. Or should I say, something like a living being. Guide us there immediately. Lambert had already replied before Cruz and urged the soldier to guide them. Although Cruz could only stand with a dumbfounded look on his face for a moment, he snapped back immediately and followed after Lambert. What is the living being that you mentioned before? Lambert asked that question as he ran. About that. Tell me in detail. If you have no idea what to say about it, just tell me what you saw as it is. How dangerous did it look? Depending on your answer, you, Cruz, your comrades, and those youths might have to go back to the surface first. It doesn't seem to be that dangerous. It leapt away when I tried to kill it, and just like that. The soldier seemed to recall something as he had a hard time describing what he saw. He covered his mouth as if trying to suppress his nausea. Did you kill it? If yes, you did a good job. I killed it, I think. Did you crush its head? He followed the soldier and went under the stone door to enter the room. Inside the room was a blood-stained corpse surrounded by mountains of documents and the medicines. The corpse was made from 2 upper halves of humans, sewed together by their waist. The 2 corpses' heads had their ears and noses cut off, eyeballs crushed, and tongues ripped out of their toothless mouths. Blood flowed from the place that was slashed by the soldier. There was a blood-stained robe peeled off by their side. It seemed the robe was removed by the soldiers who attacked them. Surely, since they were unable to stand, covering them with a robe would make them look like some sort of strange creature. This was definitely the work of the one who called themselves the Spinner of the Truth along with Tony Lair. But it was clear at glance that the creature before him wasn't a sorcerer. A sorcerer wouldn't be stupid enough to leave their defenseless body in front of their enemy, Damie. No, but because they concealed their existence so thoroughly to the point that no one had ever seen them. At this point, Lambert came to 2 possibilities. Either the Spinner of the Truth was trying to conceal their identity as another sorcerer, or they simply never stepped foot in the research institution. If it was the former, the other members should have had some doubts about the contents of the research. Just to be sure, Lambert destroyed the 2 heads of the creature and then turned around to face the youths and the soldiers. I have some questions for you guys. They're about Spinner of the Truth. Lambert asked Robic and company. What is it? Honestly speaking, we barely know about the research institution, whether it's many or just one. Are there any sorcerers that you know of who often stay by Tony Lair's side? It doesn't matter what that person normally does, even if that person is someone who you never find. There are many people who always follow that man, but I don't think he is supporting any of them. Robic shook his head. That man is the epitome of cruelty and selfishness, after all. In fact, no sorcerers like him either. He only spoke with a disgustingly effeminate voice to us once in a while or when he was with Alanti-san. That person is a young and good-looking sorcerer after all. That's why he might be. The other youth supplemented the explanation, and the other 5 also supported that. Alanti, yeah, he's different from the rest. He was forcibly brought to this place. Thus, he isn't used to the research of the other sorcerers. It seems he only experimented on frogs, or something other than humans in separate rooms. Act 343, Spinner of the Truth 5. Chapter 43, Spinner of the Truth 5. At that moment, Lambert felt as if his body was zapped by lightning. Because according to Robic's story, there was only one person who fit the role of the mastermind. In addition, when the condition of receiving good treatment from Tony Lair was applied to that person, he also fit the bill. In the first place, considering the story about the members of Angel of Death they had met so far, for someone who was brought forcibly from afar, There was a certain inconsistency in how much better Alanti was treated compared to the other sorcerers, and that inconsistency became even more ridiculous after he heard Robic and Co.'s testimony. Is the reason why he deified himself like that so that no one could delve into his own research? But that's... Lambert was pondering for a while after that. As a general who led many soldiers, he was pretty confident in judging someone's character. Thus, he entrusted Alanti to Cruz's subordinates. Otherwise, Lambert would use a more roundabout way to ensure Alanti's allegiance and slay Alanti right to the moment he felt something was amiss during their encounter. Lambert was steadfast to his determination, a general who prioritized justice and victory over everything else and refused to have some fun even after his revival. But that determination could backfire on him when facing sorcerers who long since abandoned logic. Is something the matter, Armored Swordsman Dono? Cruz asked Lambert, who stayed still for a while. I realized that I just made a huge blunder. The ones we left on the surface are facing a grave danger right now. After saying so, Lambert ran even faster than before toward the entrance to the underground research facility. Hey, where are you going? Cruz stretched his arm, trying to catch Lambert. You guys go look for other survivors and return to the city. But Lambert ended up leaving them behind. Although Cruz stopped for a moment when he heard that, after hesitating for a while and looking at the faces of his subordinates, he chose to chase after Lambert. Cruz-sama, I'll follow him. You guys should go first to the surface. Lambert, who separated from the group, was running along the passage of the underground research facility, heading toward the direction where Alanti and Cruz's subordinates had been waiting for them. He used his special ability as Undead to feel the presence via mana. He could roughly guess Alanti's aim, but not even Lambert could guess what kind of bizarre plans were currently concocted in the sorcerer's mind. Why was Alanti seeking the protection of Cruz's subordinates? Why did he hide his presence from his own comrades? And why did he choose to escape first from the research facility? Maybe not even his fellow sorcerers could guess the answer. That was one of the reasons why Lambert detested sorcerers so much when he was still alive. It didn't take a long time for him to locate Alanti. He was currently walking in front of one of the deserted houses in Teutoburg. He was trying to strike up a conversation with a bright smile on his face while pushing Elise's wheelchair. But he was clearly different from the youth Lambert saw before. The courageous girl before him was muttering incomprehensible words as if she had lost her spirit. The youth who had an overflowing sense of justice was now acting like a monkey with a clownish smile on his face. He was currently in a hurry to go back to the underground research facility and conduct more experiments on Elise to get more data after his cover was blown. When Alanti saw Lambert coming from afar, the mocking smile on his face vanished and was replaced with a serious look. If it isn't Swordsman's armor. Sorry, but the truth is I left something in the underground. Where are the captives and the other soldiers? Lambert asked as he ran toward Alanti. Alanti frowned, pondering for a while. Are you asking for the reason why they're not with me? Sorry, but it's impossible to explain the reason without causing a misunderstanding. Would you let me go there? Naturally, Lambert didn't stop. Suddenly, Alanti stopped walking, tilting his head in confusion. Who are you? When did you switch places with him? You've lost your physical body. How? Alanti was tilting his head, looking as if he was confused. Lambert unsheathed his sword. His silhouette passed Alanti right in the next moment. Alanti's mouth opened like a dumbfounded person. The pocket watch hanging on his neck dropped to the ground as its chain was sliced off. A red line appeared right beneath his head. Elise, who was mumbling incoherent remarks with vacant eyes since a while ago, suddenly snapped out of her daze. Alanti bent forward, pressing on the wound on the base of his neck. What the stop. Why you mistaken? Big Brother is really not him. That's why. Elise spread her arms as if trying to protect Alanti. Lambert glared toward Alanti, who was hiding behind Elise. He sharpened his senses, ready to react the moment Alanti showed any strange movement. What are you trying to do? At that moment, another set of footsteps closed in. Armored Swordsman Dono, what's happening here? Cruz had finally caught up to him. Go back immediately. Didn't I told you to not follow me? Lambert shouted at Cruz while releasing his miasma. Cruz's body trembled. His eyes moved away from Lambert immediately, but his line of sight then met Alanti. This situation is some sort of misunderstanding. This must be My fault. Alanti drew closer toward Cruz with a sloppy gait. Even Lambert couldn't help but be really surprised seeing that Alanti could still move so sloppily in this kind of situation. Naturally, Cruz, who had yet to understand the situation, automatically drew closer to Alanti. At that moment, sounds akin to cries of insects resounded in the air. What is that? They are the cries of frogs. Quite skilled mimicry, don't you think so? The moment he said so, Alanti had a small flask containing unknown liquid in his hand. He was aiming for Cruz, but he didn't throw the flask. Alanti dropped the flask right there and jumped back. The reason for this was that Lambert's greatsword had already landed right where he stood a moment ago. HMPH. Too naive. You missed the chance to kill me in a weakened form despite being hailed as the strongest of the 4 demon generals. Alanti's expression changed completely as he spoke to Lambert with a mocking smile on his face. He landed on the ground, stooping forward till his nose almost touched the ground, and accelerated toward Lambert. That's why you lost to the likes of Griff. Right, Lambert. Act 344, Spinner of the Truth 6. Chapter 44, Spinner of the Truth 6. TN. Check out my new project too. The replacement for suicidal undead which catching up with the raw. Seeing that situation, Cruz finally noticed Alanti's abnormal state. But in this situation, it was already way too late for him to retreat. His rapier was pointed toward Alanti. Alanti remained bent eerily forward, with a creepy smile on his face. His waist had never stopped moving as his arms wriggled like tentacles. Although there was something off about him. He has no weapons in his hand. At this distance, I can strike him first before he uses his sorcery. And just like that, Cruz's rapier lunged toward Alanti's shoulder. But then, Lambert's greatsword fell right in front of him, gouging the earth. As if to strike the ground, Cruz was really surprised and retreated immediately. Hey, you're no match for him. This fella is a sorcerer accustomed to death, Lambert warned Cruz. Alanti showed an opening that looked as if he was asking to be killed by Lambert so many times. Thus, Lambert ended up lowering his guard toward Alanti. But in fact, it was the exact opposite. Even when the tip of Lambert's sword was just a millimeter away from his head a while ago, Alanti kept feigning ignorance till the end. You used to death? That sounds contradictory. Though I'm familiar with leashes, they're supposed to be nothing more than fiction. Real leashes don't exist. The morals of the world would have long since crumbled if something like that existed. Cruz observed Alanti really carefully now. I am precisely doing that. I also have a spell that allows me to achieve that purpose, to connect the past and the present. But sorcery that grants eternal youth is bound to have some defects. Their flesh is bound to rot, and their heartbeat will stop someday. Human vessels are the worst place to preserve intelligence and one's mind. That's the gist of the spell. In Cruz's eyes, there was nothing wrong with Alanti's flesh. At the very least, it looked like the latter was healthy both in body and mind. By definition, any absolute is a fallacy. It's just a definition given by ignorant people who know nothing and can only see things on the surface. They're just peasants who never try to reach the truth after knowing the problem. The word impossible doesn't exist for me. Alanti clicked his tongue, swinging his index finger to the side while giving such a passionate speech. Your true target is the one who stands before you right now. But currently, you can't match him. Leave this place now. Lambert persuaded Cruz for the second time. But Cruz didn't lower his rapier. But I, as the captain of Phoenix's Eyes, can't just turn around and escape with my tail between my legs when such a dangerous opponent appears before me. I need you guys to tell the kingdom about these sorcerers. You still have a bright future ahead of you. That's why you must pass this news on to the royal family. This is not a request. This is an order. The scale of our enemy is far beyond my capability to take care of by myself. Cruz, this era is that of you and your peers. That's why. Do your job now and leave this old monster to me. Lambert spoke with his back facing Cruz, his line of sight never moving away from Alanti. Cruz realized that his protector stood right in front of him. At this point, Lambert's armor looked so big and beautiful to him. Fascinated by such a huge back, Cruz was dazzled for a moment. Hurry up. Why yes. Cruz, who unintentionally responded with honorifics, ran in a hurry toward Elise. I don't mind if one or two brats get away. But that girl is mine. Alanti hung his hand till it barely touched the ground, circling around Lambert and running toward Cruz with a beast-like stance. Lambert leapt to the side and wasted no time in brandishing his great sword. Alanti stepped on the sword's blade and ran toward Lambert's shoulder. "Begone, loser. This armor is the proof of my loyalty, not something that the likes of you can just kick around." Lambert brandished his great sword again to Alanti, who floated in the air, but Alanti dodged the slash by a paper-thin margin. From a third party's perspective, Lambert's slash was supposed to hit Alanti for sure when the latter was still in midair. As fast as expected. The first swing was followed by a second swing, and then the third swing slowly cornered Alanti's top. "Please spare big brother." Elise's trembling gaze was looking at Alanti. Although Alanti managed to dodge Lambert's swing, he also realized that he was slowly being cornered. Even a single mistake would cost him his life. By the time it reached the fourth and fifth swings, Alanti could only retreat. After all, those slashes were not meant to kill him, they were to prevent him from going forward. Lambert chose the option to let Cruz and company get out of this place. HMPH, pitiful girl. You knights always say that you never understand us sorcerers, but the same goes for us. But well, having immersed ourselves in a sea of knowledge, we are still in the process of understanding that. Alanti thrust his finger forward as he stooped down. "O earth, become stake." At that moment, the ground transformed into 30 stakes that came toward Lambert. Even Cruz, who was looking at the situation while escaping, couldn't hide his shock. There was no need for a swordsman if any sorcerer could invoke a spell of that scale in an instant. After all, the casting speed of that spell allowed the sorcerer to kill the swordsman before the latter could approach the former, a armored knight. But Lambert was unperturbed. He leapt forward, skillfully dodging the stakes that were aiming for the joints of his armor, raising his sword as he inched toward Alanti. The extremely sharp-looking stakes broke apart as they collided with Lambert's armor from the front, losing its original form. And then, as Lambert raised a war cry and moved forward, the stakes smashed apart, turning into sand. Lambert swung his great sword from left to right. Seeing that he was about to enter Lambert's range, Alanti somersaulted behind, and yet, there was still a wound on the abdomen of his robe. Seeing that, Alanti pinched his robe with a smile of admiration. "As expected, splendid. I forget about my robe since I stooped forward." But then, a red line appeared on his cheek along with dripping fresh blood. He wiped the blood off his cheek, his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably as he looked at the blood. Lambert swung his great sword from right to left. The first swing tore Alanti's robe, and the second one tore his cheek. "Isn't that what you forgot?" "Let me guess. A graveyard?" Alanti's face turned red from rage upon hearing Lambert's question. "Don't get cocky, Lambert the loser." Cruz was looking at the battle from behind Lambert. He had no idea which side was superior. After all, he had to do his best just to be able to catch both Lambert and Alanti's movements. "Really, just who in the world are you, armored knight?" "Are you really that Lambert?" Cruz quickly turned back to the front while pushing Elise's wheelchair while muttering such remarks. Act 3:45, Spinner of the Truth 7. Chapter 45, Spinner of the Truth 7. Don't escape. Alanti was circling around Lambert, chasing after Cruz who escaped with Elise in her wheelchair. But Lambert kept Alanti at bay. His great sword crushed the path ahead of Alanti. Alanti retreated. Lambert unleashed another slash to follow the previous one. Alanti did a backflip to dodge Lambert's slashes. But the more he dodged, the greater the distance between him and Cruz and company. "Out of my way, biggest loser in history." Alanti quickly took out a flask from his own robe while maintaining his handstand. The flask was filled to the brim with homunculus frog seed. He tried to throw that flask toward Lambert, but Lambert's great sword was already looming above him, thus forcing him to roll to the side to dodge the downward slash. Alanti rose quickly, glaring at Lambert. "Do you know how much sweat and blood I've sacrificed for that girl? I'm not done with her yet." His gaze was focused on Cruz as he finished his words. "Foo-foo. Well, whatever, I can chase after her again after I kill you for the second time. That should be a simple matter." Alanti stuck out his tongue, laughing as he spoke. "Who are you?" "You speak as if you know me." "Your movements are unmemorable, though," Lambert asked. "Amongst the sorcerers who lived during the 8 countries unification war era, thanks to his overwhelming combat experience and unique intuition, He knew that sorcerers who strengthened their flesh to the extreme with black arts and developed their own close combat technique were a rarity. But that was the reason why they tended to develop a peculiar habit that couldn't be mistaken for someone else. And yet, none of Alante's habits existed in Lambert's memories. Nevertheless, he deemed that as natural since it had been 200 years, so he expected that Alante had already perfected his combat style till none of his peculiar habits remained. "I'm different from you, Lambert. I'm not imprisoned by the past. You who donned that armor that became the proof of your loyalty to the Lord will never understand me, right?" Alante smacked his lips twice, swinging his index finger as he sent a cheap provocation to Lambert. "Nevertheless, though your swinging speed is remarkable, your swordcraft is surprisingly sloppy. Though you managed to catch me off guard, I've seen through your swordcraft. That sword won't be able to touch me." Alante spoke with triumphant look on his face. Lambert just took his stance with his great sword. He didn't even respond in the slightest toward Alante's provocation. Alante's eyes twitched as he saw that his provocation didn't work in the slightest on Lambert. "I shall enjoy just how long you can keep that facade." Alante stooped forward and rushed toward Lambert in that posture. Seeing Lambert unleash a horizontal slash, Alante leaned his body to the side, diving right under Lambert's slash. He pushed Lambert's arms and forcefully accelerated his landing speed. Lambert's slash missed its target. Alante retreated immediately, dragging his feet as he turned to Lambert, who turned his body. "Oh earth, crumble." The earth beneath Alante's feet made a loud sound. The place where Lambert stood was split apart. Although Alante stepped in as Lambert's stance crumbled, his finger kept pointing to the ground. "O fabrication of life, sprout." The place he pointed at was where the flask of homunculus frog seed that he threw a while ago broke. Dozens of frogs appeared, swelling up till the size of a palm and forming into a crowd of homunculus frog seeds. Ribbit-tree ribbit. Every single one of them then leapt toward Lambert. The abdomen of one of the homunculus frogs melted, and pale blue liquid came out from inside. Even Lambert couldn't hide his slight surprise upon seeing that. "This is acid regum, king of magic acid." The homunculus frogs created by alchemists had their own set of dispositions decided before their birth. For that reason, the created frog could be set depending on the situation. That was the biggest advantage of the homunculus frogs. And now, every single homunculus frog had an extremely strong acid that was incomparable to normal digestive fluid in their body. It was possible to temporarily create the strongest acid in the world, acid regum, with alchemy. It was strong enough to melt even mithril. Properly speaking, a huge amount of mana and time was needed to create acid regum with alchemy. The skill to shorten the complicated process by using homunculus frogs was good enough for Lambert to recognize Alante as a first-rate sorcerer. Due to the extremely powerful acid in their stomach, the homunculus frog's stomach melted a few seconds after the formation. It wouldn't last for more than 10 seconds. For that reason, the homunculus frog could splash acid regum in the surrounding area as soon as its body exploded. Vegu. The body of the homunculus distorted in midair and exploded into numerous pieces of meat. Melt down slowly. There was pale blue liquid inside the homunculus frog. The acid regum splashed onto Lambert. Lambert's armor was made from pure organ, which was far tougher than mithril. It could repel mana, thus neutralizing acid regum. But then, it wouldn't be able to prevent the acid regum from entering the gap between the joints. Lambert's leg was trapped in the ground. The super heavy organ armor's weakness lay in the fact that its balance easily crumbled as long as his footing was disturbed. As expected, he couldn't dodge the exploding homunculus frogs after he pulled his leg from the ground. Acid regum is a dangerous material that has to be handled with care. "O earth, become a wall." An earthen wall erected in front of Alante. He tried to reduce the risk of acid regum as much as possible. Although acid regum was truly hard to dodge when used as a weapon, it was actually a double-edged sword that could backfire on him if handled incorrectly. Lambert swung his great sword quickly, repelling the scattered remnants of homunculus frogs with the wind pressure created from his swing. Both the scattered remnants of the homunculus frogs and the acid regum struck the earthen wall, melting it down. That was a close call. But what in the world was with those slashes just now? They're completely different from before. Ugh. Alante fell to his knees. The acid regum grazed the area around his left ankle, greatly reducing his mobility. Impossible. I should be protected by that wall. Alanti remembered that he raised the earthen wall before Lambert swung his sword. The earthen wall should have protected him from the incoming pieces of meat. No. First, the formation of the earthen wall is uneven. Does that mean the acid happened to pierce the thin part of the wall? Damn, that's quite unlu. At that moment, Alanti noticed something. The matter of acid regum happening to pierce through the thin part of the wall and hitting his ankle was no mere coincidence. No way, he's been aiming for this. Did he use the acid as a bullet to pierce through my defense with such pinpoint accuracy while seemingly slashing wildly? Lambert easily demolished the earthen wall with his body blow, slashing twice toward Alanti. Alanti stooped forward to the right and then left to dodge the slashes. A kick that followed the slashes sent Alanti flying in an arc-shaped orbit to the back. Missed. Lambert muttered this. Alanti shifted his center of gravity and spun in midair, landing on the ground. Alanti dodged Lambert's kick by stepping on the armored leg that came from below and used that force and his own power to jump, opening the distance between Lambert and him. Although he landed safely, Alanti's body was slanted slightly to the side. Alanti clicked his tongue in annoyance upon seeing that one of his feet was inflamed from the edge of his field of vision. Tch, that toy that I created as recreation was useless. Fine, playtime is over. As expected of one of the 4 demon generals, a half-assed method won't work on you. But the battle is just beginning. Alanti spread his arms. Heat ball. Gather in my hand. A magic circle appeared around him. 5 heat balls appeared around Alanti. Act 346, Spinner of the Truth. 8. Chapter 46, Spinner of the Truth. 8. 5 brilliant white spheres appeared around Alanti, then went away from him before stopping and releasing crackling purple lightning. The spheres of light controlled the heat around them, generating heat ionization that could be freely controlled. Complex patterns of purple lightning bundled together to form a figure. 5 plasma beasts formed with shining cores. The 5 plasma beasts then raised their heads to the sky. A familiar sorcery after being cornered. I see now. So that's your real identity. Lambert remembered that he met a sorcerer who once used heat ionization sorcery after he entered Viscount Legale's territory. It was the old sorcerer Gildem Janus who was deposed by Lambert, who happened to investigate Viscount Legale's territory. This reminded him that the old man once said something akin to admiration to someone in this area. Lambert suddenly realized that the ones who knew Alanti's true identity were only a small number of sorcerers. Heat ionization. Teslagats. I never met him in person back then, but I did hear the rumor that he was a rare kind of sorcerer, a man of integrity. But I never expected that he would be this unremarkable youth. I guess that's rumors. Alanti frowned, eyes opened wide as he glared at Lambert as if the latter was his parents' enemy. There was no gentleman's smile on his face anymore. Even Lambert would never have expected that Alanti would show such vivid emotion. Don't put my technique in the same class as that fool. My hound. Hunt him down till death. Alanti cried toward the 5 beasts. The 5 beasts of lightning rushed toward Lambert all at once. Alanti himself rushed toward Lambert with a new light sphere deployed in his palm. Lambert brandished his great sword, severing the core of the lightning beast. 1 and then 2 cores were sliced by his great sword, split apart, and then vanished. But the third one only got its form torn apart, which was restored immediately as it opened its maw, trying to chew Lambert alive. Alanti dared to spend extra mana on the plasma beasts. Though he would be put at a disadvantage if he kept going all out, he had no choice as to prevent Lambert from getting used to his patterns. In the first place, the plasma beast was highly resistant toward physical attacks. He expected Lambert's slashing power to become slightly weaker after slashing 3 beasts. Thus, all he needed to do was keep piling up such results. Unexpectedly, Lambert threw himself forward instead of waiting for the beast to come to bite him. The beast exploded into millions of light particles as the organ armor crashed against it. The beast fell on the ground, lying prone on its flank. Such clumsy movements. An opening. Alanti didn't miss that chance and pressed the heat ball in front of his palm toward Lambert. But the ball that released strange light was only a little bit bigger than the core of the plasma beast. At that moment, Lambert guessed what Alanti was trying to do. As a veteran who survived the most gruesome war in history, Lambert could read his opponent with just a glance, no matter how cleverly they tried to hide it. It wasn't just once or twice he was forced to see someone else die due to a sorcerer's counterattack, but when probing around the surface, Alante's eyes and expression were too inhuman. From Lambert's perspective, Alante, who was moving like a strange man, had already quit being a human. To escape from that situation, Lambert performed a body blow on the plasma beast and leapt to the side. The shining sphere in Alante's arm unleashed countless sparks. The sphere passed the place where Lambert was a while ago and scraped the ground like scraping butter with a hot knife. A plasma beast that was lying on the ground was caught by that and died. The moment the lump of light was fired, not even Lambert could stop it. After narrowing Alante's aim, there was no way to win except for outsmarting Alante by reading his tactics ahead of him. There were only 2 plasma beasts left beside Alante. Foo. As expected, the fame of the 4 demon generals isn't just for show. No one can match this technique of mine that has been polished for 200 years. Fine then, let me tell you, I am the strongest of the 8 wise men. Alante was laughing like a monster as he spoke. It's harder than expected. I thought that I would have a bit more leeway to see your movements. Upon hearing that remark, Alante's face turned red in anger. HMPH, an empty bluffer. Which reminds me, you are definitely not Desliguts. Lambert cut into Alante before the latter managed to finish his sentence. Come to think of it, the one called Gildum who seemed like your apprentice was still researching homunculi of thunder. If the inventor Tesliguts were still alive, the research about that wouldn't be left in that sorry state, incomplete even after 200 years. Although the plasma hound Tindalos was used during the 8 countries' unification war, it was only a mindless beast that moved according to complex order. Including the fact that it consumed vast amounts of mana, it was rarely used on the battlefield. In addition, it moved on its own without the instructions of the user for unknown reasons. That had caused many excellent sorcerers to die under the fangs of the demon dog. Although Tesliguts had researched the way to improve that spell, he was unfortunately assassinated before he completed his research. He died way before Lambert. The only way to use it without risk was compensating its enormous fuel consumption with an abundant amount of mana and having incredible physical abilities like Alante, which made Alante a monster in his own right. As for the other sorcerers, they still had to risk their lives when they used it. On the other hand, if Tesliguts were still alive, he wouldn't give something like an imperfect plasma beast to Gildum. It was against his code as a perfectionist. The fact that you are only playing around with your frogs and are unable to improve the imperfect heat ionization even after 200 years is the undeniable reality that you're nothing more than a dunce. And from the way you spoke now, the way you call yourself sounds like a big joke to me. Ha ha ha. How pitiful. The last thing you do is actually a useless bluff. Despite being hailed as the greatest swordsman, you can't even touch my hair. Lambert, your bluff is truly befitting a loser. The skin on various parts of Alante's body tore, and blood started seeping out from his body. His body couldn't withstand the huge amount of mana. Heat ball, gather in my hand. Including the remaining 2 magic dogs from before, another 5 magic dogs appeared around Alante. And then, Alante raised his left hand. A giant sphere that cast ominous light appeared on top of his palm. For a sorcerer who takes pride in their knowledge, a fool like you is what we hate the most. You must pay the ultimate price for your cheap provocation. Act 347.1, Spinner of the Truth 9. Chapter 47.1, Spinner of the Truth 9. Alante controlled the magic dog, which increased to 7, to attack Lambert. His aim was the same as before, trying to limit Lambert's choice of action by attacking him from all sides with a powerful heat ionization spell. Although Lambert's speech seemed to grate on Alante's nerves, he managed to remain calm. After all, he was unwilling to fight one of the 4 demon generals. His other choice was to escape. Nevertheless, the reason why he stayed was that Alante wanted to use this facility to perform human experiments on Elise. He also was convinced that he could easily escape even in the worst situation. Despite his moving in accordance to his ego, Alante knew that his safety insurance was perfect. That was why Alante had no problem with exposing his unguarded self before Lambert. That was the result of Alante's judgment. He was convinced that he could defeat Lambert if he went all out. Although Alante was slightly disappointed by the fact that he failed to finish off Lambert a while ago. From his perspective, He had just needed a bit more mana into his previous attack to prevent his demon dog from being easily erased by Lambert. Either way, seeing that Lambert was hostile toward Devil's Piper, he knew that he had to face him sooner or later. That was why he was now taking more risk by increasing the number of plasma beasts to 7. With this, he sealed Lambert's overwhelming mobility with sheer numbers, and he just needed to deal the finishing blow with a more powerful heat ionization spell. That was what Alanti planned to do, because for him, the fight against Lambert until this point was only testing the waters. Lambert raised his great sword in anticipation of that. Seeing that, Alanti took a half step back. Lambert's body spun like a tornado. The head of the plasma beasts split open, but their bodies stayed in place. As expected, it isn't that simple. Properly speaking, plasma beasts wouldn't be destroyed so easily just with the attacks from a great sword. Physical attacks would just penetrate it without causing any real damage. Even if they temporarily lost their form, the beasts would return to normal as long as their cores were safe. The combination of a great sword that used organ, which could scatter mana, and Lambert's Herculean strength was the reason why he could bisect the core. Moreover, his big swing was aiming for several targets at once, thus lacking the decisive blow to prevent the cow from restoring itself. But it was enough to stop the demon dogs for a moment. Lambert kept swinging his great sword horizontally, mowing down the cores of the magic beasts one after another. For a brief moment, the dogs looked as if they had been slashed in half, then they crumbled down, vanishing like smoke. Alanti, who was surprised by the speed of Lambert's slashes, leapt back. Lambert's movement was much faster than when he first dealt with the magic dogs. Alanti started pondering again as his feet landed on the ground. There was no need for me to retreat this far. Half of this distance should be enough to give me the time I need to conjure a magic dog again. Am I under the influence of some power of compulsion? Nah, that should be impossible. Sure, Lambert is strong, but I haven't let my guard do. Lambert had already raised his great sword upward in front of Alanti, who retreated quite far. Lambert's eyes opened wide, because this situation wasn't what he expected. Lambert's speed had clearly increased during the battle. Impossible. Alanti bent his body forward as soon as his feet touched the ground and retreated as far as possible from Lambert, moving in a zigzag pattern. He moved his head to the side, barely dodging the blade that was aiming for his neck. At that moment, the magic dogs finally caught up with Lambert, pouncing toward him again. Even while restraining Alanti, Lambert circled around to face the magic dogs. Damn it, I got a bit too heated. But you must have used something back then, right? Some illusion created through swordplay, or just a sleight of hand with a little sorcery? Too naive, as if the petty trick of a brutish swordsman like you will work on. Amongst the magic dogs, 2 of them were decapitated at the same time, vanishing in the flash. The magic dogs were no longer a threat for the current Lambert. At this rate, the magic dogs who lost their connection with Alanti would vanish in less than 1 minute. Lambert pulled out his great sword. Alanti was stooping forward to dodge Lambert's great sword. Alanti retreated immediately, touching the trace of blood on his cheek. Blood was overflowing from the wound. Does that mean he has already adapted to my irregular movements? No. That should be impossible. Is it because his sword is clearly getting faster and faster? Or else, have I become slower? Alanti started to get impatient. Even though he still had the upper hand until a while ago, he failed to perceive the other party's great sword. On the other hand, Lambert seemed to be aware of Alanti's skills. The reason he was willingly fighting Lambert was to gain more experience in melee combat. After all, he had never been defeated after the era of the 8 countries unification war. But that was also the reason why he felt an unknown terror when facing Lambert, one of the strongest men of that era. There are too many unknown factors. There's no time to conjure complicated magic dogs. Half-hearted activation will only be a detriment. But I have no intention of revealing my trump card here. Once it's exposed, the secret of my immortality will be revealed, and the kingdom will prepare countermeasures against me. Alanti hoisted his hand in the air and fired bundles of lights from the heat ball, but Lambert dodged them all. No matter how fast the fired spells were, the aim could be predicted by looking at Alanti's movement. As long as he understood the timing, dodging the spells was a piece of cake for Lambert. 2 magic dogs that mixed into the barrage were bisected one after another by Lambert's great sword, vanishing like smoke. The magic dogs, once a group of 7, were now only too strong. Retreat. I'm at a disadvantage. Alanti glared angrily at Lambert, who slayed one of his last two magic dogs. I hope that brat hasn't escaped too far. I'll catch her again eventually. And I have no reason to continue this stupid fight. The last magic dog was no match for Lambert, being bisected in two in no time. Meanwhile, Alanti didn't do anything to interrupt Lambert. Not that I'm interested in this match to begin with. No matter what he says, it's just fool's nonsense. I, Spinner of the Truth, the arch-sorcerer who abandoned his husk, am an eternal existence after all. I'm different from the losers before me. The tip of Lambert's greatsword was already pointed at Alanti. I guess that's all you got as a fake demonic beast user. Seriously, you must have wasted the last 200 years doing nothing but lazing around. I guess you're ready to go back to the providence of nature. Hearing that, Alanti just sneered at Lambert. Lambert, you've been dancing in my palm all along. Your ridiculous humor bored the spectators to death. Compared to me, an arch-sorcerer who gained eternal life, a poor skeleton knight like you who yearns for a little bit of affection is just a bad actor. You can't ever fight me in the truest sense. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well that's natural, I guess. What can you understand with that rotten mana and that incomplete body anyway? Let's end this stupid fight. Alanti was moving his arms with theatrical gestures. Contrary to his exaggerated gestures, his face was emotionless to the point that no one could see through his emotion. Heat ball, gather in my hand. The moment Alanti chanted that aria, 13 magic circles deployed around Alanti, and the same number of heat balls appeared. Act 347.2, Spinner of the Truth 9. Chapter 47.2, Spinner of the Truth 9. The sheer number was clearly in a different league from before. Lambert didn't waste any moment and rushed straight toward Alanti. Alanti's body shook violently. Once his shaking receded, his body went back to the previous stance. I'm overusing my mana, eh? This is a parting gift from me. I've filled it with care. And then, the 13 heat balls he controlled started to take shape. Each one of them rushed toward Lambert immediately. Lambert stabbed the chest of the first demon hound with his great sword. But maybe because he was in a hurry to eliminate the imminent danger, he ended up creating a gap for the demon hound to attack. The demon hound leapt at once toward Lambert, trying to sink its fangs into his armor despite knowing it was impossible. And even though Lambert braced his leg, he was still pushed back. The demon hound is supposedly impervious to physical attacks, but they're enough to stall him for a while. Alanti was harumphing as he looked at Lambert. Lambert spun himself while swinging his great sword. But then, even though the great sword could stop the demon hounds for a moment, it wasn't enough to finish them off. Their shredded bodies would recover in the next moment as long as their cores weren't destroyed. Although Lambert's downward slash managed to kill one of the demon hounds, he decided to retreat upon seeing the other demon hounds rushing toward him. At least, I just need to worry about a portraitor of history. Even if the other 8 wise men can't deal with you, we'll meet again sooner or later. But then, I never want to meet such a boorish man like you Aga, typical small-minded man, making an excuse whenever they want to escape. You should never meet me on the battlefield. Today, my evaluation of Teslagats hit rock bottom. Lambert replied to Alanti despite having his hands full dealing with the demon hounds. Anyone who saw his current situation would feel something was amiss. Saying the same things again and again. I see now, not giving up trying to know my name, eh? To think that General Summer would fall as low as using such cheap provocations. Alanti replied back to Lambert with sneer on his face. Although he was angry, Alanti knew there was no point in continuing the conversation. From the very beginning, Lambert's provocation was done in order to disclose Alanti's real identity. Seeing the poor quality of Teslagats's disciples, I guess I overestimated Teslagats. The reason why you survived that era was simply that you were just too weak and stupid. That's why no one bothered to stop you. Do you think that you're the only one who says that the human lifespan is too fleeting to know everything in this world? Don't overestimate yourself, brat. There were many other sorcerers who wanted immortality just like you. And yet, of those who gained semi-immortality, you're the first one who has lived for so long and achieved nothing. Not even time can heal idiocy, I guess. Lambert threw another blatant provocation at Alanti. And it worked. Alanti's face twitched the moment he heard that. The crowd of demon hounds has shown its full capabilities. It should be possible to kill this guy right now. Although I have no intention to use it, there's no way I can just let him go after he trampled on my pride. Alanti observed Lambert with an emotionless face. Since he really wanted to see the fruit of my research, let's show it to him. I can't wait to see his shock, frustration, and regret. You can blame it on your stupid provocation. Alanti turned his back toward Lambert. At that moment, several complex magic circles surrounded Alanti's body. Lambert, let me tell you one last thing. Lambert didn't even bother to listen to Alanti. Rather, from Alanti's perspective, he had his hands full with trying to cope with the demon hound, thus unable to respond to Alanti's declaration. You shall dee. Alanti's body was suddenly covered by purple lightning. A lump of lightning as big as a person suddenly rushed out toward Lambert from within. The face of a monkey-like old man reflected on the surface of that lightning. His arms that extended from the lightning were heading toward Lambert. Lambert's figure and that lightning crossed by each other. The attack easily blew Lambert's body. The demon hound that was swallowed by that attack was also fluttering in the air. But only the place where his feet passed was pried off. His aura was so incredible to the point that it distorted the air itself. Spinner of the Truth landed in a place close to Lambert. This was Alanti's, nay, the Spinner of the Truth's, true figure, the pinnacle of heat ionization, ectoplasm, ionization soul. He had cast aside his human vessel, thus turning into a complete form of life energy. He was pure mana ionization, the kind of life form that could move around freely only with mana. Moreover, as long as he prepared a suitable vessel beforehand, he could manipulate the bodies of others at will, stealing their vessels and returning to his own body again if necessary. He, the Spinner of the Truth who was released from the constraints of his vessel, was much faster than the spells under his control. He was the embodiment of lightning. His opponent wouldn't be able to counterattack as long as they didn't know what kind of sorcery he used, dying without understanding the true nature of the sorcery before them. Not to mention that his opponent was Lambert, who had his hands full trying to cope with the demon hounds, or so it was supposed to be. Finally showing your tail. Lambert said this while propping himself up with his great sword. Why, you can cut me? The Spinner of the Truth, whose body emitted lightning sparks, was standing still with a dumbfounded look on his face. There was a huge hole on the right side of his abdomen due to Lambert's great sword. Because different from that youth over there, you're by no means a good citizen of Regio's kingdom. Lambert's line of sight was moving toward Alanti's direction for a moment. His body had collapsed on the ground. There was no sign of him waking yet. The pretentious spectator has finally decided to show himself. Spinner of the Truth. No, Teslagutz's failure of a disciple. Charlobe. Act 348, Spinner of the Truth 10. Chapter 48, Spinner of the Truth 10. 200 years ago, in the research institution of the royal sorcerers of Makiura's kingdom during the 8 countries unification war. Take a look, Teslagut-sama. This should be possible in theory. It should be possible to stabilize it by completely ionizing one's soul. We won't suffer from external wounds by losing our bodies. This way, we'll become invincible. A short man, Charlobe, explained to his master, Teslaguts, with an extremely passionate voice. Although Teslagut-sama denied it, this idea complements it. What do you think? This Charlobe has solved the problem for you. If Teslagut-sama can leave your body and fly around freely on the battlefield, you can destroy those beastards from Regio's kingdom with ease. Despite his passionate explanation, Teslaguts acted as if he had no interest in this matter at all. It seems you still misunderstand my intentions, huh? Charlobe. I'm not denying it because it's impossible to implement. I've told you I think it's impossible to implement. Even before that, I've told you that this kind of sorcery is unsuited for the kingdom. What are you talking about now? We can't afford to choose the means to beat the detestable Regio's kingdom. Moreover, it's something that you always say every time there's a new innovation in sorcery. You of all people should know that the best, Teslagut-sama. The war is over. The royals don't seem to realize that fact yet, but it's pretty much impossible for Makiura's kingdom to turn the tables at this point. That sorcery of yours can't be perfected in time. Not to mention that it will leave unnecessary trouble for future generations. Your sorcery will cause a disturbance in the peaceful era. Charlobe, whose face was filled with pride in the beginning of the conversation, gradually felt his expression sour as the conversation continued. If the upper brass ever heard those words, they might think that you want to rebel, Teslagat-sama. To think that even someone like you would say that. It seems a strange thought was driven into your head after you got injured in the war, but let me make it clear. I'm not trying to rebel. I am just stating an undeniable fact. Since the very beginning, I have always disliked your train of thought that always goes from one extreme to another. But to think that it worsened instead of improving after all these years. Let me guess, you're going to go to the battlefield again once that magic is complete. That's unrelated to this, Master. You're always blaming me and denying your OWN words. Ah, I know. You must be scared. Cause you'll die before your disciple. You're scared of being surpassed by your OWN disciple. Charlobe had completely lost his cool in the second half of his statement. The sorcerers around them were looking at him. The matter of Charlobe spouting such a dangerous remark was well known amongst them. Even the reason for his injury on the battlefield was because he got overly excited and lost to the enemy's provocation. Even amongst the group of eccentric sorcerers, he stood above the rest. Charlobe's biased opinion toward his master had slowly revealed his violent nature, but Charlobe's condition on that day was even worse than usual. I can't help but worry if that's what you really think. I don't care. Now I know why I made a mistake back then. It's because you never acknowledged me. I just want to bring our kingdom victory. What I never expected was the fact that my master, Teslagat-sama, had been colluding with Rijo's kingdom in secret. No, at this point, that's the only reason. Finally, Charlobe took out his cane and pointed it at Teslagat. Not even the person himself realized what he was about to do. Charlobe, stow, but the other sorcerers moved even before Teslagat managed to finish his words. They hurled fireballs at the back of Charlobe, who seemingly tried to fire a spell toward their master. Charlobe, whose body was riddled with wounds from the battlefield, didn't have the leeway to dodge their spells. His body was baked by the flames, writhing in pain on the spot. After being imprisoned, Charlobe went missing from his cell, and Teslagat was assassinated a week after this incident. Since then, Charlobe's name was never mentioned in Makira's kingdom's records again, ever. One of the 8 wise men, Charlobe, otherwise known as Spinner of the Truth, was gazing down at his torn abdomen. His plasma body was gouged by Lambert's great sword, but it quickly returned to normal. Why you be-starred? Don't tell me. Charlobe paused for a moment. Even if he understood that fact, he refused to accept the truth. All this time, Lambert had been cutting corners, throwing one provocation after another, all for the sake of baiting out Charlobe. A non-sorcerer like Lambert was the one who understood the best way to handle a sorcerer who was too proud of their own research. That was why Lambert, who knew that Charlobe had some sort of trump card, lured out Charlobe by saying that the latter was a mere imitation of Teslagat's. If he really was immortal as he claimed to be, Charlobe wouldn't get provoked so easily by Lambert. And yet, he still couldn't let go of his megalomania and the conflict with his teacher a long time ago, and Lambert used it to provoke him. Sure enough, I'm such an idiot for being provoked by you. But it's because I can easily kill you. My plasma body is invisible. I shall make you regret the fact that you forced me to use my trump card. Now, Charlobe rushed toward Lambert with his plasma body again. At the same time, the lightning beasts who surrounded Lambert were charging at once. Lambert slipped out of the encirclement immediately. The bodies of 2 demon hounds that came from the corner were thrown in the air, collapsing on the spot. His battle instincts are far above mine. Maybe I shouldn't get too careless and rush in now that the number of diversions has been reduced again. Rushing toward Lambert, Charlobe suddenly changed his course and decided to come from the side. In fact, he succeeded. But right at that moment, a great sword came from above, gouging a huge chunk of Charlobe's back. Charlobe, whose movements got disturbed in the middle, took a defensive posture, looking at Lambert over his shoulder while gliding on the floor. Impossible. You shouldn't be able to catch up to me. You don't seem to be able to control your movements. Impossible. Are you telling me that you predicted my route beforehand and made your moves based on my initial route? Charlobe said this with an exasperated voice. Lambert didn't answer his question. One of Charlobe's points of pride was his combat intuition that didn't fall behind first-rate swordsmen. Thus, he could fight against sword-wielding opponents in ultra-close combat. But Lambert's combat intuition was far above Charlobe's. Even if he was branded as the worst traitor, Lambert's titles as one of the 4 demon generals and the strongest warrior of Rijo's kingdom were not for show. Impossible. Just how many times does this kind of fight have to repeat? Lambert had been keeping up with Charlobe. Charlobe suddenly stopped once he was outside of Lambert's range, circling around and trying to ram Lambert with a body blow from behind. All of that happened in a flash. He knew that his attack would pierce through Lambert's body, or so he thought. An arm stretched out and stopped Charlobe from delivering the coup de grace. How can it be? Charlobe muttered. This immortal plasma body. Is it? That's a load of crap. Shall we see if you use up your mana first or I fall first? Act 349, Spinner of the Truth 11. Chapter 49, Spinner of the Truth 11. Charlobe was caught by Lambert, unable to move. But when he escaped, Lambert had already bisected an additional 2 plasma beasts. Thus, he retreated. How dare you to underestimate me? Just see, I'll read your pattern in no time. That moment will be your last. You won't be able to kill me with your crude sword. I can easily pierce your boorish armor and burn that rotten body inside to a crisp. Charlobe shouted this while putting his guard up. He started to show an impatient look on his plasma face. He had never expected that he would be cornered this far. Everything would have been all right if he had escaped. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, even if he was cornered, he shouldn't have shown his true self. Rather, he should have continued to use Alante's body instead. That way his true self could at least escape safely, and he had plenty of chances to do one of those 2 tactics. Nevertheless, the reason he disclosed his trump card was that Lambert had crushed every single bit of Charlobe's self-confidence. How dare you mock me? Charlobe's body leaned forward. The remaining 6 plasma beasts moved around Lambert at once. It seems you have yet to realize your current situation. Lambert took a glance at the formation made by Charlobe and said this with a cool voice. Nonsense. At that moment, all of the demon hounds rushed toward Lambert. Almost simultaneously, Charlobe's feet stomped on the ground and then closed in toward Lambert. Now let's see how you respond to this. Nevertheless, I'll counter all of them. The demon hounds entered the range of Lambert's great sword. Lambert had yet to make his move. The demon hound's claws and fangs had already swung down toward Lambert. And yet, Lambert didn't even flinch. The demon hounds bit and struck Lambert's leg and arms. At that moment, Lambert raised his great sword, which was slanting upward. And then, a storm erupted with Lambert as its center. That storm knocked back the plasma beasts, scattering them to Lambert's surroundings. Yuck! Lambert deliberately let the plasma beasts come into his range to kill them in one strike. At this point, Charlobe, who drew closer, couldn't change his trajectory anymore. He would crash toward Lambert from the front. The moment they intersected, a single vertical line was drawn right in the center of Charlobe's plasma body, literally bisecting his plasma body vertically. Charlobe fell to his knees as soon as he and Lambert crossed. The contour of Charlobe's body was lost for a moment due to that damage. Several lumps of ionization mana fell off his body and vanished into the soil. My soul fragments are crumbling. But this is just a scratch, for I am immortal. Spinner of the Truth. Like hell am I going to die like this? Parts of Charlobe crumbled in a moment. The lost parts were maintained by sucking the ionization mana of other parts. I'm not done yet. What are you looking for? The moment Charlobe raised his head upon hearing that voice, Lambert swung his greatsword down from above. A series of relentless strikes rained down, tearing Charlobe's body to pieces. Though the number of slashes was overwhelming, none of them lacked punch. All of them embodied the full extent of Lambert's power. Each of those strikes could literally send any ordinary opponent to the afterlife. The contour of Charlobe's body warped even further than before. Charlobe swung down his arms. At that moment, a huge lightning pillar struck the ground before him. But Lambert retreated just before the lightning pillar struck him, deftly avoiding the subsequent pillars. When Lambert finally increased the long distance between them, Charlobe finally stopped his lightning strikes. Impossible. Impossible. I have been released from the constraint of my flesh. I am supposed to have an immortal and invincible body. I've surpassed my master. I'm the strongest sorcerer. And yet, this great me. So this is one of the 4 demon generals, Lambert. Even though Lambert's name had become infamous due to the stigma as a traitor, his title as the strongest of the 4 demon generals wasn't for show. No need to hold back. Give your best shot. At this moment, Charlobe had finally realized that he had been cornered. He always believed that he could somehow get away even if he had to lose his right-hand man, disclose his sorcery to Lambert, or was unable to win with Alante's body. That was just how much faith he put in the sorcery that he perfected, ectoplasm. His original plan was to lay low somewhere after he defeated Lambert. That was why he fought while conserving his mana. But then, reality said the opposite. His back was already against the wall. He was supposed to have the advantage since swords wouldn't be able to do anything to his prided ectoplasm. Or so it was supposed to be, if the great sword in Lambert's hands wasn't made from organalloy. Bring it on. This great sorcerer WHO has surpassed death. Will go all out, and the one WHO will die is you, Lambert. Charlobe raised his arms. Dozens of heat balls appeared around him, turning into plasma beasts that released purple lightning. Maybe because he needed almost all of his mana into the spells, the light of Charlobe's body dimmed a lot. It became more and more transparent. Phew, ha 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 ha. Now then, this is the real showtime. The demon hounds rushed toward Lambert at once. Lambert bisected the demon hound that came from the right, leaning forward to dodge the one from the left. He stopped the one that came from the front with the blade of his greatsword and used the residual force to change his position, preventing the rest of the demon hounds from striking at once. Splendid swordcraft. Though I used to sneer at you, who was hailed as the strongest swordsman of the Unification War era, it seems that title wasn't an overstatement. But how long are you going to stay in that kind of situation? My all-out attack has cornered you. In the end, you can't finish me OFF. The reason why you can't defeat me is just a matter of affinity. And there's no need for me to take the risk of entering your range either. Lambert swung his sword wildly, cutting down the demon hounds around him one after another, and right at that moment, a giant pillar of lightning struck where he stood. Lambert barely dodged that lightning strike by a hair's breadth by jumping backward, but lightning pillars from all directions had already surrounded him. Eat their ears. The lightning pillars struck right in the center where Lambert stood. It was a clean hit. And yet, Charlobe didn't dare to let his guard down. One more strike. 2 lightning strikes struck down in less than a moment. At the same time, Lambert, who forcefully broke through the cage of lightning, bisected 3 demon hounds that were standing by outside the cage in a single strike. The fatal strike hit the ground, scattering clouds of dust. Seeing that, Charlobe raised his guard even further. After all, there was a possibility that Lambert would use the cloud of dust to charge toward him. He raised his arms, ready for any situation. And just as he expected, Lambert's figure rushed out of the cloud of dust while warding the demon hounds with his gauntlet. He clearly chose the shortest route toward Charlobe with the least demon hounds. But Charlobe deliberately prepared that way for Lambert and laid his trap right there. He believed that he could cope with any situation as long as he knew where Lambert would come from. This was the moment to decide the victor of this battle. Although he managed to land a lightning strike on Lambert, it was far from enough to decide his victory. This was in fact Charlobe's first experience firing a spell toward a lump of organ. He used his everything to fire his spell toward Lambert. This strike is proof that I have surpassed Desligates. Lambert's figure was swallowed by a lightning pillar. I'm not done yet. I can fire as many as I want. A great sword suddenly shot forward, piercing the abdomen of a demon hound and heading straight toward Charlobe. Charlobe couldn't dodge the incoming sword. It gouged through his abdomen. The sword pierced through Charlobe's body, only stopping after it stuck into the wall behind Charlobe. The great sword left a gaping hole in Charlobe's abdomen. Due to using large-scale spells non-stop and his mana dispersal due to the barrage of slashes from Lambert, Charlobe was close to hitting his limit. Charlobe's body flickered as if it was about to disappear. The gaping hole in his abdomen looked like a dark hole, which devoured his body from inside. I see. That time, you'd already thrown your sword with the cover from the cloud of dust. You used your body as bait to distract my attention from your sword, eh? After that, Lambert used the crowd of demon hounds to hide the sound of him throwing his sword. Charlobe, who came out in the arena to finish the fight as Lambert intended, had failed to notice the incoming greatsword till right in the last moment. It was simply much faster than his expectation. No, I don't want to disappear. I am an immortal wise man, the spinner of the truth. For I am the real sorcerer on the edge of this continent. Charlobe's plasma body crumbled. His figure crumbled to dust, starting from his hands and becoming smaller and smaller. Soon, That phenomenon spread to his entire body. Lambert stood behind Charlobe, pulled out his great sword that was stuck on the ground, and slashed toward the plasma body that became smaller and smaller, accelerating the crumbling process. After several heavy strikes, all that remained was a white lump with cracks on its surface. Lambert stabbed into Charlobe's back as he tried to escape desperately, pinning the latter to the ground. His mutilated body that had already been dismembered into numerous parts slowly vanished altogether. Mercy, mercy. Yes, if I die, the results of tens of thousands of human experiments will be lost forever. You murderer. Yes, murderer. You're a murderer. Why you genocider? Look at yourself. Despite your exaggerated alias, you can't even make a proper argument now. The blades then slashed Charlobe's head. His head fell to the ground and crumbled to ashes. And yet, his lips didn't stop moving. I'm too important to die in this kind of place. I should get more praise and be hailed as a great sorcerer. Yes, I'm supposed to become an ARCH sorcerer. WHO has surpassed Tesla Goodsama, my teacher. I should get more praise, but WHY? Lambert's great sword pierced Charlobe's forehead before the latter could finish. Thus, Charlobe vanished once for all. Act 350, The Last of Teutoburg 1. Chapter 50, The Last of Teutoburg 1. TN. I'll take a break from the 14th of November 2022 to the 20th of November 2022 for a one-week family trip. Please do understand that this trip has already been planned since August. Lambert picked up his great sword and returned it to its sheath. He used his undead ability to sense mana to make sure that none of Charlobe's mana remained and that the man was truly dead this time. The most troublesome thing about sorcerers was the fact that some of them were hard to kill. It seems he's dead for good this time. Where is this? Where are Elise-chan and the Kingdom's soldiers? While Lambert was scanning his surroundings, Alanti had woken up. Did you know that your body had been hijacked by Spinner of the Truth? He's a rare sorcerer who managed to fool me. But you should have felt that something was amiss. In no way. Alanti's mouth opened wide in shock. But Alanti himself had been considered one of such possibilities. First, why was he, a mere amateur sorcerer with nothing to speak of, summoned to Teutoburg? And why did he receive such special treatment from Tony Lowe when he had no achievements whatsoever? Second, upon arriving in the city, he often lost consciousness. And sometimes he even lost a whole day's worth of memories. Although he dismissed those questions again and again, they always came back to haunt him. Alanti vomited. No one could easily accept the fact that someone else was living as a parasite in their body all along. But I've already taken care of that problem. Can you move on your own? Alanti nodded lightly. We should regroup with Cruz and the others. I will protect you until then. But honestly, the one who possessed your body was truly a troublesome fella. I don't want anyone else to know the results of his research. I'll make rounds to destroy all things related to the research in this facility to prevent it from being misused by others later. What about Elise-chan and the others? Are they still with Cruz-san? Yeah. If that's the case, I won't go. Now I've started to remember all kinds of cruel things I did to her. Now that he was aware that his body had been hijacked by Charlobe, he could remember pieces of his memories. He could vaguely remember what Charlobe said using his mouth at that time. That beastard said a lot of things. But Elise trusted you till the end. So rest assured, she knows it wasn't you who spoke back then. Alanti was looking at Lambert with a dumbfounded look for a while after hearing that, and then bowed to the latter. Thank you very much. Lambert looked at Alanti's back, but then, he turned around before Alanti's figure vanished from view. In Lambert's opinion, Alanti himself was a really talented sorcerer. His priority was to make sure that none of Charlobe's research results remained rather than sending Alanti back to a safe place. Yes, he couldn't let any future generation learn ectoplasm. The problem is that I have no idea what remains and where it would be. He had to consider the worst possibility. Not just the underground research facility. He had to scour the abandoned buildings above and search for tunnels. Charlobe's legacy mustn't be passed on to the future generation. The first thing he did was go down to the underground research facility, running around while destroying the water tank containing chimeras or homunculi. As a non-sorcerer, the only option for Lambert was to destroy everything, leaving nothing behind. The materials and books were gathered and burned later. Lambert picked up the presence of a few people. Since the underground research facility was pretty much deserted when he arrived, He confirmed that the sorcerers in this place had abandoned it and might return later after the turmoil subsided. Although he couldn't dismiss the possibility of a hidden room, there was a high chance that the newcomers arrived from the front entrance. "Who's there?" As if responding to Lambert's voice, a strange-looking swordsman appeared from the door. They only had their upper half, floating in the air without anything below their torso. They had porcelain white skin as if made from inorganic material, wings growing from their back, and the part where their face should be was scooped out. Those were the features of spirits from the realm of light. Their long and eerie hands were holding a long sword over 2 hinds, meters. The grotesque-looking swordsman closed in at once and swung their sword, while Lambert was readying himself. In less than a moment, Lambert had already unsheathed his sword and bisected the grotesque swordsman in half. The right and left sides of the inhabitant of the realm of light fell to the ground, dissolved into particles of light, and vanished like smoke. Suddenly using a spirit must be a really skilled user. No one replied to Lambert's remark. Instead, a loud and eerie scream came from the entrance of the room. It seemed the ceiling was torn down, turning into a pile of rubble. Seeing that their spirit had failed to eliminate the target, the other party didn't hesitate to destroy the facility, but they clearly went overboard. If the other party wasn't Lambert, they would surely be buried alive beneath the rubbles. Lambert ran toward the entrance immediately, jumping, rolling, kicking, punching, parrying the debris, and finally emerging into the corridor. 3 people had already been waiting for him there. They were covered in black uniforms with the same headgear and arm guards. Their appearance made them look like dolls instead of living people. Thus, it was also impossible to distinguish them by gender. But there was a crest on the robe that covered the area around their eyes. It was the crest of the Heinz faith, the national religion of the Regos kingdom ever since Lambert was alive. People from the church, huh? Rest assured, this is not my facility. Lambert dropped his sword, showing that he wasn't hostile. But the sorcerers from the church raised their canes. "Oh flame, burn!" Lambert slipped in between the gap of the flames and knocked down 2 people with his hand chop. He struck the last one who tried to fire their spell toward Lambert's back with his backhand. Their cane was smashed to pieces, falling to the ground. He didn't kill them. He only made them faint since there really was no other way to confirm his hostility. "They don't seem very vigilant. Are they just imposters?" Lambert tore off the headgear of one of the sorcerers to confirm the other party's face. The Heinz faith's crest was tattooed on their forehead. Their eyes were closed shut, and their eyelids were sewed together with thread. This kind of ritual to prevent one from opening their eyes was something done even when Lambert was still alive. Since they lived a life in which they had to rely on their sorcery to sense their surroundings instead of their senses, it was only natural for them to become extremely talented sorcerers. At the same time, that also distanced them from greed. It's way too intricate for a mere imposter. Even Lambert himself knew that their appearance was a bit too conspicuous. Nevertheless, they never lent ears to Lambert's words at all. Lambert felt something was off about the way they moved. Act 351, The Last of Teutoburg 2. Chapter 51, The Last of Teutoburg 2. After parting ways with Lambert, Alanti managed to regroup with Cruz and the others. Cruz had regrouped with his subordinates and the children under their protection. Thus, he was heading toward Crown, the major city in Viscount Legale's territory. They left the abandoned building to leave Teutoburg. Cruz, who noticed Alanti's figure first, unsheathed his rapier and pointed toward the latter. "Why you?" His reaction was natural. With his own eyes, Cruz saw the battle between Lambert and Charlobe, the leader of Alchemy Division of Angel of Death. Moreover, he also heard from his subordinates about Alanti's sudden change of attitude, how he used sinister words, and the method he wielded to kill the opposing sorcerer, Jork, in the cruelest possible way. His subordinates who noticed Alanti's appearance a bit slower had also unsheathed their weapons with wary looks on their faces as they recalled their peer's story. Alanti stopped right before Cruz. Aye, about that. The moment Alanti saw the look on Cruz and the others' faces, he knew the severity of his current situation. Their expressions were those of disgust and fear. "You guys, evacuate the kids." "Scatter." "Sorry guys, it might be harder for all of us to survive." 5 minutes, I'll bet my everything to buy you at least 5 minutes. Don't expect more than that. Keiku-sama, They already fell into a panic upon seeing Alante's face. That was just how abnormal Charlotte's behavior was from their perspective. Just when Alante was at a loss for words of what he should tell them to explain his situation, someone came forward first. The one who came forward was a girl who was desperately turning the wheels of her wheelchair. It was Elise. She quickly passed by Cruz and went toward Alante. Your big brother, right? Your big brother Alante, right? Not that scary person, right? Elise-chan. When Cruz went in a hurry to stop Elise's wheelchair, beads of tears started coming out from Elise's eyes. Cruz stopped the moment he saw those tears. I knew it, as expected. I'm really glad. I always believed you. I always feared him, but I knew that person wasn't Big Brother. At that moment, Cruz was focused on the interaction between Elise and Alante. He was split between believing Elise or escaping alongside her. Alante might look like a frail and nice young man right now, but he was the very same weird sorcerer who could fight on par with the armored swordsman. His reasoning told him to not trust Alante. Not only that, but Cruz hadn't seen Alante back then when he first met Lambert. If he made a wrong decision, Alante might kidnap Elise in the next moment and turn him into a mere insect. Although Cruz had no idea how long he could buy for his subordinates, he would resist until the bitter end. But he saw something that surpassed logic in both Elise's and Alante's expressions. What was going to happen to them next? What would become of them? It revolved around those matters. That was why his reaction was delayed. Suddenly, a bright red cross, almost as big as a person, appeared in the air. The red color made it look like solidified hellfire. Unexpectedly, right below it was the weakest one amongst them, the innocent and disabled girl Elise. Alante frowned as he looked up. He jumped up, running at full speed. Elise Carton. The cross fell down. The cross, which accelerated due to gravity, was about to crush the frail girl. At this rate, the girl's body would be crushed to pieces with nothing left. The girl then looked up dumbfoundedly upon hearing the sound and heat coming from above her head. By the time she realized that, the cross was already falling toward her. Seeing Alante's expression, she wanted to believe that her misfortune had ended. She knew that the side effects of the experiments performed on her were eating away her remaining life force. That was why, despite being a child, she knew that she wouldn't live for too long. It was just that she never expected that nightmare would end so soon. Alante ran toward her, stretching his arms as far as he could. He managed to push the wheelchair. And just like that, Elise was also thrown out of the wheelchair. Elise, who fell from her wheelchair, quickly raised her face. She saw that Alante was right under the falling scorched cross. Her position a moment ago. He let out a satisfied yet lonely smile. Big bro. Elise reached her hand, but she couldn't reach him. To begin with, Alante had been prepared for this moment. Although his body had been hijacked, Alante wasn't just a victim. When he was in control of his body, he was acting as the assistant for the alchemist of Angel of Death. In the first place, the reason why Charlotte valued Alante so highly was because the latter's body was most suited for ectoplasm. Even as a sorcerer, Alante knew that Charlotte's sorcery was something that was really dangerous. In the end, he arrived in this current situation after being unable to explain anything. He knew that the others wouldn't trust him as long as he kept that secret from them. Moreover, despite being threatened, it didn't change the fact that he did help Angel of Death. Alante had already expected that his judgment would come. That was why he felt that dying to protect Elise was something like fate. His only regret was being unable to take care of Elise after this. Alante raised his face lightly. His eyes reflected the figure of a masked man with a church crest engraved on its eyes. Behind that person was a three-headed giant with 6 wings and a hole where its face should be, floating in the air without a lower body. The height of its upper half alone was about 5 meters. Seeing that atypical appearance, even Alante, who knew only a bit about summoning, could tell that the creature was a spirit from hell. Suddenly, a great sword came flying, striking the metal cross right in its center. That crash thwarted the cross landing point, making it stick in the ground far from Alante and Elise. Coincidentally, the great sword was also stuck right beside the cross. A figure appeared before the bewildered Alante and pulled out the great sword from the ground. Get away from this place as fast as you can. Those people are going to dispose of everything before they leave this place, including you guys. the victims of the research institute. You mustn't stop even for a moment after you leave this city. Even I can't protect you guys from these people forever. And no way. That's the only one who can protect that child is you. Choosing to die is just your own self-satisfaction. Alanti snapped out and placed Elise in her wheelchair again. A armored swordsman, just what in the world is happening? Cruz was completely confused by the situation. I can't buy much time for you guys. Stop dilly-dallying and run. Are they so strong to the point that not even you are their match? Armored swordsman. It's not about their strength. There are just too many of them. After Lambert said this, the windows of the buildings around them exploded. In the blink of an eye, people wearing headgear and clad in black robes came from all directions. From the masked one who wore gorgeous-looking attire with special ornaments, it was easy to guess that they were the leader. In total, there were 13 of them. Inquisition Squad. They are here to erase Teutoburg from the map. They were the worst and also the strongest squad in the kingdom. Even if the other party was still part of the kingdom army, they were not the kind of people who would compromise. Run now. Even I can't stop all of them. Lambert shouted at them. Cruz had no time to doubt Alanti anymore. Sorry, armored swordsman. I'll repay this debt of gratitude someday. With his back facing Cruz and the others, Lambert readied his great sword. Sure enough, stopping sorcerers who use hexes and have ventured into the taboo is tough. I'm very much aware of that fact. But the way you fellas do things is against my raison d'etre. My answer remains the same. The sorcerers of Inquisition Squad remained unmoved. They raised their vigilance toward Lambert, who could repel a blazing lump of metal with his great sword. The reason you guys hunted them down should be to protect the citizens. You all, who forget about your raison d'etre, and nothing more than cancerous substances. Come on, give me your best shot. As if they had arranged it beforehand, the sorceress moved at once toward Lambert. A giant, three-headed spirit raised its arms, sending down a scorched cross right toward Lambert's head. Act 352, The Last of Teutoburg 3. Chapter 52. The Last of Teutoburg 3. A few weeks had elapsed since the incident in a small town called Teutoburg in Viscount Legale's territory. Alanti led the young children and escaped from the Legale territory to a remote orphanage. Alois-san, can you go to the nearby village to buy something? Yeah. Well, I'll leave for a while. Alanti, who was called by Director Heidi, waved his hand toward the children playing in the garden as he went to meet her. Is something the matter, Heidi-san? That look on your face It's nothing. You must have been a handsome man before, right? Poor thing. Heidi shook her head while heaving a sigh. Oops. My apologies, I overstepped my boundaries. Heidi closed her lips as she expressed her apology. Alanti traced the bandages on his face with his finger, smiling wryly. Alanti, who was older than the other children, disfigured his own face and changed his name. As a result, his face was bandaged, and he called himself Alois instead of Alanti. He was greatly appreciated since he had basic medical knowledge and had learned sorcery on top of that. Thus, he only had to work part-time at the orphanage. At first, the children at the orphanage were scared of him due to the burn scars on his face, but that tendency was lost with time. The oldest of the children who escaped from Teutoburg was 14 years old. Many of them were too mature for their age, especially those who used to serve Tony Lair. With the cooperation from Cruz, they separated the children into several groups, chose the oldest one as a leader, and scattered them across the kingdom. Although Alanti wanted to return the children in his group to their families, since some of the children were sold by their own parents to the territory lord due to the burdens of life, many were traumatized. In addition, seeing that the Inquisition Squad was aiming for release, they decided to leave Viscount Legale's territory, which became far too dangerous for them. Although Alanti and the others managed to escape from Teutoburg, they had to consider the possibility of the church hunting them down again. On the contrary, if they left the Legale territory, the church wouldn't go after them no matter how desperate they were. This was also a countermeasure against Devil's Piper. It was a kind of gamble on Alanti's part, as he hoped that the horrible organization wouldn't go after them. Nevertheless, this was all he could do right now. Alanti pondered while making the preparations to go to the village. That armored person, did he manage to escape from the Inquisitors? Alanti knew this from rumors, but after the Inquisition Squad burned Teutoburg to the ground, They destroyed part of the mansion in a major city outside of Viscount Legale's territory. Upon hearing that a giant cross was found in the place that was burned to the ground, Alanti recalled the last spectacle he saw before leaving Teutoburg. He assumed that those masked inquisitors had survived the fight against the armored swordsman. Although there was criticism toward the inquisitors, their supporter Cardinal Vanaz didn't seem to care. In short, he didn't see the criticism as a big deal. Well, that's all I guess. Alanti collected the luggage in his private room and put on his coat. Just when he stepped out of his room, someone approached him from the side. "Are you going out now, big brother? Be careful." She was one of the children who came with Alanti to this orphanage. It was Elise. She stopped her wheelchair as she sent him off with a smile. "Yeah, I'm off." Alanti also smiled back from behind the bandages on his face. "If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below." Once again, thank you Clan.